Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If Ichigo Lost His Humanity During Karakura Town War and Became a Vasto Lord Hollow. Let the tale begin. Chapter 16, Confession, Ichigo's Feelings. What's the matter, Arrancar? Was I too fast for you? Seigo asked with a grin. Harribel could feel her throat being crushed as she began to lose consciousness. She tried to remove his arm, but she could already feel the full effect of being choked by the Vasto Lord. Why can't I remove his arm? Harribel thought weakly as she felt her eyelids grow heavy. He's weaker than me, I can sense it, so why can't I break free? Wondering why you can't find the strength to get out of my hold? Seigo asked. Harribel began gasping for air. My hands hold the power to absorb my opponent's Ryatsu no matter the amount. As long as you have Ryatsu I can steal, I can make you as weak as a Jillian. This technique didn't work on your partner because I was never able to find an opening, but you're weaker than him, and with the element of surprise you had no chance of escape. Seigo exclaimed. Harribel could faintly notice that her mask fragment from her neck up was destroyed, revealing her full face. Too bad, you're so beautiful, Seigo said while caressing Harribel's cheek with his other hand. Hurry up, Ichigo. Harribel thought desperately. It was the first time Harribel expected someone to save her, and her entire existence as a hollow. Just a little more of your Ryatsu and you'll... Seigo was about to mock Harribel, but suddenly grew silent. Harribel weakly opened her eyes and wondered what had happened. She could see Seigo staring directly ahead of him, with a blank look on his face. What happened? Harribel thought until she suddenly felt Seigo's hand loosen his grip and she fell to the ground and began coughing excessively. With trembling hands, Harribel lifted herself up and looked up at Seigo. What she saw made her sigh with relief. Seigo was standing completely still, with an arm sticking out of the center of his chest. Harribel was about to wonder why he wasn't moving when she felt her throat healing itself at a swift pace. Instant regeneration is working faster than I thought. Harribel idly thought as she watched the hand that was embedded in Seigo withdraw from his chest. The Vasto Lord began coughing up blood as the gap in his chest began bleeding profusely. Within seconds Seigo fell to the floor, revealing Ichigo standing behind him. You alright, Harribel? Ichigo asked, slightly concerned. Harribel was looking at Ichigo's blood-soaked arm when she felt her Ryatsu start to return to her. I'm fine, she answered abruptly as Ichigo walked over to her. You sure? I can carry you back to Las Noches if you want, he replied impassively. Harribel looked away from him. That's not necessary. I'm glad you're not worse off. I shouldn't have messed around. It's alright, besides we have a bigger problem. I'm sure you have a reason, but why did you kill the other Vasto Lord? Harribel asked. I don't like them, Ichigo said simply. Harribel wanted to smirk. I'm sure that only you would kill a Vasto Lord on a whim. A Vasto Lord is not so easy to come by, she thought. What will you tell Aizen? He wanted the Vasto Lord alive. What Vasto Lord? Ichigo replied in all seriousness. Harribel immediately knew what he meant. So they are no longer needed. What will we do about him? Harribel asked while pointing behind Ichigo. Ichigo looked over his shoulder to see Seigo still on his knees, bleeding. His face showed the emotion of complete shock. I thought you would have liked to finish him off, Ichigo answered. Harribel immediately got up and slowly walked over to Seigo while unsheathing her blade. When she was right in front of him she could see Seigo's eye dilate. Harribel said nothing as she swiftly stabbed him in the chest, killing the Vasto Lord instantly. Have you satisfied your revenge? Ichigo asked. No one rejoices more in revenge than women, Harribel said in an impassive manner. I wonder why. Ichigo did really seem to care, so Harribel didn't answer. What about those two? Harribel asked. Ichigo looked over to where a huge pile of trees lay. Both of them could sense the presence of the remaining two Vasto Lords. Ichigo raised his right hand and made a fist. Are you sure? Harribel asked as she saw Ichigo's fist charge with lightning. Bala. Quicker than she could see, Ichigo released the bala, and before even a second passed the mass of trees blew up in a massive explosion. The explosion was so colossal that both Harribel and Ichigo had to use Sonito to escape the immediate area. 20 times faster than a regular Zero and just as powerful as a Grand Ray Zero. Frightening. Harribel explained as they appeared far enough away from the explosion that they could barely see the smoke raising them. Thanks. Ichigo replied as he turned to walk back towards Las Noches. Las Noches, after Ichigo and Harribel left. Stark was awoken by a sharp heel embedding itself in his stomach. Though it didn't hurt, it had awoken him from his nap. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lillinette standing directly over him. Can you please leave me alone? Stark asked lazily as Lillinette glared at him. He slowly got up and sat on his lounge chair and proceeded to close his eyes once again, annoyed that she had awoken him up. Hey, I need to talk to you. Lillinette exclaimed as she poked Stark with her heel once again. She heard a sigh before he turned to her. What do you want? Stark asked. I'm bored. Lillinette stated as she sat on Stark's couch and propped her legs up on the armrest. Not my problem, let me sleep. Stark replied. I have no one to talk to and Ichigo and Harribel have been gone for an hour already, so nothing interesting has happened yet. Stark raised an eyebrow at her. An hour? Stark asked. Lillinette looked at him and shrugged. I think so, why? Stark sighed and closed his eyes. Good night. Stark replied abruptly. But it's the afternoon. Lillinette whined. Go play with Neliel. She's being all serious today. She was talking to Pesh and Dondochaka last time I saw her. They were discussing who would be revived next. Stark ignored her. Well? Who do you think? She asked. Sale's next, now leave me alone. How are you so sure? Lillinette asked. He's the logical choice. Having a scientist will benefit us greatly. Orihime needs to be able to exert more power, which he could figure out, and he could also create a number of things that would be instrumental in Aizen's plan. Stark replied lazily, knowing that Lillinette wouldn't lead no matter what he said. Why not Nnoitra? I know that he's a sexist jerk, but wouldn't it be ideal for Aizen to revive the stronger ones first? Neliel has once again taken her spot as a powerful Espada. Nnoitra already despises Harribel. If he finds out that the one woman that he couldn't beat, without help, is alive, he will lose it. As such, Aizen will save him for last. Why revive him at all? I can take his place. Lillinette stated matter-of-factly. What do you think the new Vasto Lord will do once Ichigo and Harribel speak to them? Lillinette had developed the new habit of changing topics at a moment's notice, as if she loved talking more than anything. Not sure. Stark really wanted to sleep, so he thought of a way for Lillinette to leave. Have you used Resurrection? Oh! I totally forgot about that. You should go train, I'm sure Neliel can help you. Stark stated. You're right. Lillinette exclaimed while jumping up. I'm no longer a small weak kid. I'm a beautiful dangerous woman now. Lillinette yelled as she hugged herself before suddenly using Sonito. Finally Stark thought as he once again closed his eyes. Stark. What now? Stark thought sadly. You're not one to initiate a conversation, Ulquiorra. Stark stated as he opened one eye. In no way Orihime has awoken. Aizen wanted the Espada informed. When Ichigo and Harribel come back, Orihime will be asked to revive Sale so that they can find a way to maximize Orihime's potential. Is that all? Stark asked with a yawn. I'll leave now. Ulquiorra answered as he walked out of Stark's room door. What will Ichigo say when he sees Aizen having Orihime revive someone after just waking up? Stark thought as he tried to sleep once again. Harribel and Ichigo. This was an entire waste of time. Harribel stated as they continued walking. I wouldn't say that, I did get to see your face after all. Ichigo said. Harribel remembered that from her neck up her mask was destroyed. So you did? Harribel replied. Why did you want to look at my face? Because, to me you're a mystery. Ichigo replied. Harribel was confused. Why? I don't know myself, but I know this. For the past week I have been having dreams of what must be my past life. During every dream I've felt powerful emotions, be it fighting, saving, or protecting someone I can't remember, but for having such emotions leads me to one logical explanation. My heart. Ichigo stopped walking and was staring at Harribel, who stopped as well. What do you mean? Harribel asked while crossing her arms. This was a quick change of conversation from 10 minutes ago. I don't know if we hollows even have hearts, but if we don't, you make me feel like I do. Ichigo finished while lifting his hand and caressing Harribel's cheek softly. Harribel simply looked at him. I know I didn't show it, but I was worried for you back there, and sometimes when I see you I feel better. I don't know what to say. I never knew that I made you feel like that. Harribel said seriously, trying not to seem confused. What is he doing? I have done nothing to him that would make him think those things about me. I don't know whether I'm more confused or happy. I'm sorry if that confused you or you don't understand what I mean. Ichigo stated unemotionally as he pulled his hand away from her face. Throughout the entire conversation Ichigo showed no outward emotions, which made Harribel even more perplexed. Can I remember what it feels like to have a heart? Harribel thought idly as Ichigo began walking again. Harribel really didn't know what to think about. Were you fond of your mask? He asked suddenly. He felt that what he had said wasn't necessary and wanted to change the topic. He also thought that Harribel was probably left feeling confused. Yes, she stated, though she was still interested about what he had just told her. I had this dream a couple of days ago. I was fighting someone and I suddenly put on a hollow mask. I gathered Ryatsu in my hands and slashed it over my face. Maybe that will work for you. Ichigo thought. Harribel thought on it for a moment before actually trying it, momentarily forgetting about the conversation that had just taken place. She gathered Ryatsu in her hand and swiped it over her neck and face. Right before Ichigo's eyes her mask was restored. Told ya. Ichigo said with a grin. Harribel zipped her Arrancar jacket up. It was as if she had never gotten into a fight. Now Aizen won't get suspicious. Ichigo told her. I guess our masks are optional, must be because of our status as Vasto Lord. When Harribel told him this, they approached the main pathway towards Las Noches. They could now see the white desert that surrounded Las Noches. We could Harribel was interrupted when they both felt a spike of Ryatsu and heard a loud explosion. What's that? Ichigo asked carelessly. Harribel didn't know herself. That Ryatsu felt refined, as if it was an Arrancar. Ichigo finished. Does the Ryatsu feel familiar? Ichigo asked. Harribel closed her eyes. Well? Harribel concentrated deeply before she answered. Grimmjow. Chapter 17, Grimmjow's Return, Hated Memories. 20 minutes earlier. In a large clearing near the edge of the Minos forest, the stillness and quiet in the air was rattled by the bellows and cries as Gillans were slaughtered without mercy. Too weak. A voice whispered as a group of uniquely powerful Jillian-class Minos let out awful shrieks before toppling over and vanishing. As of late, these tortured bellows had become a regular occurrence since a little over a week ago. Now hollows, be they Jillian or Ajuchas, knew to avoid that section of the forest, and any hollow unfortunate enough to enter were quickly destroyed. I'm wasting time here. Grimmjow, the former Sexta Espada, said to himself as he sat down on a broken tree stump and hunched over. To find what I am looking for, I must go deeper into Hueco Mundo. He thought. Before he knew it, he found himself thinking of what led him to such a pathetic existence. Ever since aiding Soul Society in their return to the human world, Grimmjow knew he would have to flee Las Noches. Grimmjow wasn't a fool. He knew that Aizen would find out about his betrayal and, no doubt, sentence Grimmjow to death if he was ever found. Seeing nowhere else to go, Grimmjow fled to the Minos forest where he wandered aimlessly for 2 days thinking about Hueco Mundo, Las Noches, Aizen, and more importantly Kurosaki Ichigo, the bane of his existence. Grimmjow could not get him out of his head. The thought that Ichigo had defeated him and even worse defeated Ulquiorra, the one Espada Grimmjow wanted to kill the most, angered him to no end. In those 2 days Grimmjow drove himself crazy thinking of how Ichigo continued to fight no matter what damage he had sustained. That power, should be mine, Grimmjow thought endlessly. Grimmjow decided he would strive to become stronger, his goal not only to take down Ichigo, but anyone that would look down upon him. Grimmjow knew that, as an Arrancar, he had near limitless potential to grow, given the ability to break the limit of power for a hollow. Obtaining that power would be no simple task, but Grimmjow thought that fate was on his side. Ever since first entering the forest, Grimmjow noticed that the more powerful Jillian and Ajucha's Minos would flock to him by the dozens, hoping to devour him in an attempt to take his power. Of course none stood a chance against him, and after a couple more days, Grimmjow realized that waiting for weak opponents to seek him out wasn't producing results and that he would have to go deeper into Hueco Mundo to fight much stronger hollows and unlock his untapped potential as an Arrancar. Soon the Espada would be the one bowing to him and Ichigo would be dead at Grimmjow's feet. He was the king and no one should be above him. He was knocked out of his thoughts when he heard a slight rustling sound and immediately turned his head to where the noise came from and watched one of the smaller species of hollow, a lizard, was being devoured by one slightly larger than itself. Grimmjow couldn't help but smirk. The weak have no place, especially among us hollow. He stated as he stood up and looked up to the darkened sky. I am the king and soon all will cower away from me, even you. Aizen. Grimmjow finished as he turned to walk away. Clap, clap, clap. Grimmjow suddenly stopped and slowly turned his head at the sudden sound. Grimmjow wasn't startled in the slightest. He sensed that it was a female, but he could also sense a male was with her. More importantly, he knew who they were immediately after she had clapped. What a beautiful speech, but you're wrong. Aizen-sama will never be beaten by the likes of you. An arrogant voice stated. Grimmjow turned around fully and slowly glared at who he saw 15 feet away from him. Lowly, Aizen's witch, was standing arrogantly in the center of the clearing. Next to her was a former Espada that Grimmjow had met on a few occasions, Gantenbane Musqueta. Grimmjow suddenly grinned as she pulled out her Zanpakuto. Did Aizen send you after me? Grimmjow asked in amusement. Don't you dare speak Aizen-sama's name so disrespectfully. Lowly shouted. Aizen-sama does not know of our being here, we are here of our own accord. The male Arrancar stated. Grimmjow glanced at him and ignored Lowly. Then why are you here? Grimmjow asked. I saw what you did, Grimmjow. I saw you help those Shinigami flee Las Noches. You have betrayed Aizen-sama and for that you will die. Lowly exclaimed. Grimmjow scoffed. I get it. You're hoping to gain Aizen's favor, both you and this fallen Espada, so that you will be praised by your precious Aizen. You're pathetic. Lowly scowled. Aizen will praise me above all others for bringing a traitor before him. He will recognize me even more than that monster, Inoue Orihime. We've been tracking you even since you fled Las Noches. Lowly knew she would be needing help, and I was more than happy to help after that Shinigami healed me. It was purely coincidence that we met, but it couldn't have been more convenient. She needs manpower and I needed a way to gain Aizen-sama's favor once again. After all, Aizen-sama rewards faithfulness, maybe he will see fit to give me a position among the Espada once again. Grimmjow began laughing at such ridiculous fantasies that the two Arrancar in front of him were having. Lowly glared at him. Aizen doesn't care about you, he never has. Liar! Aizen-sama cares for me deeply. Lowly shouted while raising her Zanpakuto. You're such an annoying pest. Fortunately for you both, I don't feel like fighting weaklings today. Leave now, I won't tell you again. Grimmjow replied as he turned his back to them. He had only taken a couple of steps before he felt them make a move. He quickly looked behind him and watched as Gantenbane appeared kneeling in front of him with Sonito and extended the two-pronged punching daggers attached to his wrists. You're open, he yelled. Grimmjow didn't bother to dodge and just stared at the Privaron Espada as he proceeded to unleash a barrage of chaotic punches into Grimmjow's abdomen. Grimmjow hunched over slightly as the blows tried damaging him. Within moments, Gantenbane's eyes widened as he realized his punches were bouncing harmlessly off Grimmjow's arrow. Grimmjow grinned at the shocked look on the former Espada's face. "Don't tell me you were surprised by that?" Grimmjow mocked. Before he could speak again, Loli suddenly appeared behind Grimmjow and made to stab the traitor, but without even looking, Grimmjow successfully grabbed her by the throat. Loli immediately began clawing at Grimmjow's hand in an attempt to loosen his grip, but to no avail. Gantenbane was about to help Loli, but was surprised when Grimmjow threw Loli into him with enough force to cause both Arrancar to crash into the trees in front of Grimmjow. He didn't have to wait long to see if they wanted to continue their foolish attempt in capturing him. Loli was the first to get up. "Grimmjow," she growled angrily. "I'll kill you!" Loli yelled at the top of her lungs as she held her Zanpakuto in front of her. "So you really plan on taking me on? Have you forgotten who has once ended your life before?" Grimmjow yelled manically as he began releasing his Ryatsu. Both Loli and Gantenbane steadied themselves as they were hit by Grimmjow's Ryatsu. "Do not forget that I was the Sexta Espada. Your power doesn't even register next to mine," Grimmjow explained. "This is for Aizen-sama. Poison, Escalapendra," Loli shouted while releasing her Ryatsu. Before long she was standing before Grimmjow in her release from. Grimmjow laughed louder than before. "That changes nothing. We'll see about that." One of Loli's centipede-like arms shot off towards Grimmjow, who didn't even bat an eyelash. Before it could even connect with him, Grimmjow grabbed the arm and dug his nails into it. Loli let out a tortured yell as Grimmjow tore the arm apart. "Agha!" Loli cried as her arm was shredded to pieces, all the while Grimmjow laughing at her attempt to hit him. She was weak, even the poison emitting from her limb wasn't potent enough to pierce his skin. When he was sure her arm was torn up enough so that she couldn't use it again, he looked up and saw Gantenbane, in his released form, charging up an attack. "You're starting to annoy me. It's amusing, but annoying as hell," Grimmjow stated. Both weak Arrancar didn't have a chance at defeating him no matter how fast-paced they were trying attack. "What we do now is for Aizen-sama's sake," Gantenbane said. Suddenly both a weakened Loli and Gantenbane lost sight of Grimmjow. Loli's eyes suddenly widened as Grimmjow appeared behind Gantenbane and shoved his hand into the Privaron's abdomen. Gantenbane could do nothing but cough up blood and within seconds took his last breath. When Grimmjow was sure the Privaron Espada was dead, he took his bloodied arm out of the dead Arrancar and turned to Loli, who began trying to back away from Grimmjow. She couldn't follow Grimmjow's movements at all. "Where's your precious Aizen-sama now?" Grimmjow slowly raised his hand up and began charging a Zero. Loli's eyes filled with fear as she felt her death approach, but even then she found the strength to yell at Grimmjow. "Aizen-sama will kill you for..." She didn't get to finish before Grimmjow released his Zero, causing not only Loli's instant death, but a massive explosion in the Minos forest. Las Noches, moments before Orihime woke up. Orihime's room was quiet, save for the soft humming sound that was emitting for the medical keto Aizen was using on a still unconscious Orihime. Aizen, along with Neliel, Nnoitra, and Pesh, were the only ones in Orihime's room, while the rest of the Arrancar were scattered around Las Noches doing their own thing. Since Orihime's coma, Aizen would take the time to place several high-leveled healing keto around Orihime. Even though he knew the keto wasn't helping in the slightest, Aizen wasn't taking any chances. Neliel had rarely left Orihime's room and opted to see if Orihime showed signs of waking up throughout the week. That and before leaving 20 minutes ago, Ichigo told Neliel to stay by Orihime's bedside and keep an eye on Aizen in case he tried anything Ichigo wasn't aware of. Of course, Pesh and Nnoitra stayed with Neliel wherever she went, so it was no surprise they were in Orihime's room as well. "Aizen-sama, the keto you are using, is it helping?" Neliel asked when she noticed Aizen moving one of his hands over Orihime's eyes. She was sitting on Orihime's right side while Aizen sat on the left, giving Neliel a perfect view to see if Aizen used something other than keto. "She is showing no outward change, she hasn't even moved." It is as if she's in complete stasis. Aizen said emotionlessly. He had been more worried about Orihime's condition more than anyone else. If Orihime was unable to use her power, his plans could be delayed many years. Neliel stared at Aizen for a moment before looking down at Orihime once again. Wake up soon, Orihime. Neliel thought sadly as she watched Orihime's chest rise and fall slowly. Neliel-sama, it would be wise to rest. You'll do no good to anyone without some sleep. Pesh stated. Pesh is right, Neliel-sama, a quick respite is all we ask. Dondo Chaka added. Neliel sighed. Pesh, Dondo Chaka, I am not sleepy and will stay by Orihime's side. Neliel suddenly stopped when she saw a flicker of movement where Orihime's hand rested. Neliel wondered if she was seeing things, but a quick glance at Aizen set her mind at ease. Aizen was eyeing the same hand. He saw it too. Is something wrong, Neliel-sama? Pesh asked. Both Fraction were too busy talking to Neliel to notice Orihime's hand move. Nothing. She replied abruptly. Her entire focus was on Orihime's hand to see if it would move again. She's not responding to the Kido, as usual. Aizen replied as he got up from his chair and started walking to the door. Neliel didn't bother to look up at him and just continued watching Orihime's hand. When Aizen finally reached the doorknob, he heard a gasp, causing him to glance at Neliel to see why she had done so. He was surprised at what he saw. Orihime was moving. With her eyes still closed, she was slowly clutching the cover around her and began shivering as if she was very cold. Neliel wondered if she should try tapping Orihime to see if she was able to wake up completely, but she was still in shock at how Orihime was moving as if she was just having trouble sleeping. Neliel briefly glanced at Aizen to see what he would say, but was only met with silence. Aizen was just staring at Orihime quietly. Aizen-sama wa. Neliel was suddenly interrupted when Orihime's eyes suddenly snapped open and she immediately began looking around her room. She quickly saw Neliel along with her Fraction directly to the right of her, but she also saw Aizen near her doorway staring at her. Needless to say, she was both confused and frightened. What's going on? Why are you in my room? Where's Kurosaki-kun? Orihime asked. She felt really uncomfortable having Aizen in her room without Ichigo, and having Neliel there didn't make Orihime feel any safer. Relax, Orihime, you need to rest some more. Neliel said softly. I just woke up, why would I need rest? Orihime asked confusedly. You've been asleep for a week. Aizen replied. Orihime quickly glanced at Aizen before looking away. She was glad he wasn't as close to her as Neliel was. She didn't want him anywhere near her. A week? Orihime asked incredulously while looking at Neliel. Neliel nodded her head slowly. We couldn't wake you up. We tried everything, but nothing helped. Ichigo was very worried for you. Neliel answered. Orihime was saddened to hear she had caused Ichigo to worry, but was still shocked about being told she had slept for a week. But I don't feel sick. I feel fine. Orihime said. Like I woke up from a nap. We believe it was because you had overused your powers when reviving us. Pesh stated. Oh. Orihime said softly. I do remember feeling sleepy, but not exhausted. Orihime replied. It would have been bad if anything would have happened to you. Aizen said while walking over to her. Where is Kurosaki-kun? Orihime replied abruptly. Inoue wanted Ichigo to be with her whenever Aizen was with her. He was sent out on a mission, he won't take too long. Neliel answered, trying to encourage an uncomfortable Orihime. Oh well, I'm kind of sleepy, maybe I should rest some more. Orihime stated, trying to get Aizen out of the room. Neliel and probably Aizen immediately knew what she was trying to do. I'm going to speak with Ulquiorra. I'll have him tell the other Espada that you have awakened. Aizen said as he left the room. We shall go as well. Dondo Chaka stated as both Fractions stood up from their seats. Before they could leave, Orihime's room was filled with a loud growling noise. It didn't take long to realize where it came from. Orihime was punching her stomach to shut it up, and laughing weakly. Pesh, Dondo Chaka, bring Orihime some food, please. No, don't worry, Orihime said while waving her hand. You have been asleep for a week, you must be hungry. Orihime could do nothing but sigh. Neliel was right. After several moments of silence, Neliel spoke to Orihime. The former Tercera could tell that Orihime was feeling troubled. You shouldn't be afraid of Aizen, you're the safest person in the world right now. Aizen wouldn't dare risk hurting you, and if he ever did, you could be sure that Ichigo will bring the full force of the Espada crashing down on Aizen. You know, Aizen may seem like the leader, but Ichigo, Harribel, and Stark are the real ones in charge. Orihime sighed. I know, I just don't feel so safe without Ichigo? Neliel finished. Orihime nodded. I hope Kurosaki-kun is alright, Orihime said quietly while looking out her window. Neliel sighed. She really depends on Ichigo. Oh well, I can't blame her. Don't worry, he'll be back in a couple of hours. Have I missed much? Orihime asked. Neliel shook her head. Not really. Without you, Aizen's plans cannot proceed. Everything kind of froze when you fainted. But you're wearing an Arrancar outfit now. That's something I missed, Orihime said. She was of course referring to Neliel's outfit, which was the same outfit she wore when she was the Tercera. I found them in my old room, Neliel answered. I guess not too many things change in Las Noches. Orihime nodded before getting comfortable in her bed. When Neliel saw this, she thought it best to let Orihime rest as much as possible. Pesh will bring food shortly. After you eat, be sure to rest, Neliel said. Orihime nodded her head. Minos Forest. As the residue from the explosion died down, Grimmjow could now see the corpses of the two Arrancar that tried to capture him. What were those two playing at? Grimmjow thought to himself before walking away. Unfortunately for him, he didn't take 3 steps before being hit by the most massive amount of Ryatsu he had ever felt. Grimmjow's eyes widened as the Ryatsu brought him crashing to his knees. What's going on? He said to himself, and he realized he couldn't move anymore. Paralysis? Grimmjow thought as his vision grew blurry. After a couple of moments passed of being unable to move, Grimmjow realized the nature of the spiritual pressure. Damn it, Vasto Lord, here? He thought as he neared, fainting from the weight of the Ryatsu. Suddenly, through the loud rumbling the Ryatsu was causing, Grimmjow heard footstep, and with all his strength he looked up in front of him. What he saw made his eye open up even wider. The Tercera Espada was slowly walking from behind the tree in front of him. He struggled to keep his head up as he watched her come closer to him. She showed no emotion and didn't say anything. Harribel simply stared at him. When she was within several feet from him, Grimmjow felt the Ryatsu lift, causing him to fall to the ground and struggle to draw breath. Grimmjow wasn't an idiot. He knew the Ryatsu had come from her, but how she had the Ryatsu of a Vasto Lord was incomprehensible to him. The thought of her having Vasto Lord level Ryatsu escaped him as he realized another very important fact. Harribel was in a vastly different class of strength. Even with her old power, she could destroy him. Lowly and Gantenbane were nothing compared to an opponent of Harribel's caliber. Harribel, what are you doing here? Did Aizen send you? Grimmjow said weakly as he got up on his hands and knees. Harribel didn't reply. Why have you come? Grimmjow yelled. I have been told that you can be useful in the future. Tell Aizen to go to hell, Grimmjow said as he finally got up completely and glared at the Tercera. It was not Aizen who thinks you can be useful. Grimmjow let out a growl. He didn't like this one bit. She seemed to be telling the truth, but then why would she go out of her way to approach him? Then who? Grimmjow growled. You once said. A voice suddenly echoed in the clearing. Grimmjow began looking around for where the voice had come from. He couldn't place it, but the voice sounded very familiar. You once said that you didn't care if your opponent was human, Shinigami, or Arrancar. You would kill anyone that looks down on you, and that I would be the first to go. Well, Grimmjow. The echoing that accompanied Sonido filled the air as Ichigo suddenly appeared in front of Grimmjow. Can you still say that with pride? Ichigo asked as Harribel walked up to him and stood directly to his right. Grimmjow had ignored the entire last part of what was said. The moment he realized Ichigo was standing before him, all he could see was red as anger filled his entire body. He didn't care to ask why Ichigo was with Harribel, why he was wearing Arrancar clothes, or even why Ichigo was in Hueco Mundo at all. All Grimmjow now cared about was seeing Ichigo dead. He saw this as an opportunity to reach one of his goals. Kurosaki. Ichigo. Grimmjow said angrily. You. It is a long story. Ichigo stated. You shouldn't have come back, this time. I'll kill you. Grimmjow exclaimed as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Will you not listen first? Surely you're wondering why and how I'm here. Ichigo stated unemotionally. All I want is you dead, Aizen's next. Grimmjow snarled. Maybe we could help you. Ichigo was interrupted. Grind, Pantera. The former Sexta Espada roared as he began releasing a huge amount of Ryatsu. I guess we'll have to do it the hard way. We'll take him back to Las Noches. I'm too tired to deal with this today. Ichigo said as he let out a yawn. I warned you he would be difficult. He doesn't seem to notice any change on your part. Harribel stated. Grimmjow wouldn't have been able to tell that Ichigo was now a hollow because he was hiding his Ryatsu completely, but Grimmjow could have noticed that Ichigo was different if he used his mind. I know of his name and of several conversations we had a couple of my dreams, but I still practically know nothing about him. My dreams get very confusing and they're easy to forget, but I'm guessing that his desire to kill me is overriding his judgment. I must have left a strong impression on him. Ichigo replied as he watched Grimmjow, in his released form, emerge from the large cloud of dust that picked up when Grimmjow released his Ryatsu. This time, you're dead, Ichigo. Grimmjow yelled as his claws elongated. Won't you listen to what I have to tell you? Ichigo asked. Without a moment's hesitation, the former Espada charged at Ichigo at a lightning-fast speed. Guess not. Ichigo stated as he felt the ground shake at the amount of Ryatsu Grimmjow was releasing. He pulled back his right hand in preparation to pierce Ichigo's flesh. Grimmjow was close enough to see the whites of Ichigo's eye when his full-on frontal attack came to a complete halt. Grimmjow's eyes widened as he discovered what caused it. Harribel had grabbed Grimmjow's arm when it was several inches away from Ichigo's chest. Ichigo doesn't want to bother with you right now? Harribel stated. Grimmjow stared at Harribel in confusion before turning to Ichigo, who had a slight smirk on his face. Why are you helping him? Grimmjow asked as he jumped away from the pair when Harribel released his arm. It's none of your concern right now. You'll be filled in at Las Noches. Harribel answered. Grimmjow glared at her. I'm not going back. Grimmjow said as he charged up his most powerful attack. Descaron. Ichigo stared at the bright blue Ryatsu created claw marks. Nice to meet you, Shinigami. I am Arrancar number 6, Grimmjow. Grind, Pantera. Hey! Who do you think I am? I don't come here to butcher lambs. I'm taking it easy on you. Hurry up and unleash your Bankai, otherwise you're gonna be full of holes like that lump of Shinigami over there. Don't disappoint me, Shinigami. Bring it on, Shinigami. Now I can say that there is a reason to kill you. Don't forget my name, Soul Reaper, and you better pray that you never hear it again. Grimmjow Jaggerjacks, because the next time you hear my name, you'll be a dead man, I promise. Ichigo's head was invaded with memory after memory of all his past meetings with Grimmjow in his previous life. With a quick shake of his head, the memory stopped and his eye now narrowed on Grimmjow. Dreams about his past life were easier to forget because they were so vague, but the sudden memories were something that Ichigo despised with a passion. He wanted no memories from his past life. Whenever he had them, he felt anger fill his being, and the fear of losing control of his anger was never far from his mind. When Grimmjow's Descaron was fully charged, he once again charged Ichigo. This time Harribel didn't act, and instead Ichigo blocked the entire attack with one hand. As Grimmjow's claws met Ichigo's hand, a massive crater was made under their feet. The crater was large enough to put them 10 feet below the Minos Forest's ground floor. Grimmjow glared at the entirely unaffected Ichigo. Ichigo, who was now glaring at Grimmjow, began crushing Grimmjow's right hand, causing the former Sexta Espada to wince. "You made me remember even more about that life," Ichigo stated vaguely. Grimmjow looked at Ichigo in confusion. "The dreams with you I can handle because they're just dreams, but I hate remembering," Ichigo stated, not even sure what he just said made any sense. Without warning, Grimmjow's chest was sliced open, causing a huge amount of blood to spray out of the wound shaped like an X. Grimmjow's eyes widened with shock as he let out a hoarse cough before falling to his knees. "How? I didn't even see," Grimmjow thought as he began losing consciousness. "Don't worry, you won't die by those wounds. Luckily we could use you," Ichigo said as Grimmjow collapsed on the floor. Ichigo stared at the former Espada until Harribel came up behind him. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine, never mind," Ichigo said as he turned away from Grimmjow. "We'll take him to Las Noches. I'll deal with Aizen as well." Harribel nodded, but could tell that Ichigo was troubled. For the past week he had been having random dreams that most likely involved his time as a Shinigami. Harribel never talked to him about the dreams, but knew that they troubled Ichigo deeply. Though he never outright showed emotions about his memories, except for today, Harribel noticed that his mood would darken whenever he spoke about his unnecessary dreams. How can help him stop his memories from coming? Was the thought that ran quickly through Harribel's mind. "You dealt with him quickly," Harribel finally said. "I didn't want to waste time," Ichigo replied as his voice once again became emotionless. "Let's go back, we've spent enough time here," Ichigo said as he lifted Grimmjow up and vanished. Chapter 18, Return, Ichigo's Pain. Within moments of leaving the Minos Forest, both Ichigo and Harribel appeared at main gate of Las Noches. "Finally," Ichigo uttered as he readjusted Grimmjow on his shoulder. "We weren't gone long, maybe 2 or 3 hours," Harribel said. Ichigo didn't bother to respond and just opened the right side of the large door that led to the main hall of Las Noches. "What will you do with him?" "I was going to tell Aizen about him, but I'll deal with it tomorrow," Ichigo answered. "Where will you put him?" Harribel asked as the both entered Las Noches. "I'll find him a cell," Ichigo replied. "No cell here can hold an Espada. He won't wake for a while. The wounds I inflicted on him will ensure that. You will also have to deal with the fact that we failed our mission," Harribel said as they entered one of the many hallways. "We," Ichigo said, feigning confusion. "I was going to tell Aizen that you butchered the mission all by yourself." Harribel looked side-eyed at Ichigo and saw him smirking. She could once again feel her stomach tightening. "Damn. What's wrong with me? What, no comeback?" Harribel ignored him, but couldn't help smirking behind her collar. At least he doesn't seem worried anymore, Harribel thought. "What are you going to do now?" Ichigo asked after remembering she wasn't the sort to tease or make witty comments. "Take a shower," she answered. "Will your fraction leave you alone long enough to do that?" Ichigo said in all seriousness. He had discovered that her fraction followed her everywhere. It was a bit annoying when he wanted to talk to her alone. "Their lives don't revolve around me," Harribel responded. "Of course," Ichigo answered, unemotionally, as they approached the fork in the hallway that they would separate. "What about you? Where will you go?" "I have to take a shower as well, I'm covered in blood," Ichigo replied as he looked down at a strand of his long hair was stained a deep red. Harribel glanced at him. He wasn't fully covered in blood, but his right side did have a good deal of it since Grimmjow was on Ichigo's right shoulder and blood was still coming out of his wound. Harribel didn't know why herself, but looking at Ichigo covered in blood made her stomach tighten even more. She thought he looked very dangerous. "He's losing a lot of blood," she said to rid her thoughts of how Ichigo looked. "He'll survive," Ichigo answered lazily. "Of course, before I shower, I have to take him to a cell." Ichigo said while motioning to Grimmjow. Then I have to visit Orihime. He finished. Have to? Harribel asked while raising an eyebrow. Ichigo smirked at her. Problem? None. Harribel answered abruptly before walking down her side of the hallway without another word. Ichigo couldn't see the glare that Harribel now sported. Harribel didn't know what came over her, but she was feeling very irritated all of a sudden. What's up with her? Ichigo muttered as he walked down the other hallway towards the cell block in Las Noches. At least she doesn't seem worried about me anymore, he thought. Ichigo could tell that Harribel was bothered with how he had acted during his short fight with Grimmjow, and he didn't want her to worry about him. It would just be something else for him to be concerned with, so if he joked around with her a bit she would see he wasn't worried. After a couple minutes of walking in complete silence, he arrived at the row of cells that surrounded the glass cell where he found Neliel. Picking the one closest to him, Ichigo opened the cell and carelessly threw Grimmjow to the ground. Ichigo heard Grimmjow let out a quiet yet pain-filled groan as he hit the floor, but Ichigo paid it no mind and simply left down the hall to see Orihime. Orihime's room. Orihime had just taken the last bite of her meal that Pesh brought her before letting herself fall back on her bed. So good, she said with a wide smile as she patted her stomach. Orihime stared at the ceiling for a moment, letting the type of joy that only food could provide fill her being. Wow! I'm so stuffed I bet even curious. Orihime's eyes widened. Even if it had only been for a while, she had forgot that Ichigo was off on what could have been a dangerous, life-threatening mission. I can't believe I forgot about Kurosaki-kun, she whispered to herself. She was surprised at herself. The only time she felt truly safe in Las Noches was when she could sense Ichigo, which was all the time. Now that she couldn't sense him at all, a sense of fear filled her, both for herself and Ichigo's well-being. I hope Ichigo's safe, she thought sadly. I got it, she suddenly yelled as she stood up on her bed. Kurosaki-kun wouldn't want me to worry about him. He'd say something like. Orihime crossed her arms over her chest and tried to imitate scowl that sometimes marred Ichigo's face. You don't have to worry, I just left for a couple of hours. Orihime quickly dropped the act and placed a finger on her chin and began thinking. Kurosaki-kun might be hungry. I should have left him something to eat, Orihime said before sighing and once again laying on her bed. Do Arrancar eat? She thought to herself unexpectedly. I was given food, so they must have food around here. Do they eat it? Orihime thought perplexedly. Since she had first been kidnapped, Orihime would always find herself lost in thought about how the Espada lived, mostly Ulquiorras, since she saw him almost every day. Orihime blamed it on her loneliness. I don't like being alone, maybe I can stay in Neliel's room. She's fun to talk to and the only Arrancar I feel safe around except for Kurosaki-kun. If we share a room I know I'll feel much safer. Orihime, all of a sudden, found herself feeling drowsy. Neliel was right. I should rest, Orihime said after a rather loud yawn. But I should wait for Kurosaki-kun, in case he's. Orihime closed her eyes slowly. Hurt, she finished as she finally went to sleep. Orihime didn't know how long she had been asleep, but she was awoken when she heard her door open. You're awake? A surprised voice asked. A big smile appeared on Orihime's face as she turned to her door. Kurosa. Orihime's happy face immediately turned to fear at Ichigo's current blood-stained appearance. Orihime felt her heart drop when she saw the blood on his clothes. Kurosaki-kun, you're hurt, Orihime yelled fearfully as she ran to him. Ichigo saw how afraid she looked and tried setting her mind at ease. It's not mine. Unfortunately, this did the opposite of easing Orihime's mind. Instead, Orihime stopped in her tracks and backed away from him. Kurosaki-kun wouldn't do this to anyone, she stated. Ichigo was genuinely surprised that, for a quick moment, he suddenly felt hurt because she had backed away from him. What was that? He thought in confusion. He didn't know where that emotion came from. Realizing that she was still scared, he tried to console her. Please relax, Orihime. Grimmjow tried killing me and I unfortunately had to cut him, but I was just doing it to defend myself. I promise, I didn't kill anyone. This seemed to make Orihime understand the situation a little more. Orihime remembered how vicious Grimmjow had been when she saw him fight Ichigo. I believe you, Orihime stated as she looked at her feet. Smile, Orihime, don't look so sad. Ichigo cupped her chin and brought her head up to look at him. Orihime blushed a deep red before smiling. Sorry, I should have changed before coming here. I was really worried for you when I woke up to find you gone. I don't care about your clothes, I'm just glad you're not hurt. You don't have to worry, I just left for a couple of hours. When Ichigo said this, Orihime could help but smile at her spot-on guess at what Ichigo would tell her. Sometimes he acted like the old Ichigo, and then there were times that he was completely different, as if he cared for nothing anymore and his eyes were empty. I know, Orihime said simply. I'm glad you were awake, you had everyone worried. Ichigo added. Yeah, Neliel said that it was because I was exhausted from overusing my power. Did anyone bother you when I was gone? Nope. I'm A-okay, Orihime said happily. Good. But, Orihime added, would it be okay and I asked Neliel if I could move from this room to hers? I don't like being alone in this room. Of course you can ask her, Ichigo replied with a smirk. Orihime threw her fist up in the air. Awesome! She exclaimed. Ichigo let out a sigh before turning to leave. I was just coming to check on you, you should rest some more. I'll see you tomorrow. Suddenly Orihime asked Ichigo something that was totally unexpected. Do you miss them? Ichigo looked over his shoulder and stared at Orihime in confusion. Who? Your family, Orihime answered. Ichigo turned away from her and narrowed his eyes at the floor. Kind of. Ichigo lied. He hated having to pretend to be the old Ichigo for her. I'm sure they're wondering where we are, Orihime added. They'll find out when the time is right. Do you miss how it used to be? Of course. I miss Rukia, Chad, Ishida, Tatsuki and all my friends. And your family? Ichigo asked. Orihime looked at Ichigo in confusion. Kurosaki-kun, did you forget about my family? I know you said you forgot a little bit. She must not have any family. He thought quickly. I should watch what I ask and say. Yeah, I'm sorry Orihime, I forgot. It's okay, but maybe I could heal you and you could remember the stuff you... No! Ichigo answered abruptly. Okay. Orihime answered indifferently. But as I was saying, I do miss them, but I want to be with you more, Orihime said with a smile. I also think you look kinda cool with that mask, but a little scary as well. Ichigo couldn't help but grin at her last comment. My mask? Ichigo asked while looking at her. Orihime nodded excitedly. I like the horn, it looks sharp, and I like how your mask only covers one side of your face, so it's like you have two sides to you. Orihime started acting childishly by pretending to have one horn and covering one side of her face. Which side do you like better? Ichigo asked honestly, ignoring her idiotic behavior. The human side, but the scary side is cool. I like all of Kurosaki-kun, Orihime answered. It doesn't frighten you? Orihime shook her head. At first, but now I'm not. It is a part of you. Your eyes are gold, your hair is longer, and you have a half a hollow mask on, but you're still you. Ichigo thought on her words a moment before slowly walking to her door and leaving Orihime alone. When walked a little farther down the hallway, he stopped and thought about his conversation with Orihime. Back there, I wasn't acting like myself. I genuinely cared for her well-being. I never really cared about her before, even when she was asleep I didn't care. What's going on with me? Ichigo thought to himself as he continued walking down the hall to his room for a much-needed rest. It was dark, quiet, and depressing. Ichigo somehow knew he was sleeping as he found himself suspended in a dark place filled with nothingness. Though this had never happened before, Ichigo wasn't all that surprised. Such strange occurrences were now norms in his everyday life. He found himself unable to move or speak, and all he could sense was the darkness around him. Though it was discomforting, the dark allowed Ichigo to dwell on recent events. His recent fight with Grimmjow had exhausted him completely. It was no wonder that he was sleeping. Grimmjow's power was like nothing he had ever seen. Such raw power that attacked like an unstoppable force. The being known as Grimmjow was well beyond the level that Ichigo was currently at. If only, Ichigo thought sadly. If only I was stronger, I could save everyone. He finished. This thought plagued his mind for several minutes before he suddenly felt an unexpected feeling of peace and warmth. He was unable to look around and as such couldn't find what was causing him to feel so calm, but he could hear something. It was slight at first, but he could hear someone speaking. The person was whispering, but they were slowly getting louder, and as the voice grew, so did the feeling of peace that Ichigo was experiencing. "Who is that? What do they say?" Ichigo was interrupted when he surprisingly felt a drop of water hit his cheek. "A tear?" Ichigo thought to himself. All of a sudden Ichigo's surrounding became brighter and he could now make out where he was. Though it wasn't a clear sight, Ichigo could barely make what he saw. He knew he was in his own bed, and more surprisingly he saw whose voice he could hear. Orihime was standing over him with tears streaming down her face. He couldn't see her clearly, but he could see her outline and even the sadness in her eyes. What's wrong with her? Ichigo thought to himself in confusion. Why is she in my room? Orihime wiped her tears away and leaned against his window. Ichigo mind filled with questions, but he knew they would have to wait when he realized Orihime began to speak, and this time he could hear her clearly. Kurosaki, you know I had a lot of things I wanted to do. I want to be a teacher. I also want to be an astronaut, and also make my own cake shop. I want to go to the sweets bakery and say I want one of everything. Ichigo heard the sadness etched into each and every one of her words, and he could help but feel both confused and sorry for Orihime. Oh, I wish I could have 5 lives. Then I'd be born in 5 different places, and I'd stuff myself with different food from around the world. I'd live 5 different lives with 5 different occupations, and... Orihime's voice grew so low that Ichigo could barely make out what she had said next. Fall in love with the same person, 5 times. Ichigo's eyes suddenly snapped open and he immediately got into a sitting position on his bed. His breathing was labored, his body was trembling, and he was sweating intensely. Ichigo tried catching his breath and relax his body, but what he had just experienced was something he could not explain. Was that a dream? Ichigo asked himself as he clutched his head. What's going on with me? More memories. Ichigo growled angrily, but the anger left as soon as it came. No, this was different. I have never felt such an emotion before, sadness. Ichigo whispered to himself. All his other dreams were usually about intense, raw emotions. This dream affected him more than he could have possibly thought a dream could. I need to relax. I shouldn't be concerned about such memories. Ichigo slowly got up from his sweat-stained sheets and walked to his bathroom so that he stood over the sink. Why must I be plagued by such memories? I don't want them, but they're coming at me faster than I could keep up with. So many memories. Ichigo said as he turned on the sink and gathered water in his hands. I have to find a way to stop them. Ichigo splashed the water on his face and let the water spill off of him as he hunched over the sink. How? Ichigo asked himself before looking up into the mirror above the sink. As soon as Ichigo looked into the mirror, his eyes widened. His reflection was not his own. A man that Ichigo had never seen before was looking back at him with a saddened expression. Up until now you have forgotten how to hear my voice. Why is this? The man asked Ichigo calmly. Ichigo just stared at the man. Ichigo wasn't afraid, but after that dream his nerves were on end, and now with this sudden shock, Ichigo was more confused than ever. Who are you? Ichigo said angrily. The man looked to be middle-aged and had unkempt facial hair. So in the end the hollow prevailed. Ichigo didn't know what the man was talking about. Ichigo was sure he had never met the man before, but suddenly a name appeared in the back of Ichigo's mind. Zangetsu. Chapter 19, Confrontation, Ichigo's Loyalty. The man in Ichigo's reflection was slightly taken aback by the name Ichigo spoke. So? The dark-featured man asked. It seems that the hollow hasn't changed you completely. Ichigo stared at his reflection in confusion. Is this real? Am I still sleeping? What's going on? Who is this? Question after question invaded Ichigo's mind and he struggled to find the right one to ask or even if he should ask one at all. Do you remember me? Do you remember how I came to be? The man asked. Ichigo's eyes narrowed at his reflection. Remember? I'm sick of remembering. Ichigo said vehemently. Who are you? Ichigo finished. I was once a part of you. I'd never seen you before. Ichigo answered abruptly. Not in this life, but what I'm telling you is true. Was a part of your power, perhaps I will be once again. The man in the mirror raised his hand and pointed his finger right. Ichigo turned his head and looked into a full-sized mirror and saw the man Zangetsu completely. He was wearing tattered black garbs and a long, flowing overcoat with ragged ends. That Zanpakuto you wield now is a mere toy compared to what it could be. Zangetsu stated as he pointed to the katana resting in its sheath on Ichigo's waist. I don't need your power, leave. We are partners, you still need me. For what, Zangetsu? Ichigo asked. Maybe I can help you regain your lost. Ichigo interrupted. What, memories? No thanks. I thought that if the hollow ever prevailed, you would lose yourself completely, but the fact that I am able to appear before you tells me something different. Zangetsu explained. Let me tell you something, the Ichigo you knew, the one who used your power is gone. I am all that's left. I am stronger than you could have ever been. Did the other hollows you reside with convince you that your old self is lost completely? They have nothing to do with me. What about your family, your friends? The path you are leading down now will eventually lead to their deaths. And when my path reaches that moment, I will strike them down myself. Zangetsu grew quiet at such a heartless statement. Did that shock you? I'm no longer the Shinigami you know. Do you know, the moment you absorbed your hollow I was separated from you. I tried to fight my way to you, but your mind is full of traps now. I can no longer roam within your mind in peace and solitude. I was forced to watch as you fought on par with Aizen without my help, watch you fool Orihime into doing your bidding, and plot behind Aizen's back. I have been with you since the beginning of your transformation. Ichigo glared at Zangetsu. I don't care. It became a little easier for me to get to you every time you dreamt or remembered your past. Did you ever wonder why you felt like you would lose control when you remembered a part of your past? It is because, those times, I was but inches from reaching you, but you would subconsciously fight as hard as you could to keep me from getting to you, so that you wouldn't have to remember. Fighting me brought out your basic hollow instincts and you had to fight your desire to devour those like you. Shut up. Ichigo growled. But fight me as hard as you can, Ichigo. I know you're still in there, trying to fight your way back out as I did. I don't give a crap about what you went through to stand before me. You're wrong, my old self isn't trying to fight its way out. I am a better version of my old self. Ichigo yelled. You will kill your friends both Shinigami and human, will you be able to live with yourself after that? Zangetsu yelled back. I'm a hollow, it is instinct for me to kill Shinigami. As for my human friends, I care little for them. I won't allow you to do this. Ichigo wouldn't want this, Zangetsu replied sadly. You can't stop me. Ichigo smirked. Out of nowhere Zangetsu's hand shot out of the mirror and clutched Ichigo's throat in a vice grip before Ichigo could even react. What was that? Ichigo asked in confusion and he felt himself struggling to breathe. I'm so sorry, Ichigo. Zangetsu stated sadly. Ichigo's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't break Zangetsu's hold. How is he suppressing me so easily? Your strength is mine. Zangetsu replied to Ichigo's unanswered question. I would have never thought I would have to end your life. It saddens me more than you will ever know. Damn it, can't breathe. Be glad since you are dying by my hand, a Zanpakuto's hand, you will be reborn back in Soul Society. Hopefully you will have all of your old memories intact. I cannot be sure. Zangetsu finished as Ichigo began to lose consciousness. As his eyes grew heavy, Ichigo could faintly hear the bathroom door open. Is there a problem, Kurosaki Ichigo? A voice asked. The moment Ichigo heard the voice, he felt the pressure on his throat suddenly lift, allowing Ichigo to take a deep breath, but as he did so he felt his heart drop as he stared into the mirror. Zangetsu was gone, and his own hand was clutching his throat. What was that? An illusion? No. Ichigo thought to himself as he took a couple of deep breaths. He was controlling me somehow. Ichigo concluded. After staying quiet for a couple moments and thinking on what had just occurred, Ichigo realized he had to deal with it later, when he would have time to think on it more. What do you want, Ulquiorra? Ichigo asked as he turned to the silent Espada. Ichigo didn't want anyone knowing what just happened. Ulquiorra was staring emotionlessly at Ichigo and acted as if he had seen nothing. Aizen is asking for you. He heard you fail your mission with the Vasto Lord and about Grimmjow. He's furious. Very well. Ichigo replied uncaringly. Ulquiorra turned to leave. And Ulquiorra, this didn't happen. Ichigo explained while staring at the Espada. Ulquiorra merely glanced at him before walking out of the bathroom. When Ichigo was sure Ulquiorra was gone, he turned to the mirror again and this time saw his own reflection. He'll be back. Ichigo thought to himself. Why is this happening now? The next time I see him, I'll kill him, somehow. He won't be able to control me so easily, Ichigo said before walking out of his bathroom. This ends. No more memories. No more confusion. I will destroy my past if I must. Everyone, everything that I knew will fall by my hand. Ichigo would think on this thought later. Now he had to deal with a problem he had brought on himself. Aizen was waiting. Aizen's throne room. Aizen sat upon his throne, which was situated on an elevated platform 30 feet above ground level, overlooking his more powerful Arrancar. The way the Espada were lined up reminded Aizen of the captain meeting held in Soul Society. To Aizen's left stood Stark, Lilinet, and Neliel. To his right stood Wonderweiss, Barragan, and Ulquiorra, who within moments returned from summoning Ichigo to Aizen, and directly before him stood Harribel. Though it seemed as though he was looking down at all the Arrancar present, he only had his eyes set on the blonde-haired Arrancar. It seems Kurosaki Ichigo is making us wait. Aizen spoke calmly, but the Arrancar knew he was very angry because of the simple fact that he was exerting a large amount of Ryatsu. He watched as Harribel bowed her head and looked at the floor. Apologies, Aizen-sama. She muttered. Your apology will not bring me to Vasto Lord. Aizen replied. He didn't see Harribel glaring at the floor. Aizen continued to stare at the female Vasto Lord. When he had found out this morning that not only did Ichigo and Harribel fail the mission he had assigned, but they also brought back the traitor Grimmjow, he grew furious. Aizen knew Ichigo's mind. He knew that Ichigo would try to make Grimmjow an Espada once again, and that was something Aizen would not stand for. I am deeply disappointed in you, Harribel. Aizen spoke. Harribel didn't make any distinction that she heard him. He knew that it was the fact that she was now a Vasto Lord that kept her from being crushed by the Ryatsu he was bringing down on her. It grew quiet for several moments, nobody made to speak. Everyone was waiting for the confrontation that Ichigo would undoubtedly have with Aizen. Knock knock. Aizen's, along with everyone else's, eyes turned to the large door that led to the throne room. It's Ichigo, I'm coming in. A voice replied. Without hesitation, Ichigo opened the door and walked into the room with his hands in his pockets. The Espada and Aizen could immediately tell that Ichigo wasn't in the greatest mood. Ichigo had a deep scowl on his face and seemed extremely tense. He made no attempt to look at the Espada or Aizen as he walked over to Harribel, since he knew she was being punished for the same crime he committed. When he was directly next to her, she didn't even bother to look at him. "How bad are we in trouble?" Ichigo asked uncaringly as he stood directly to Harribel's right. The Ryatsu Aizen was exerting balance off him like nothing. Harribel ignored the comment. When Ichigo waited a couple of moments, he let out a sigh. "Still mad? Stay that way. I don't care how you feel. I have other things to think about. You're a hollow, aren't you? Act like one, don't let your emotions rule you." Ichigo whispered vehemently. He noticed Harribel tense up at his words, but he could have cared less at the moment. Even though she was slightly angry at him, she was shocked to hear him speak to her like that when he had never done so before, and especially when he told her how he felt about her in the forest. It made her feel disappointed. Something must have happened. She thought to herself, trying to find an excuse for him. "Am I interrupting anything?" Aizen suddenly asked. Ichigo slowly looked up to where Aizen was sitting. "What is this about, Aizen-sama?" Ichigo asked, feigning innocence. Aizen glared at him. "Do not play games with me," Aizen demanded. Ichigo simply sighed. He did not want to get into an argument with Aizen after what just happened in his bathroom. "We went to the location specified, no Vasto Lord were present," Ichigo replied. Those there could tell that Ichigo's mind was elsewhere. "So you are saying it is Ulquiorra's fault for giving false information?" Aizen asked. "No, if Vasto Lord are so rare, then it wouldn't be so hard to think that they can hide their Ryatsu perfectly. If Ulquiorra found them, then they must have stopped hiding their Ryatsu at that time." Ichigo finished for Aizen. Even Ichigo knew that was a lame excuse, but he didn't really care. "I will not tolerate excuses," Aizen stated. "In this case you have to. We found nothing, we came back, we could do nothing else," Ichigo explained defiantly. The Arrancar remained eerily quiet. Not one of them, even Grimmjow, spoke to Aizen in such a manner. "Your lack of respect for me is troubling." "What disrespect, Aizen-sama? We merely did what we could. We are all here to follow you." Ichigo lied, though Ichigo noticed that Aizen wasn't moved by that declaration in the slightest. While he was talking to Aizen, Ichigo had to shake thoughts of Zangetsu from his mind. "And what of Grimmjow? I will not have him rejoin the Espada," Aizen stated. "We could use all the help we can get," Ichigo replied. "He is useless to me." Ichigo shrugged. "Fine by me." All of a sudden Pesh and Nnoitra appeared before Ichigo, carrying an barely conscious Grimmjow in their hands. Grimmjow was unable to stand by himself and seemed disoriented, but when he saw Ichigo his eyes widened. The wound Ichigo inflicted was worse than he thought it would be, add in the fact that Grimmjow had lost a lot of blood and he was extremely lucky to have survived. Ichigo looked up to Aizen for an explanation. "Since you made the mistake of bringing him here, I would like you to fix it," Aizen commanded. Ichigo raised an eyebrow before looking down at Grimmjow, who was now on his knees. Pesh and Nnoitra left quickly. "Is this a test, Aizen-sama?" Ichigo asked, seeing through Aizen's plan. "In order to convince himself I am trustworthy, he is having me do even menial tasks so that I know he is in charge." "Not at all," Aizen lied. "I am simply asking you to fix your mistake." Ichigo looked at Aizen a moment longer before looking down at Grimmjow. Grimmjow was struggling to stay up on his knees and was looking very exhausted. Though the wound had stopped bleeding, the gash was obviously causing him a great deal of pain. Ichigo slowly pulled out his pitch-black Zanpakuto, causing Grimmjow's eyes to widen. The other Espada watched the proceedings quietly. "If Aizen-sama wishes it," Ichigo spoke calmly. Aizen smirked as his strongest warrior raised his Zanpakuto high in the air. Grimmjow made to say something, but was unable to form words. Ichigo locked eyes with Grimmjow and saw both hate and fear in the Arrancar's eyes. "Farewell. Getsuga Tensho." Ichigo yelled at the top of his lungs and he released a massive wave of energy at a full-powered and Resurrection Grimmjow. Grimmjow was engulfed in the explosion that followed, but Ichigo was shocked to see his rival appearing out of the smoke and laughing like a maniac. Now we're talking, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo glared at the Sexta Espada from behind his hollow mask. Those eyes. I hate those eyes so damn much. Grimmjow shouted. Ichigo, who was already bringing his Zanpakuto down on Grimmjow's head, immediately came to a sudden halt. Aizen and the Arrancar, even Grimmjow, stared at Ichigo in confusion at this turn of events. Kurosaki Ichigo, kill him now. Aizen commanded. Anger filled Ichigo as he tried to get the memory out of his head. To think, you once gave me so much trouble. Ichigo thought angrily as he stared at Grimmjow. Kuro! No. Ichigo answered abruptly. Everyone's eyes widened. We need 10 Espada, keeping you alive will help us accomplish our goal faster. Besides, Arrancar shouldn't butcher other Arrancar. If we start we would be nothing more than the beasts we originated from. What was that, Kurosaki? Aizen asked Ichigo, who sheathed his Zanpakuto. Ichigo ignored Aizen's comment and started to walk out of the room, leaving a shocked-looking Grimmjow. I don't have time for this. Ichigo thought. Harribel and Neliel couldn't help but smirk at the disrespect Ichigo was showing to Aizen. I gave you an order. Aizen said as he released a huge wave of Ryatsu at Ichigo. Ichigo merely sighed at Aizen's pathetic attempt to overwhelm him. And I'm telling you that I want him as an Espada. Ichigo shouted in an annoyed tone. The Arrancar in the throne room were surprised. This was the first time Ichigo, or anyone, shouted at Aizen. The Arrancar's respect for Ichigo grew at that moment. I don't have time for this. I have to figure out how to stop these memories, and I think Zangetsu is behind it all. Ichigo made to exit the throne room, but as he arrived at the door his eyes widened in shock. His chest had suddenly sliced open. For the first time since becoming an Arrancar, Ichigo felt pain surge through him as a massive amount of blood sprayed out of his wound. Chapter 20, Aizen's plan moves forward. What the? Ichigo's eyes bore the look of bewilderment as, if in slow motion, the cold metal of a blade sliced into his chest and blood sprayed from his torso. Everyone present, even Stark and Harribel, were shocked at what had just transpired. The Vasto Lord, besides Ichigo, sensed the strike coming a mile away. It was confusing how Ichigo, the strongest among them, had not noticed until it was too late. Why didn't Ichigo sense the blow? Something's not right? Stark thought wide-eyed. He would have blocked the blow for Ichigo, if he knew Ichigo couldn't, but now it was too late and the damage was done. Harribel abruptly made to grab the hilt of her own Zanpakuto, but halted when she felt a hand rest on her shoulder. After turning her head, she saw that it was Ulquiorra that stopped her. She understood why. Ulquiorra was preventing her from making things worse. What was I planning on doing anyway? Attack Aizen? How very foolish, how unlike me. Even if he had just scolded her, seeing Ichigo cut just made Harribel's blood boil. Neliel had put a hand over her mouth to stifle the fearful scream she wanted to let loose. Ichigo, she thought sadly, while the other Espada simply looked on. Even though they could not see Ichigo's face, the way he stood told them that he was stunned, as if he was caught off guard. During the Espada's thoughts of what had taken place, Ichigo got over the initial shock of what had happened. He slowly looked over his shoulder so he could see who had cut him, even though he already knew. Aizen! Ichigo growled as Aizen appeared out of thin air. Nobody, not even you, will disrespect me in my palace. Aizen stated emotionlessly while sheathing his blade. Ichigo slowly turned around to fully face his attacker. Damn it, I was caught off guard, and you used it to your advantage. If you had struck me in a vital organ, I might have had a real problem. Aizen, even when you are weaker than I, you are still very powerful, something I won't forget again. Ichigo thought to himself. All of a sudden the blood, which had been pouring out of his wound, suddenly coagulated and turned white before slowly breaking off and revealing Ichigo's healed but now scarred chest. Instant regeneration, faster than even my own. Ulquiorra thought his surprise. Aizen stared at Ichigo as if he had expected such a thing to occur, while Ichigo himself had not known he had the ability to regenerate. Do you understand me, Kurosaki Ichigo? The last thing Aizen wanted, especially now, was for Ichigo to disrespect him. I understand perfectly, Aizen-sama. Ichigo replied lazily before immediately clutching the hilt of his Zanpakuto. You picked the wrong day to challenge me. Ichigo thought angrily. The Arrancar and Aizen were taken aback by Ichigo's reply. His Zanpakuto has a dangerous ability, but that alone would not have been enough to catch me, even if I was slightly distracted. He must have done something else. I must be careful. Ichigo was taken out of his thoughts when he locked eyes with Stark, from behind Aizen. By one shake of his head, Ichigo knew that Stark was trying to say, "What are you doing?" Ichigo quickly let go of his Zanpakuto. What am I doing? Ichigo thought to himself. I have to think rationally. To Aizen's surprise, and slight joy, Ichigo bowed. Forgive my disobedience, Aizen-sama. I have not been myself. Ichigo explained, drastically changed his attitude in the hopes that Aizen wouldn't think too much of his intent. Ichigo knew he could have messed up the Espada's well-thought-out plan in one fell swoop, but Ichigo was currently very irritated and Aizen cutting him almost pushed him over the edge. If not for Stark, Ichigo would have cut Aizen tenfold on what was done to him. Aizen stared at the hunched-over Vasto Lord. Never had any of the Espada made a hostile move towards him. Ichigo was becoming a wild card for his army and something had to be done about it, but it couldn't be done now, especially if it meant killing Ichigo. It would put me in bad faith with the other Espada if I had one of their own killed before their eyes. No, Ichigo must be dealt with some other way. Be thankful, Kurosaki Ichigo. I will ignore your outburst this once. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Aizen stated as he walked directly past Ichigo. Ichigo would be dealt with soon, but for now his plan had to move forward. Orihime had already delayed it a week and it was taking far too long for Aizen's liking. It won't, Aizen-sama. We'll speak of this no more. Aizen replied as he approached the door. What of Grimmjow? Ichigo asked. Aizen stopped walking and looked back at him. Tell me, why would I want a traitor in my midst? Ichigo didn't know, but Aizen could have cared less if Grimmjow lived or died. It was the fact that ever since Ichigo arrived he made it a habit of doing anything he pleased without consulting Aizen first. If Ichigo was left unchecked he would think himself immune to Aizen's control. Aizen-sama, I do not know why he is considered a traitor, but if his crime was really so terrible then wouldn't you have had him killed the moment you knew I had brought him back? If you spare him he will be indebted to you. If he even hints of turning on us again, I will obliterate his entire existence. All I ask, Aizen-sama, is that you give him a second chance. Ichigo asked. I have already given him a second chance. I understand that you believe I went over your head when I decided to bring him back, but that was not my intention. The faster we get stronger allies, the faster we can destroy Soul Society. That was all I was thinking, nothing more. It will never happen again. Aizen fell for the bait. Apparently this was exactly what he wanted to hear. After several moments of thinking, Aizen decided. I put him under your charge as I did with Neliel, but for him to be considered an Espada once again. I doubt it. One step out of line and he will be executed along with you. The next time I give an order, I expect you to follow it. This is your last chance and I will not deal with your insubordination again. Aizen answered. Ichigo was honestly surprised. He didn't think Aizen was going to change his mind, not this time. Manipulated so easily, how pathetic. How did you ever become leader of Hueco Mundo? Ichigo wondered. Aizen once again began speaking, but this time to all the Arrancar in the room. In an hour I will have Orihime revive sales so that the both of us can study the dynamics of her phenomenon rejection and come up with a way to increase her powers. The Espada, all of them, should have already been revived. This is taking too long. With that said, Aizen finally left his throne room while Ichigo's eyes attempted to burn a hole through the back of his head. Just when Ichigo thought Aizen wouldn't pull anything ridiculous, he does this. Orihime just woke up. Having her use her powers so soon could cause her to relapse. The fool, can't he think, or is he really this impatient? All of a sudden Ichigo looked over his shoulder. Don't even think about it. Ichigo snapped. Neliel, who had taken a step towards Ichigo, stared at him in confusion. I was just trying to. Just because Aizen caught me off guard doesn't mean you can, I'm fine. Ichigo knew she was going to try hugging him and check to see if he was okay. It seems even the great Vasto Lord isn't all that great. Barragan commented, causing Ichigo to glare at him. Quiet, Barragan, or do you want Ichigo to help you remember what happened when you first met him? Harribel asked. Barragan merely ignored the comment, walked out of the room. Ulquiorra, seeing no reason to stay, walked out of the room as well. Don't worry. Ichigo looked over at Stark, who was speaking. If you're wondering about what just happened, don't worry about it. Aizen's just trying to see if he can control you. I picked up on that. Ichigo said with a smirk. I wasn't too sure. You seem out of it today. Stark stated. Ichigo shrugged. I haven't been myself. It happens, and before I forget, don't worry about getting Sale to join us. I'll take care of it. He's going to be much easier to deal with than the others. I should go now. Stark explained with a yawn. Where? Ichigo asked. Where else? Stark replied. Sleep? Ichigo asked. Bingo! Let's go, Lillinette. Stark said as he left, followed closely by Lillinette, who blew Ichigo a playful kiss before leaving. Luckily for her, Harribel didn't see. Neliel, can you do me a favor? Ichigo asked. Neliel, who had been waiting to talk to Ichigo, nodded. I'll do anything you ask. She replied happily. I have a feeling Aizen's going to be keeping a closer watch on Orihime. As of now, I want you to be her bodyguard. Everywhere she goes, you go, and if Aizen sends you on a mission, have your fraction watch her. Got it? Neliel's face grew serious. Of course, Ichigo. She's going to ask you if she could move to your room. I'll say yes. Neliel reassured him. Ichigo nodded. When Neliel left, the only ones remaining in the throne room were Ichigo, Harribel, Grimmjow, who had collapsed sometime during the confrontation, and surprisingly Wonderweiss, who had remained quiet throughout the entire gathering. It was even more surprising when Wonderweiss walked up to Ichigo. What's up with you? Ichigo asked the strange Arrancar. Wonderweiss stared up at Ichigo for several moments before pointing to himself. Wonderweiss. Wonderweiss Marjora. Ichigo was surprised. He had never heard the Arrancar speak coherently before. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo replied. Oh, Wonderweiss moaned quietly before slowly walking past Ichigo and out the door. Odd, it's almost like he was meeting me for the first time, Ichigo thought idly as he glanced at Harribel, who was looking back at him. Something you want to say too, apparently everyone else does today. Nothing at all. She said unemotionally. Both of them knew that was a lie. Liar. Ichigo said lazily. He could tell Harribel was hesitant to speak. I wanted to apologize. I wasn't mad at you. Harribel lied. Ichigo knew she was lying as well, but decided to just let it go. It's fine, I shouldn't have been cruel to you. Ichigo replied. It was strange, but now that he was talking to her he felt calm, as if his anger from earlier washed away. It's all right. I'll be going now. Harribel said. She was happy that they weren't fighting anymore. She knew she had to control her emotions better around Ichigo, but the more she was around him the more she felt confused. Yeah, I have to take Grimmjow to get healed, he's in bad shape. Where are you going? My room, I have to discuss something with my fraction. Harribel answered. See ya. Harribel stared at him a moment longer before using Sonido. The moment Harribel left, Ichigo walked over to Grimmjow, who was still passed out. Now I have to take you to Orihime, Ichigo said before kicking Grimmjow's leg. Can you walk or am I going to have to carry you? No reply. Ichigo made to lift Grimmjow up, but the former sexta suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw who was holding him, his eyes narrowed and he attempted to stand on his own. Easy, I don't care what you think of me, but I'm taking you to get healed. Ichigo told him. Grimmjow could do nothing but accept help, he was unable to stand on his own. You should be thankful, I just saved your life. Ichigo said as they left the throne room and started walking slowly down the hall. Ichigo glanced at Grimmjow as he struggled to form words. I owe you nothing. Grimmjow growled weakly. Ichigo ignored him. According to Orihime, wounds are very easy to heal, so she shouldn't use too much power, but Aizen's going to have her revive an Espada, that's going to be too much for her to handle. Ichigo told Grimmjow, who didn't understand what Ichigo was talking about. Why am I helping you? I don't have an answer for you, but when I do, you'll be the first to know. Ichigo stated. Grimmjow let out a grunt. You're making a mistake. I'm telling you, now. I'll never stop trying to kill you, Grimmjow said weakly. Ichigo simply sighed. If that is your goal, who am I to tell you otherwise? After walking several more minutes, without speaking to each other, both Arrancar arrived outside of Orihime's room. Orihime, open the door. Ichigo called out. He didn't have to wait long, but it was Neliel that opened the door. Hi Ichigo. Neliel exclaimed happily. Hey Neliel. Going to heal Grimmjow? I just came to tell Orihime what you told me, she's really excited about moving in with me. Thanks. I'll be going now, bye Ichigo. Neliel said happily as she began walking down the hall. For a hollow she's awfully cheerful. Ichigo thought idly. Let's get you healed. Ichigo said as he led Grimmjow into the room. Orihime was busy eating on her bed when she saw Ichigo walk in. Hello Kurosa, what's he doing here? Orihime asked while pointing to Grimmjow. She remembered all of the things he put Ichigo through, and that made her extremely displeased. I need you to heal him for me. Ichigo replied as Orihime began glaring at the injured Arrancar. Why Kurosaki-kun? After all he's done. Listen woman, Ichigo suddenly let go of Grimmjow and let him fall to his knees. Ack! Don't talk to her. Ichigo said emotionlessly. Grimmjow looked up at Ichigo and glared at him. Listen to me Orihime. I need you to heal him, he's important to our plan. But you don't need him to kill Aizen, he's... Ichigo let out a stressful sigh. Orihime saw this and immediately knew she made a mistake. I'm sorry Kurosaki-kun. Orihime said weakly. Ichigo ignored her and looked down at Grimmjow, who was staring back at him. He was looking incredulously at Ichigo, almost as if he couldn't believe what he heard. You're going. Grimmjow's face broke out into a large grin. Even if he was badly injured he couldn't stop himself. He began to let out a hoarse laugh. You fool, you won't be able to. You know very little Grimmjow. I don't want to heal him. He hurt you. Orihime said sadly. Please Orihime, do it for me. He can't hurt me anymore, I promise. Ichigo said while locking eyes with Orihime and silently pleaded with her. Orihime quickly looked away when she felt her face get hot. Who am I kidding? I can't say no to him. She thought before sighing. Soten-kiss-hun, I reject. Grimmjow was abruptly surrounded by a golden light. Thank you Orihime. Ichigo said with a smile. Orihime, who was now sporting a very red face, nodded before concentrating on Grimmjow. He was already starting to heal. As Ichigo saw her powers take effect, he remembered what Aizen had told them and knew he would have to tell Orihime before Aizen did. Orihime, I have to ask a huge favor from you. It's bigger than anything I have ever asked of you. What is it, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime asked. Aizen going to ask you to revive an Espada, but they are going to want to study your power. Ichigo explained, but Orihime seemed confused. Study? They want to see if your power can be modified, so that it relies more on itself than you. We want to avoid you going into a coma again. But Aizen, will he hurt them? Orihime said, referring to her powers. No, I'll be there to make sure nothing happens to them. We just need your clips, and you can stay here. It will all be fine. Ichigo reassured her. Orihime grew quiet for several minutes to think on it. If Kurosaki-kun promises me that they'll be safe, I'll say yes. She answered. Ichigo smiled at her. I promise. Out of nowhere, the golden orb encasing Grimmjow broke apart and the now fully healed Arrancar charged Ichigo. Orihime let out a surprised gasp at the sudden move. You shouldn't have healed me, you paid for that. Grimmjow yelled. Unfortunately, his bravado didn't give him much of a chance against Ichigo. Faster than Grimmjow could counter, Ichigo grabbed him by the face and brought him crashing into Orihime's floor. Orihime was surprised to see Ichigo move so fast. It's different than when I saw them fight before. Now Ichigo stopped him with one hand. She thought in amazement. What's wrong with you? Show some respect. Grimmjow used all of his power to remove Ichigo's hand, but to no avail. How about I teach it to you? Ichigo suggested. All of a sudden Ichigo's hand grew bright white as he charged a Siro. Grimmjow's eyes widened as he felt the heat of the Siro burning his face. I thought you wanted him alive? A voice asked. Ichigo let the Siro die, allowing Grimmjow to release a relieved sigh. Apologies, Aizen-sama. Ichigo replied as he felt Orihime walk behind him. When Grimmjow and Aizen locked eyes, the latter simply looked away. Leave now, you don't need to be here anymore. Aizen stated. Grimmjow glanced at Ichigo before using Sonido. I have to find him before Aizen does, he could let our plan slip. Damn it, Orihime, why did you open your mouth? What is it, Aizen-sama? Ichigo asked. I grew tired of waiting. He replied before handing a vial to Ichigo, who in turn passed it to Orihime. Do you think you can do it? Aizen asked Orihime. Orihime looked at Ichigo, who nodded to reassure her. Without another word, Orihime began to use her powers to revive Sail. If you start to feel weak, Orihime, stop immediately. Ichigo said, making sure Aizen understood. Of course, we don't want you fainting again. Aizen stated. Orihime ignored his comment and just focused on reviving the Espada. Did you speak with Grimmjow about anything? Aizen asked Ichigo. Yeah, I warned him not to cross you again or I would kill him. Anything about our plan? Nothing like that. Someone else will fill him in later. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Aizen said before leaving Orihime's room. Orihime, I must leave as well, I have to speak with Grimmjow. Orihime turned away from the golden orb. Okay, Kurosaki-kun. According to the others, Sail won't do anything rash, you'll be fine if I come back after you heal him. Orihime seemed nervous to hear that, but Ichigo ignored it and left to find Grimmjow. 10 minutes later. Ichigo found Grimmjow, not far from Orihime's room, walking towards his old room. Grimmjow! He called out. Grimmjow ignored him and continued walking. What do you want, you? What Orihime told you in there? About killing Aizen? Grimmjow asked with a grin. Yeah, that. I sure you know that you became a liability the moment you heard that, right? Yeah, I know. He said uncaringly. Then you also know I'm going to ask you a question, the right answer will keep you alive, and one will bring about your death. Ichigo explained calmly. Grimmjow looked over his shoulder at Ichigo. Don't threaten me. He snarled. We've done well, keeping it a secret from Aizen. It's not only your plan, Harribel's in it as well. Grimmjow realized. Along with the other Espada that have been revived. All the Arrancar are plotting against Aizen. Grimmjow stared at Ichigo. I'll let you kill Aizen, but I'm warning you, I swear I'll be trying to kill you every chance I get. Grimmjow explained, causing Ichigo to sigh. If you even hint that we want Aizen dead, I'll end you, don't speak of this to anyone but me, Stark, or Harribel, got it? Grimmjow didn't answer, causing Ichigo to grab him by his jacket and pushed him into a wall. I said got it. Ichigo repeated. I got it. Grimmjow growled. Good, go on doing what you do normally. Ichigo explained. Grimmjow shoved Ichigo's hand away before walking to his room. I'm going to see you later to inform what has happened since my arrival. Surely you're confused right now. I don't care that you're working for Aizen now or even how you became a Vasto Lord. All I care about is destroying you. Grimmjow said with a tone of finality before walking away. That takes care of that. Ichigo thought before walking in the opposite direction of Grimmjow. After several minutes of walking, Ichigo neared Orihime's room for the second time that day. It's me, Orihime. Ichigo called before opening her door. He was glad to see she had finished up, but Ichigo was slightly amused at what he saw. The Arrancar, which must have been Sail, was inches from Orihime's face and turning her head, from side to side, to examine the clips on either side of her head while Orihime was staring nervously at the ground below her. She must not be used to another Espada being so close without them trying to kill her. Ichigo thought. Aizen-sama never allowed me to examine your ability in fear that I might ruin them somehow, but it's so fascinating. To revive the dead is an ability all wish to obtain. You're a human with the power to rival space and time itself. Amazing. Sail said more to himself than Orihime. Thank you, Orihime stuttered. How are you doing, Orihime? Ichigo asked. Both Sail and Orihime turned to Ichigo. Orihime quickly moved away from Sail and ran to Ichigo. Hi, Kurosaki-kun. I did what you wanted. Orihime said with a smile, she happy that he was finally back. Sail didn't hurt her, but he was a very odd person and gave off a weird vibe, as if he was trying to dissect her with his mind. Kurosaki Ichigo, and in Lost No Chase at that, I wonder what turn of events has led this to happen. The scientist of the Espada wondered. You must be Sail, nice to meet you. Aizen will be here soon to explain what we need you to do. Ichigo replied. Sail looked at Ichigo from head to toe. Barely revived a minute and I am already needed? All of a sudden he changed topics. A Vasto Lord, My, now I'm very curious as to why you are here. It will be explained soon, many things have changed since my arrival here. So am I to believe that you are one of us now? How pleasantly ironic, I guess I will take your word for it, and yes, much must have happened since my death. You don't seem too confused or shocked about me being here. Oh, believe me, I am, but I'm more fascinated than confused. Sail explained. Orihime's door abruptly opened. Sail. Good, you're back. Aizen said as he suddenly walked into the room. Aizen-sama, I was just telling our now comrade that I was surprised by this turn of events. Kurosaki Ichigo a Vasto Lord? And I sense more in Lost No Chase. How long have I been gone? Sail asked. A little over a week. I will inform you of what has happened personally. Thank you, Aizen-sama, if you need anything. Sail was interrupted. I'm having you do something for us. We will both be working on it. Do something? Sail asked. Orihime was looking between the two. I need you to examine Orihime's abilities. Sail fixed the glasses on his face. I would love to, Aizen-sama, he said with a wide grin. Chapter 21, Experiment, Ichigo's Inner World. We start immediately. Aizen stated. Sail gave him a slight nod. Certainly, Aizen-sama, I must admit I cannot contain my excitement. Until we are complete, this is our main priority. The others need to be revived as soon as possible if we are to retrieve. Others? Are more Espada dead? Sail asked in confusion. We have revived several others before you. Ichigo replied. Sail turned to Aizen. Several? Oh dear, we must have suffered a terrible defeat. Sail commented before closing his eyes and slowly sticking out his tongue as if he was a snake. Orihime stuck her own tongue out in disgust as she peeked out from behind Ichigo. She found the sight slightly disturbing, while Ichigo and Aizen remained quiet. Both of them knew that Sale was using his own form of pesquisa. After several moments of complete silence, the scientist began to speak. Stark, Harribel, Barragan, Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, some weak fraction and... What's this? Neliel to Oderschwank, how delightful. Sale said before opening his eyes. All but Stark, Lilinet, and Harribel survived. Ichigo responded. Ah, Lilinet, that's who I didn't recognize, she's very powerful now. If I'm not mistaken, her power is unmistakably comparable to Nnoitra's. He won't enjoy that in the slightest. Aizen-sama, I simply must be informed about what has occurred since my unpleasant death. The suspense is killing me. Sale stated dramatically. I will tell you everything when things get underway. Of course. Sale replied before turning to Orihime. Finally, after waiting so long to study your abilities. Sale walked over to Orihime and stuck out his right hand. May I, Inoue Orihime? Sale asked. Orihime bit her lip as she looked up at Ichigo. Ichigo could tell that she really didn't want to part with her hair clips. To encourage her, he placed a hand on her shoulder and nodded. Remember my promise? He asked. Orihime slowly nodded before placing her hands over her hair clips and taking them off completely. She held them in her hands a moment as if second-guessing herself, before handing them to Sale. You seem like one of the nicer Espada, you won't hurt them, will you? Orihime asked Sale, who smirked. In no way, Orihime, you do not understand the position that you are in. Because of your ability, you are the safest person in Las Noches. Nobody would dare hurt you or your abilities in any way. This can always change, of course, in which case you may become one of my many experiments. Sale replied uncaringly. Orihime let out a gasp before looking up to Ichigo with fear-filled eyes. The scientist unexpectedly fell to his knees and felt the air leave his lungs when he was hit by a wave of Ryatsu that Ichigo was emitting towards him. What is this Ryatsu? The pink-haired Arrancar thought to himself as he looked up to Ichigo, who was glaring at him. Sale was amazed at the potency of the Ryatsu. Besides Aizen's, he had never felt such raw spiritual pressure before. Don't scare her, Ichigo said emotionlessly. It was in that moment the Octava Espada knew Ichigo was never to be crossed. He felt as if Ichigo's words were law. It was almost as if he could actually felt Ichigo's words being engraved in his mind. Following several more moments of being suppressed, Sale felt the Ryatsu lift off of him. After taking a couple moments to catch his breath, Sale nodded his head. Apologies, Inoue Orihime, I did. The Octava suddenly stopped speaking when he felt his hand that held Orihime's hair clips grow hot. Interesting, he said in amazement as he opened his hand and saw Orihime's hair clips glowing brightly. Everyone in the room was staring intently at the clips as the light slowly started to die down. Has this ever occurred before, Orihime? Aizen asked. Orihime shook her head. No, she said quietly. Sale began examining the clips closely. What amazing trinkets! I would like to go to my lab now, Aizen-sama. There are several tests that I would like to perform. After you, Aizen replied. With that, Sale used Sonito, followed closely by Aizen, leaving Orihime and Ichigo alone. Thank you, Orihime said with a smile. Don't worry about it, Orihime. I already told you that I will protect you. I know, Orihime replied happily. What are you going to do now? I don't know. It's been a couple of days since I had any free time, Ichigo answered. Then can we spend the day together? Orihime asked with a stupid smile. Ichigo glanced at her. Surprisingly, he didn't find it enjoyable. There are a couple things I must speak with Stark about. Orihime frowned. Oh, okay, I'll just... Suddenly Ichigo felt several spikes of Ryatsu. What's that? Ichigo asked himself. Orihime looked at him funny. What's what? She asked while she cocked her head to the side. Ichigo ignored her as he tried sensing what was happening. It didn't take him long to come to the conclusion. So that's what's going on. Kurosaki-kun? Let's go, Ichigo stated. He didn't see the harm in her going along with him. Go where? You'll see, Ichigo said vaguely before placing a hand on Orihime's shoulder. Oh! Are we going to do that thing that you go very fast? Before she could finish, Ichigo used Sonido. Sand-covered field below the dome of Las Noches. Zero! Harribel instinctively sidestepped the orange beam of condensed energy that she felt close in on her from behind. Don't hesitate, Mila Rose, Harribel stated quietly as she turned to her dark-skinned fraction, who was sweating profusely and seemed to be out of breath. I understand, Harribel-sama, Mila Rose replied breathlessly before brandishing her broadsword-type Zanpakuto in front of her. Now Sun. Apache. Harribel looked to her left and right and saw her other two fraction closing in on her location with their Zanpakutos drawn. A distraction, they're learning, Harribel quickly thought. No need to tell us, Apache retorted as both fraction brought their Zanpakutos crashing down on the location Harribel was at, causing the sand below them to shoot high into the air. Mila Rose smiled as she lost sight of her partners and Harribel behind the dirt. Did we get her? Mila Rose called out. To answer her question, both Apache and Sunday through Sunday came flying out of the wall of sand, headed directly towards her. Crap! Mila Rose thought before Apache crashed right into her, sending them both crashing into the ground. Get off me, you dopey-do! Mila Rose shouted. What was that, gorilla? This is your fault. How is it my fault? Don't call me gorilla. Your zero was off. Apache screamed as she weakly got up from the ground. One of Mila Rose's eyes twitched. My zero was off. I'll kill you, the dark-skinned Arrancar yelled before pouncing on Apache. Get off her. You'll make Harribel-sama angry, Sunday through Sunday added as she kicked Mila Rose off Apache. You want to start something too? Within moments all three of them got into a triangle pattern and began arguing amongst themselves. My plan was foolproof, it was you two that couldn't do your jobs, Sunday through Sunday said calmly. Oh yeah, well yo. All of a sudden Harribel appeared before them in a crouched position. Without giving them time to think, Harribel lightly palmed Mila Rose's abdomen, kicked Apache, and elbowed Sunday through Sunday, all in an instant. All of her strikes sent her fraction soaring in different directions. Harribel slowly stood up from her crouched position and looked at all three of her helpless fraction. It pained her to hurt them, but she knew she couldn't be soft on them anymore. If they were to ever fight Soul Society again, she would make them ready to survive or even defeat an opponent of any difficulty if they fought as a single impenetrable unit. Unfortunately, their teamwork's pathetic, Harribel thought as she saw her fraction crash into the sand. The blonde-haired Espada used Sonido to appear before them. Harribel merely looked at them without saying a word, but her fraction knew what she wanted to say. I'm sorry, Harribel-sama, but Mila Rose. No more excuses, Harribel replied. Her fraction bowed their heads in shame, each sporting disappointed faces. The last time you fought Soul Society, I lost you. I need you to fight together as a team if you ever hope to survive. We can't, Harribel-sama. We are too different, Apache explained sadly. Then we should stop training? Sunday through Sunday said sarcastically. Of course not, Mila Rose exclaimed. If Harribel-sama wishes for us to train, then we will do so. Then take this training seriously. If you had fought together to begin with, you wouldn't have had to use your monster to take care of the Shinigami and maybe the captain commander wouldn't have had to appear. Apache, Sunday through Sunday, Mila Rose, do not fight amongst yourselves anymore. You have to start taking this seriously or you really will lose your lives, Harribel finished. Though there was no emotion in her voice, her fraction knew she was troubled by their lack of commitment in training together. The last thing they wanted was for Harribel to worry about them. We promise not to fight with each other anymore, Harribel-sama. Suddenly all three fraction began releasing Ryatsu. We'll come at you with everything we have. Apache yelled. Devour. Strangle to death. Thrust. Leona. Anaconda. Cierva. All three yelled out that same time and within seconds began transforming into their most powerful forms. Harribel smirked at their newfound convictions. Here we come, Harribel-sama. Apache yelled as she charged Harribel. As she did so, Harribel saw Melrose once more brandishing her Zanpakuto and following directly behind Apache as Sunday through Sunday burrowed beneath the sand to hide her presence. Very good. Harribel blocked the kick that Apache sent at her and had to duck under Melrose's blade that followed. Good. Use your numbers to overwhelm your opponent. Harribel sensed Sunday through Sunday near her and looked down only to see the sand below her rising up. Harribel shot up into the air in time to miss the dark pink zero that shot up from below the sand. She looked down and saw her fraction disappear. In moments they were in the air with her and had her surrounded. We got you, Harribel-sama. Melrose shouted as the three fraction began charging their zeros. Before they could even reach her, Harribel pulled out her Zanpakuto and with several airstrikes, disrupted the zeros before they reached her. That was a surprisingly good plan to catch an opponent off guard. No fair, Harribel-sama. Apache whined. Even if your opponent is above your level of fighting, you can still hold them off long enough for backup to come, which is what I want to teach you. The next time we face off against Soul Society, you might face a captain. They will be stronger than you if you cannot come together as a team. Harribel stopped talking when she felt Ichigo somewhere close. She turned to the balcony nearest them, which happened to be Stark's. She saw Ichigo, Orihime, and Stark, who was lying down in a lounge chair, watching their training session. She wondered if they needed to speak with her about something. Continue practicing, Harribel said, before using Sonido. Stark's balcony. Ichigo suddenly appeared on Stark's balcony, with a dazed Orihime. Are you okay? Ichigo asked Orihime, who seemed to be having trouble to stand upright. I'm. Orihime's face suddenly turned green before she quickly ran to the balcony's railing and began to gag. What a great sound to wake up to. Stark muttered sarcastically. Hey Stark. Ichigo replied lazily as he turned to the Primera. Stark was lying back in a lounge chair with his hands behind his head. What's wrong with her? Stark asked as he opened an eye. She must not be used to Sonido. She has used Sonido before, with me, but maybe she just ate. Stark replied. That's it. Both Arrancar heard from Orihime between gags. What brings you over here? Stark asked. I sense Ryatsu spikes over here. I assume someone was training. Ichigo answered. They've been going at it for a while now. Ichigo watched as Harribel fought off her fraction. They are fairly weak. Ichigo commented. That's why Harribel wants to train them. She was the only Espada to care enough for her fraction to train them. Unfortunately, they lacked teamwork. Orihime, who hadn't ended up vomiting, walked over to Stark and Ichigo to join the conversation. This is exciting, isn't it, watching a training session like this? I hope nobody gets hurt. They aren't the only ones training though. Ichigo stated and Stark shook his head. No, Lillinet and Neliel are training a couple of miles away. Oh! Kurosaki-kun, I want to see Neliel. I bet she can fight really good. Orihime said excitedly as she playfully punched the air. Later. Ichigo answered. Okay. Orihime said happily as she ran back to the railing to see Harribel fight. When did you start enjoying her company? Stark asked. I can't say for sure, but something, deep inside me, refuses to let me stay away from her. I can't get angry at her and I have a burning desire to protect her. It started off slow at first, but now I can't help myself, it confuses me. Ichigo answered. Don't be alarmed by it. Orihime must have been a very special person to you when you were a Shinigami, maybe you were in love once? Either way you shouldn't worry. Stark replied. Ichigo stared at Orihime. Did I love her once? He thought to himself as he watched Orihime almost fall off the railing that she was sitting on while she watched the training session. If so, I don't know why. I suppose you're right, but other things have been happening to me recently. Memories keep coming back to me. I think I have found a way to make them stop, but I haven't had the time to test it out yet. Don't do anything rash. If this doesn't work, I will wipe out anything that reminds me of my time as a Shinigami. That's going to be kind of hard. Isn't Orihime part of your past? You would have to kill her as well. Ichigo remained quiet as he thought on Stark's words. Do not worry, Ichigo, everything will work out in the end. Orihime's missing her hair clips, which means that Sale has been revived and both he and Aizen are figuring out how to increase Orihime's powers as we speak, correct? Soon Arrancar will be revived and we will be one step closer to ending Aizen and ruling Las Noches as we see fit. Believe me, during this time you will find a way to end your distress. Stark, we usually don't talk, but tell me, what's your story? Ichigo asked. I simply wish to find peace and quiet. Aizen being around halts that dream of mine. You are a hollow, aren't you? Why do you not show a desire to wipe out all Shinigami? I do not wish the Shinigami any harm, I never did. The only reason I joined Aizen was because I owed him. Owed him? Did he save your life? Ichigo asked. Ichigo, my story is a sad one and I do not wish to remember. I apologize, I didn't mean to pry, just trying to have a conversation. It's fine. I don't owe him anymore. Why not just kill him then? All we really need is Orihime, why keep him around? Ichigo, you must understand that Aizen is our scapegoat. If we killed him now, Soul Society would still think he is alive and continue to oppose us. We can't just go up to them and tell them that we killed him, they would never believe us. The way we are going to do this will almost guarantee that Soul Society will leave us alone. Stark explained. Almost? Ichigo responded. I do not know the inner workings of Soul Society, so I cannot say for sure that the plan I am thinking of is foolproof, but it's the best I could come up with, any other way would be meaningless. And what exactly is this plan of yours? I will explain it soon, to everyone, but you and Harribel would be the first to know. Much appreciated. Ichigo responded. During their conversation they continued to watch Harribel train her fraction. She spotted us. Stark acknowledged when he saw Harribel looking over at them. After several moments, Harribel appeared in front of them. Is something the matter? Harribel asked. Nothing, how is the training going? Ichigo asked. It seems they have finally begun working as a team. Harribel replied. Are they strong? I never told you, but Aizen wanted all the Espada's fraction to fight together. The better they work together, the stronger the opponent they can face. That was Aizen's plan, and it is no doubt a genius plan. Fraction or any numeros are not meant to fight captain or lieutenant level Shinigami one-on-one, they just don't have the strength needed. Fortunately, each group of fractions somehow develops a technique that is meant only for them, whether it is because of their bond one do not know, but said technique may put them on equal foot with even low-tier captain-level Shinigami. Stark enlightened. Ichigo nodded in understanding. And Harribel's fraction have the most unique technique that, according to Aizen, any hollow has ever had. Stark finished. What is it? Ichigo asked Harribel. My fraction have the ability to summon a monstrous creature by sacrificing a part of themselves. Harribel answered. Its name is Alon, unfortunately they can't control it yet. Stark added. It can't be that strong. Before it was defeated by the strongest Shinigami on the battlefield, it single-handedly wiped out several lieutenant-level Shinigami. Ichigo looked very interested to hear that. Whatcha talking about? Orihime asked suddenly from her sitting position on the rail. Nothing to worry about, Orihime. Stark answered. Orihime was surprised that someone other than Ichigo answered her. She felt funny knowing that she was conversing with the very beings that were her enemies not 1 month ago. What's she doing here? Harribel asked while motioning to Orihime, who turned back to watching the fraction. She wanted to get out of her room. I didn't see a problem with bringing here, besides. Ichigo replied as he stared at Orihime, who was swaying from side to side. It made her happy. Harribel wasn't pleased to hear the protectiveness she heard in Ichigo's voice. Before Harribel could speak, Pesh and Nnoitra unexpectedly showed up via Sonido. "Does Neliel need something?" Ichigo asked. "No. Our message is for Harribel-sama." Harribel raised an eyebrow. Neliel never made any attempt to speak with her before. "What does she want?" Harribel asked. Neliel noticed that you could use help training your fraction. Both Nnoitra and I have the experience and ability to fight together in perfect unison. Neliel thinks we should pass on what we know to Sunday through Sunday, Apache, and Mila Rose. Pesh answered. "We may be fraction, but we can still help, don't you know?" Nnoitra added. Harribel gave them an offhand nod, slightly taken aback by Neliel's ingenious idea. Whenever she saw the former Tercera, Harribel would get annoyed by her annoying and idiotic behavior. For her to think of such a good idea was a slight surprise. "Then we shall start immediately," Pesh said before both he and his partner flew off the balcony. "It seems that she isn't just a useless Espada," Harribel stated. Ichigo smirked. "You should be nicer to Neliel, it seems you owe her a thank you," he said. Harribel ignored him. "Has Sail been revived?" Harribel asked. Orihime popped up from behind her. A while ago, but I don't really like him. You know, sometimes when there is a really odd person that you can't seem to like, he's like that," Orihime said with a smile. "Why does Ichigo like such an annoying human?" Harribel thought to herself. "Will they be done soon?" she asked Ichigo. "No idea," he replied. As the conversation died down, everyone on the balcony watched the fractions battle commence. With several moments for the fight, it became painfully obvious that Harribel's 3 fraction could not compete with Neliel's 2. Their teamwork is flawless. Ichigo commented as Pechi and Nnoitra combined their zeros and shot it at Mila Rose, who barely managed to use Sonido to escape the devastating blast. "Pesh and Nnoitra haven't even released yet," Stark added. Harribel looked down at her fraction. "I have to train them harder, they should be better than this," she thought. "Don't worry about them, Harribel, we have a while before Aizen makes his move against Soul Society. I have faith that you can get them up to par in no time," Ichigo told her. "Thank you," Harribel replied, happy that Ichigo had faith in her. "What do you think, Harribel, should we train as well?" Ichigo asked with a smirk. "Can you keep up?" Harribel said emotionlessly. Ichigo was stunned, he had never heard he use a comeback before, neither had Stark. Both were slightly surprised. Ichigo suddenly grinned. "Is that so?" Ichigo said as he slowly unsheathed his blade. The thought of sparring with another Vasto Lord seemed like something he would enjoy greatly. Stark looked between the two. "It's odd, is this what it means to enjoy someone's company? This moment right now, with these two here, I don't feel so." Stark was taken out of his thoughts when Sail used Sonido to appear before everyone on the balcony. "Ah, Kurosaki Ichigo, there you are. I need you and Inoue Orihime to come to the lab right away," Sail stated. "What for?" "Aizen-sama has discovered something quite astounding about Inoue Orihime's powers. He won't be joining us, but he really isn't needed anymore. I shall be doing the rest," he explained. "Both of you need to come straight away." "Where did Aizen go?" Stark asked. "To find Ulquiorra. Aizen-sama has a mission for him." Without giving them a chance to ask anything else, Sail vanished. "He doesn't waste any time," Stark said with a yawn. "When will you speak to him about joining us?" Ichigo asked Stark. "Soon, but don't worry about him. I told you, Sail will turn against Aizen with a few words," Stark answered. Ichigo nodded before turning to Orihime, who looked nervous. "Orihime, don't worry. I'll be with you," Ichigo stated. Orihime smiled up at him. Harribel, seeing this, turned away from them with a disappointed look. Unfortunately for her, Stark saw. "Ready?" Ichigo asked. Orihime seemed to be hesitating. "I'm not sure I want to go fast again, I still feel sick." "Don't worry, it's just once more, it's the fastest way to the lab." Ichigo told her. She gave him a weak nod as he placed a hand on her shoulder. After Ichigo used Sonido, Stark spoke to Harribel. "Since when do hollows have feelings for other hollows?" Stark asked. He noticed Harribel stiffen at his words. "They don't," she replied emotionlessly. "I'm sure," Stark told her before closing his eyes. "Have you noticed that ever since Ichigo joined us, you speak more than you used to?" Harribel changed the subject. "That woman should be kept in her room. She will only cause problems for us." "Don't you mean cause problems for you? Maybe you just don't like her. Is it because Ichigo enjoys spending time with her?" Stark accurately guessed. "It's not like you to complain, Harribel. Besides, she's one of us now." Harribel said nothing more, but continued to watch the training session. "Nothing to say, I guess you only like to talk when Ichigo is around." Stark muttered under his breath, but loud enough for Harribel to hear. Harribel, not wanting to hear any more, left using Sonido. Stark gave a lazy shrug before going back to sleep. Alone again. Sales lab. "Are you okay, Orihime?" Ichigo asked shortly after appearing in front of a set of double doors. Other than feeling slightly queasy, she felt fine. "I'm a-okay," she said happily as Ichigo opened the lab doors. "Oh!" Orihime said in amazement as the lab was revealed to both Ichigo and herself. The lab was dimly lit, but Ichigo and Orihime could still see what was in the room. It was full of various instruments that one would expect in a lab. Vials of different sizes containing unknown substances littered the various shelves. 3 large human-sized test tubes filled with a light green liquid were situated in the center of the room, several metal chambers were placed in various corners of the lab, and the thing that automatically caught one's eye, when entering the lab, was a massive computer-like device on the far side of the room. At the computer, Sale was studying the numerous readings that were randomly popping up on the screen. "You're here, good. Wait there a moment. I'll be with you shortly," Sale said hastily as his fingers moved incredibly fast along the computer's keyboard. "Having us wait when you called us as if you were in a hurry, how annoying," Ichigo replied lazily. Orihime remained quiet and continued looking around the room. A lot of the instruments looked amazing to her. She slowly looked up at Ichigo. "Kurosaki-kun, do you?" Orihime stopped speaking when her eyes glanced over Ichigo's shoulder and she saw something that made her heart skip a beat. Above Ichigo, several dead bodies were hanging from the ceiling. She immediately placed a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream that was threatening to come out. Ichigo immediately turned to see what she was looking at. It didn't surprise him that she was now looking so fearful. "Don't worry, just don't look at them," Ichigo whispered to her. Orihime weakly nodded her head before slipping one of her hands into his. He could feel her trembling slightly. Ichigo didn't really care that she did this, but it was annoying that she needed him to feel safe all of the time. "What are those bodies?" Ichigo asked Sale. Sale stopped typing and turned around to look at the bodies. "Those." Sale turned to Ichigo as he slowly brought a finger to his mouth. "Don't be so curious, Kurosaki Ichigo. Besides, it has nothing to do with you," the scientist explained before turning back to the computer screen. Ichigo didn't bother to question him about it anymore. After several more moments of silence, Sale stopped typing once again. "The reason I called you here is because Aizen has found something interesting about your powers that may make things easier than we thought," Sale explained to Orihime. "What is it?" Ichigo asked. "Observe," Sale stated before pushing several buttons on the keyboard. Suddenly a long narrow tube emerged from the ground in front of Ichigo and Orihime. Contained in the tube were Orihime's hair clips. The tube that they are in is really an analysis machine that can analyze virtually anything, in other words it can explain how things work, Sale explained. What have you found out? Ichigo asked. Very little, but the little that we did find out is the most important. Orihime's powers are the same make as any Shinigami's Zanpakuto. What does that mean? Ichigo asked. What does it mean? You ask the wrong questions. What you mean to ask is how did this occur? Sale said. Everything became quite simple after we answered this question. Aizen-sama had his assumptions, but what we found out proved every assumption correct. Continue. Orihime's Shinigami powers derive from you. Sale revealed. Ichigo was surprised to hear that, and so was Orihime, but her mind was more focused on not looking above her. How so? For some reason Aizen-sama didn't want me to reveal this to you, but I see no reason not to, don't tell him. Ichigo nodded. Before becoming a hollow and even before becoming a Shinigami, you had an enormous amount of Ryatsu. Aizen assumed that you were unable to control your Ryatsu, and as it continuously leaked from your body, Orihime somehow absorbed it. When this happened you became connected to her, and when you gained your Shinigami powers for the first time, Orihime's powers manifested as well. Quite intriguing actually. Orihime's powers derive from my Ryatsu? Correct, look on the screen. Sale requested as he once again pressed a couple of keys on the keyboard. An image of Orihime's clips appeared on the screen with various data readings to the side. Right next to it, Ichigo's picture appeared with several readings as well. Ichigo looked closely at both data charts. They're exactly the same. Ichigo commented. Correct. Both you and Orihime have, or rather had, the same Ryatsu composition. Sale said with a grin. Had? You're a Vasto Lord now, your Ryatsu has changed. Your readings on the screen are readings taken before you came to Las Noches, not after. I understand, but how will this help Orihime? Ichigo asked while Orihime looked between Ichigo and the computer screen. Please Kurosaki-kun, I want to go. Orihime whispered. Relax. He told her, he was getting very interested in what was being told to him. Earlier, when you released your Ryatsu, Orihime's clips began giving off a wave of Ryatsu. You felt it as well, didn't you? Ichigo nodded. Well, it is safe to assume that Orihime's power can feed off your new Ryatsu if it needs to. In that moment Ichigo realized what both Sale and Aizen were planning on doing. You're going to infuse a portion of my new Ryatsu directly into Orihime's clips. Ichigo guessed accurately, causing Sale to grin. Correct, this is what Aizen asked of me before he left. The process itself is quite simple. Come with me. The pink-haired Arrancar replied. Both Ichigo and Orihime followed him as he led them to two, closely positioned, human-sized test tubes that were filled with green water. You want us to get in there? Ichigo asked. In separate ones, of course. Orihime tightened her grasp on Ichigo's hand. I don't want to do this. She thought fearfully. Not happening. Ichigo replied. Orihime will not come to harm, you have my word. Forgive me if I don't trust the word of an obsessed scientist. Ichigo replied, causing Sale to grin. Touché, but after this is done, nothing more will be needed from Orihime. She won't be put through any more tests. Ichigo looked down at Orihime, who was looking back at him sadly. She knows I'm going to have to tell her to do it. Ichigo thought. I'm sorry, Orihime, but you have to do this, for me. Orihime looked at Ichigo sadly before turning her gaze to the test tube. Sale walked over to a small computer panel between the two test tubes. Soon the green liquid, contained in the glass cylinders, was flushed out via vents at the bottom of both test tubes. Within seconds both tubes opened up. Orihime dejectedly walked into the one directly in front of her while Ichigo walked into the one to her right. It will be fine, Orihime. Ichigo told her. Orihime tried and failed to smile. I'm scared. She thought sadly. But Kurosaki-kun isn't, I wish I had his strength. Ready? Sale asked. Both Ichigo and Orihime nodded. Orihime, in no way, focus on opening up your powers to Kurosaki's Ryatsu while he is releasing it. Everything else will take effect on its own. If at some point his Reiatsu feels overwhelming, signal me. I'll stop everything immediately. Sorry, Orihime. Ichigo thought as he saw Orihime nod her head sadly. When they were settled, sail closed the glass doors and the tubes started to fill up with green liquid once again. As the liquid reached their waist, Ichigo looked over to Orihime and saw her shaking badly enough to make Ichigo think about calling the whole thing off. He had never seen her with such fearful eyes. When this is over, I must help her overcome her fear of being in Las Noches until I can send her back to the human world, which is after Aizen's dead. Several moments later. When both of them were completely submerged under the green liquid, Ichigo turned to see Sail connecting the two tubes with several organic, vein-like, hoses. Begin focusing, both of you. Sail ordered, though both Ichigo and Orihime could barely make out what he was trying to say. They closed their eyes and began doing what was expected of them. Ichigo began releasing his Reiatsu at an even and steady level, hoping that it was enough. Too much Reiatsu and Orihime won't be able to handle it, too little and this doesn't work. I have to be. To Ichigo's immense shock, he felt himself suddenly separate from his body before falling into a dark void within his mind. Unknown location, unknown time. Ichigo didn't know how far he had been falling in the darkness, but after a while the black void began to break apart to reveal a blood-red light shining through its infinite darkness. Where am I? Ichigo asked himself as the darkness continued to break apart. When the black finally ceased to surround him, Ichigo was surprised to find himself falling along the side of a half-destroyed building. He immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and thrust it into the side of the building so that his descent would come to a stop. When he was finally motionless, Ichigo jumped onto his Zanpakuto that was now sticking out the side of the building. What's going on? He asked himself as he began looking around. The building he was on looked like it was on the verge of collapsing. Rough, deep cracks marred its walls. All of the windows were either cracked or shattered, and massive thorn-like objects stuck out at random places. All the buildings surrounding him, Ichigo noticed, were in a similar shape of disrepair. Upon looking up he saw a blood-red sky, and even though there wasn't a cloud in sight, it was raining heavily. The entire atmosphere gave off a very ominous feeling, and its location seemed post-apocalyptic. Ichigo, suddenly, heard a loud echoing bellow and looked down. He was surprised to see the ground was littered with hundreds of Gillens that were devouring each other. Several crashed into the building Ichigo was standing on, causing it to shake. Jillian? I can't be in Las Noches. If this is Sail's doing. Ichigo's eyes widened. Was this to get to Orihime? Orihime is safe, I cannot say the same for you. A voice answered. Ichigo looked around to see who the voice belonged to. This is what has become of your mind. How do you like it, Ichigo? No. You don't have the right to be called that name. The same voice called out. Ichigo's eyes widened before he looked to his right and saw Zangetsu walking towards him on the side of the building, without any support. You should at least remember how to stand correctly. All of a sudden Ichigo felt the entire world turn until he found himself standing on the side of the building just like Zangetsu. Zangetsu, this is your doing. Ichigo said angrily. Finally I can end this. No, this is not my doing. You have caused this once peaceful world to decay into such a state. Zangetsu replied, causing Ichigo to glare at him. You shouldn't have brought me here. Ichigo pulled his Zanpakuto that was lodged into the build. I must end you. They both yelled in unison and the rain started pouring down faster and the sound of thunder suddenly filled the air. Come. Zangetsu, let me end these useless memories. Zangetsu brandished his Zanpakuto and charged Ichigo with everything he had. When Zangetsu was upon Ichigo, his Zanpakuto was brought crashing down. Neither Ichigo nor Zangetsu expected the blade to suddenly be deflected by a white blade. Someone wearing a completely white shahakusho appeared before Ichigo and had parried the blow, before it could even reach him. You! Zangetsu whispered in shock as he struggled to bring his blade down on the unknown assailant. Ichigo stared at the man before him in confusion. Someone else? Is he like Zangetsu, just another part of me, or is he something else? No need to thank me now, let me get rid of this annoying obstacle first. The unknown swordsman stated before briefly turning his head towards Ichigo. Who is? Ichigo's eyes suddenly widened as he caught a glimpse of the man's face. Your face. Ichigo began. Looks familiar? The man asked. Out of the way. Zangetsu asked in a composed tone. Don't go messing up my work of art. A maniacal laughter filled the air as the nameless entity called out his opponent's name. Zangetsu. Chapter 22, Clash, Orihime's New Abilities. Work of art? Ichigo asked as his confusion of the present situation vastly increased. The man in white gave a short maniacal laugh as he pushed down on Zangetsu's Zanpakuto with his own and successfully used enough force to knock Zangetsu's opponent off balance. With a shift follow-up kick, Zangetsu was pushed several feet away. Yeah, that's right. My existence made it possible for you to become the hollow you are. The mysterious man shrouded in white turned to Ichigo once again, this time, giving Ichigo a good look at his face. But becoming a Vasto Lord, now that's your doing. I knew I wasn't seeing things, Ichigo thought, taken aback by the man's appearance. Aside from Ichigo's hollow remnants and longer hair, the man looked exactly like a pure white version of himself. Who is he? Why does he look like me? Ichigo thought in confusion. That face you're making tells me you're lost. All of a sudden the man in white turned and brought his Zanpakuto up, in front of his face, just in time to block another attack from Zangetsu. Tch, Zangetsu. You've become impatient. The man said in an annoyed tone. Nothing needs to be explained to that mere shadow. Zangetsu said, referring to Ichigo. A shadow? Is that what you think he is? You're a fool. The man yelled before kicking the dark-featured man in his stomach and sending him clear across the building they were standing on. Prior to hitting the ground, Zangetsu was able to regain his balance and land on his feet. You're nothing but a hollow, you shouldn't even exist. Zangetsu exclaimed righteously. Ichigo's eyes widened. A hollow? It can't be. Ichigo thought as he clutched his head. What's going on? You're a hollow? Ichigo whispered. Eh? What was that? The man asked. You're a hollow, no, you're my hollow. Ichigo realized. It wasn't exactly I that made you a hollow. I'm just a manifestation of your hollow's memories. Your memories. Your original hollow created me to. Before Ichigo, Hollow Ichigo, could finish speaking, Zangetsu once again charged him. This time Ichigo's inner hollow was fully prepared and began spinning his blade by its long piece of cloth, successfully turning his weapon into a flail. Without hesitation he flung his oversized, cleaver-shaped, Zanpakuto towards Zangetsu, who evaded the incoming attack and vanished, causing his rival to lose sight of him. Tch. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo's eyes widened as he swiftly looked up just in time to be slammed into the building by an extreme amount of concentrated energy. The resulting explosion caused Ichigo to use Sonito to escape the blast's radius. What's going on? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Ichigo asked himself for what felt like the 100th time. He, himself, couldn't explain why he wasn't trying to kill Zangetsu like he so desperately wanted. He was acting, almost, like he was frightened of what was going on in his head. As he became lost in thought, Zangetsu slowly landed and waited patiently as the residual smoke from the half-destroyed building began to lift. That had some power behind it. Ichigo stated as the smoke lifted up and fully revealed the hollow, completely unharmed by the surprise attack. It seems I won't be able to speak with Ichigo while you're here as well. Ichigo has long since died. After I end you, that mere shadow is next. Zangetsu said unemotionally as his brown eyes meet his opponent's golden ones. I'm just a collection of his past memories. Killing me would do nothing. Once more questions filled Ichigo's mind as Zangetsu and Ichigo began clashing Zanpakuto. He's like Zangetsu, just remnants of my old self. Ichigo thought as he felt a feeling of great panic fill his being. It was the first time he felt so confused. What should I do? Ichigo suddenly gripped his head as a vision passed through his head. In the end, you are still stronger than me. Ichigo's hollow stated. Suddenly he started becoming transparent as spirit particles flew out of his body and were subsequently absorbed by Ichigo. What's happening? Ichigo asked as he began to glow. Didn't I tell you? We're merging. Then why did you say I might regret killing you? Because all killing me did was give you power. You have lost your life. When you go back to Hueco Mundo you will be an Arrancar. Your only desire will be to kill Aizen, and after that you will behave and live like a regular Arrancar. Ichigo said. Ichigo's eyes widened. You're lying. Ichigo exclaimed, his hollow laughed. Why would I? He asked as he vanished completely. So that's it, that's what's going on. Ichigo realized as his feelings of panic were replaced by pure anger. These two standing before me don't belong here. Their roles in my past life has ended, now they are just vessels for my memories. Ichigo thought angrily as he felt himself pass his breaking point. Enough, no more confusion, no more questions. Ichigo brandished his Zanpakuto and looked above him. Zangetsu and Ichigo had just unleashed a Getsuga Tensho at the same time, causing the two blasts to cancel each other out. I'll kill them both. What are you trying to accomplish, Zangetsu? Ichigo would want me to do this. He wouldn't want to live like this. Zangetsu answered. You're pathetic, you. Ichigo began. Suddenly he felt Ichigo appear directly behind him. You could have just. Before he could even finish speaking he felt his back slice open. Ichigo's eyes widened at the sudden attack. He was so shocked that for several moments he couldn't even process what had occurred. What the? The surprised Hollow looked over his shoulder, slowly narrowed, his eyes glared. Ichigo was staring at him unemotionally, with his Zanpakuto covered in Ichigo's blood. Bah! Ichigo didn't allow him to finish and merely pointed a finger at his Hollow. Zero! Ichigo whispered, releasing a blinding white doom blast. What are you doing? His white copy shouted as the Zero hit a fraction of a second later. The Hollow was unable to dodge such a close-ranged attack. Though it wasn't a killing blow, it had a slightly desired effect. Ichigo's left arm was immediately disintegrated as the raw power of the Zero sent him crashing into the building below. One down. Ichigo said unemotionally as he turned to Zangetsu, who was staring at Ichigo with a shocked expression. Prepare yourself, Zangetsu. Ichigo said carelessly as he flourished his Zanpakuto and within a moment, speed towards Zangetsu. The aged man's eyes widened at his opponent's speed. Bankai! Zangetsu roared as he released his Ryatsu's output to its maximum while his Zanpakuto transformed into Tensai Zangetsu. Fortunately, Zangetsu was spared from being sliced in half like Ichigo had aimed for. Unfortunately, the terrible force behind Ichigo's blade sent him crashing into a building as if he were nothing but a rag doll. Was this all there was to my power? Pathetic. Ichigo said soullessly as he looked down at his Hollow, then turning to the manifestation of his old Zanpakuto. There's no point in not finishing them. Ichigo said before using Sonito and reappearing next to where Zangetsu had crashed. Come, Zangetsu, you're not dead yet. I won't be caught off guard again. Zangetsu whispered weakly. Ichigo stared uncaringly at his old source of power. You make it seem like you have a choice. Zangetsu stood stunned as the Ichigo in front of him flickered before vanishing completely. After image. Zangetsu brought his blade up in time to parry Ichigo's blade that suddenly appeared. You've suddenly grown fast. Ichigo acknowledged. No, even though you are a mere shadow, you still fight like the old Ichigo. I can predict your movements. Ichigo grew angry at that comment. Getsuga Tensho! Zangetsu yelled. Ichigo used Sonito to get behind the old man, but when he reappeared Zangetsu was gone. Predictable. Ichigo looked behind him and could only watch as Zangetsu pierced his left shoulder. Damn it! Ichigo suddenly felt himself grow weak as he felt his mind get assaulted by an unknown force. What are you doing? Why do you run, Ichigo? You still have not called me. Face forward, Ichigo. You should be able to hear it now. That which blocks your ears is worthless fear. The enemy is one, you are one. What is there to fear? Cast off your fear. Look forward. Go forward. Never stand still. Retreat and you will age. Hesitate and you will die. Shout, my name is Zangetsu. As Ichigo felt the vision leave him, his shoulder began bursting with pain. Damn it, another memory. They're getting worse, but this one felt different somehow. Fight! Zangetsu abruptly roared. Ichigo refocused on the enemy before him and, with all his strength, brought his Zanpakuto down on Zangetsu's own. In a challenge of Ryatsu enforced Zanpakutos, Zangetsu was no match. Ichigo sliced through his enemy's Zanpakuto like butter and successfully cut open Zangetsu's chest, which sent him nosedive into the building below them. When he hit the bottom, Ichigo gave a sigh before once again using Sonido. My body. It's broken. Zangetsu thought sadly as he lay in the rubble of the destroyed skyscraper. Is this all there is to my power? I was thinking the exact same thing. Ichigo replied, causing Zangetsu's heart to drop. Ichigo had appeared in front of him as was now looking down on him. You have to die, cough cough, you can't be allowed to, ack. Ichigo suddenly shoved his heel into Zangetsu's chest and began crushing his ribs. I'm tired of your voice. I'm tired of the memories you caused me to remember. Ichigo suddenly felt a sudden spike in Ryatsu and swiftly moved his head to the side as a white version of Tensai Zangetsu's sword passed him at a speed he was barely able to dodge. I thought you were out cold? Ichigo asked as he continued to crush Zangetsu's chest. How dare you attack me? A lowly echoing voice stated. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Your voice. He quickly turned around and was shocked at what he saw. His hollow was standing a few feet behind him, breathing heavily and clutching his profusely bleeding left shoulder. This wasn't what shocked Ichigo though. His hollow donned a skull-like hollow mask like his own, minus a slightly different design, a horn, and instead of covering half his face the hollow's mask covered his face completely. This power was your original power, don't underestimate it. How do you intend to fight me without your weapon? Ichigo asked, while he slowly approached the hollow. My original self was right to create me as a failsafe. Ichigo halted his advance and narrowed his eyes. Failsafe? His opponent grinned. That's right, I told you I was manifestation of your old memories. That was true, but my primary goal is to stop obstacles like Zangetsu from stopping you in your quest for power. I also had another objective. My original self also wanted me to suppress you if you ever began acting like your old self again. If I suppress you, I will gain control and release my original self from your mind. I guess that's what I have to do. You're pathetic, even after fusing, I have to be wary of the original Ichigo's kind heart. I haven't been acting like my old self. Ichigo denied. Ichigo's hollow grinned. Haven't you? Caring for Orihime, protecting her. Hollows shouldn't feel the need to protect anything. You may not realize it, but you're slowly reverting back to your old self. This I cannot allow. You can't suppress me. You're going to need a lot more than a mask that boosts your Ryatsu. Ichigo mocked. His hollow glared at him. Be thankful, Zangetsu. Ichigo replied while looking down at said man. He just saved your life. Ichigo let out a loud roar as he charged Ichigo. Should I take your other arm? Ichigo swiftly parried a punch with the broadside of his sword and was surprised to find that his hollow strength multiplied exponentially. You're just a remnant of my old self. If I kill you, the memories will stop coming to me and I will be able to live in peace. Ichigo explained. Killing me won't be that easy if that's what you're thinking. You needed me, you've always needed me and you always will. Ichigo, as a Shinigami you were pathetic. You only fought to protect others, you sacrificed yourself for weaklings, and you even acted humble towards your enemies. You remember when you fought Ulquiorra? What was that crap about cutting yourself up to be on equal terms? I should have killed you for such a ridiculous statement. Fusing with me was your only hope of survival. At this rate, you're going to be back to your old self in no time. Stop speaking, you'll be dead in a few moments. Ichigo ignored the comment. Behold your original power at its max. Ichigo roared as he began released enough Ryatsu to stun even Ichigo. All of a sudden Ichigo was engulfed by black Ryatsu and within moments revealed himself to Ichigo in a completely different form. What is that? Ichigo thought to himself in confusion. Ichigo had transformed into a humanoid lizard-type hollow. The new hollow's body was marred with markings all over his noticeably more muscular body. His mask remained in the similar shape of a human skull plus jaw joint with dark red stripes on the left side of it. His feet changed into three-toed claws and his remaining hand became a claw as well. As a final feature he had grown a tail. The hollow let out a loud menacing roar before raising his hand and charging a blood-red Zero. Zero? Ichigo said in surprise as he barely managed to dodge the blast. Not bad. The hollow roared once more before appearing before Ichigo. So fast. The hollow started rapidly swiping Ichigo with its claw. Ichigo remained on the defensive and, just as fast, dodged all of the swipes. He's still too slow. The hollow unexpectedly sped up and, in time, was finally able to graze Ichigo's cheek. All of a sudden Ichigo felt another vision pass through his head. Ichigo, what's the difference between a king and his horse? I don't mean kitty stuff like one's a person's and one's an animal or one has 2 legs and one has 4. If their form, ability and power were exactly the same, why is it that one becomes the king and controls the battle, while the other becomes the horse and carries the king? There's only one answer. Instinct. In order for identical beings to get stronger and gain the power they need to become king, they must search for more battles and power. They thirst for battle, and live to mercilessly crush, shred, and slice their enemies. Deep, deep within our body lies the honed instinct to kill, to slaughter. But you don't have that. You don't have those pure, base instincts. You fight with your brain. You try to defeat your enemies with logic. And it doesn't work. You're trying to cut them with a sheathed sword. That's why you're weaker than me, Ichigo. Ichigo quickly shook head to get rid of the vision just in time to use Sonito and escape another Zero aimed at him by his hollow. This memory and the one with Zangetsu, they are being forced into me. I can feel it, but... Ichigo felt a sudden spike of Ryatsu behind him and managed to dodge a Zanpakuto. Zangetsu. Ichigo growled. I'm not down yet. Ichigo glared at him before moving faster than Zangetsu could follow and reappeared directly in front of Zangetsu with his palm on Zangetsu's chest. Yes you are. Ichigo said calmly and he released a point-blank Zero into Zangetsu's chest. Zangetsu stared at Ichigo with shock-filled eyes, before once again falling out of the sky. Where's... Ichigo suddenly appeared behind Ichigo and, before he could dodge, clawed his lower back. For the third time Ichigo's mind went blank as another vision entered his mind. Looks like your instincts, and your desire to fight, are completely gone. Guess there's no way around it. You got me. I have to recognize you as the king, for now. But don't you ever forget. Don't forget that either one of us can become the king or the horse. If you ever give me the chance, I'll drag you down and crush your skull. And one last warning. If you really want to control my power, make sure you don't die before I show up again. Ichigo once again shook the vision out of his mind. Again? Ichigo suddenly realized that the recent memories in his mind appeared after he was caught by either Zangetsu or Ichigo. You and Zangetsu are giving me memories, every time you cut me. Ichigo explained. The hollow gave no notice of understanding him and instead shrimped behind Ichigo. This just reinforces my reason to kill you. This time Ichigo was prepared and swiftly turned while bringing his Zanpakuto up and successfully cutting his hollow. It's over. Ichigo decided. All of a sudden a white snake-like appendage shot out of the cut Ichigo had just inflicted and pierced Ichigo's chest before he could react. Damn it, Ichigo whispered as the white appendage abruptly wrapped itself around him and threw him into the building they were above. Ichigo let out a terrible roar before looking down where Ichigo had crashed. After several moments, the residual smoke from Ichigo's impact suddenly whipped around the air before dispersing to reveal Ichigo, the wound in his chest gone, and a fist aimed directly at his hollow. Bala. Ichigo said simply. Fast in a blink of one's eye, the lower half of Ichigo's body was blown off. The hollow gave a terrible roar of pain as blood flowed out of him like a fountain. Ichigo stared emotionlessly as his hollow began to make jerking motions. Die already, he thought to himself. Unable to even move right, Ichigo plummeted into the building as he began regressing back to his original form. By the time he hit the ground, he had reverted to his original form fully, and was still alive. This isn't done yet, Ichigo whispered as he coughed up a huge amount of blood and struggled to keep his eyes open. Ichigo walked over to him. Yes, it is. Just like Zangetsu, you won't get rid of me that easily. Enjoy a couple of days of peace, but I'll be back. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto. Don't say such ridiculous things, Ichigo responded uncaringly. Before he could bring his Zanpakuto down fully, Orihime's voice unexpectedly echoed out his mind. Kurosaki-kun. What the? Ichigo began looking around to find where her voice was coming from. Saved, eh? Your time here is up. Go back to Las Noches, continue living the life that was given to you, Ichigo said spitefully. No! I'm so close, Ichigo yelled as he found himself unable to move at the same time as darkness began to encompass him once again. Sales Lab. Kurosaki-kun. At the sound of his name, Ichigo felt himself slipping back to reality. His eyes immediately snapped open, ice-cold air filled his lungs, and the reality that he was soaking wet while on his hands and knees revealed itself to him. What happened? Ichigo whispered after he took a deep breath and began looking around. He realized he was directly in front of the test tube he had just been in. The tube had been destroyed and the glass had shattered all around him while floor was under an inch of green liquid. A quick succession of splashes, which Ichigo realized were footsteps, neared him and before he knew it soft hands wrapped around him. Are you alright, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime asked worriedly. Orihime? Are you alright? What happened? I'm fine, but... You lost control of your Ryatsu, Sale interrupted. Ichigo swiftly looked up and saw Sale approach him. Did I? 1 minute you were fine, the next minute the water you were in started to bubble before the glass shattered and you fell to the floor. I thought you were hurt, Orihime explained. She was glad that Ichigo was unharmed. Ichigo removed Orihime's arms from around him and stood up. Damn it, I was so close to killing them both. Why did I have to wake up now? Ichigo thought irritably. How long was I out? Several seconds, Sale answered. Seconds? Ichigo asked as he rubbed his head. It felt like hours. What happened to you pales in comparison to the success of this experiment? Sale addressed. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. He had momentarily forgotten why both he and Orihime were there in the first place. Observe, Sale stated. Orihime quickly took off her hair clips and held them in her palm. Like Sale had observed, the hair clips had changed. They had grown about an inch larger, and while her old clips were smooth and blue in color, her new clips were slightly rough, clay-like, and were colored white. They seemed to now be made of the same substance as a hollow's mask. Wow, Orihime whispered in amazement. Aside from appearance, I can't sense anything different about them, Ichigo stated, as beforehand had accepted the fact that he would have to wait for another chance at killing both Zangetsu and Ichigo. He had to focus on the matter at hand. For them to even be given an alternate shape is astounding. Like I said before, your clips are like a Zanpakuto. A sealed Zanpakuto would never be able to change shape under any circumstances. What a wonderful revelation, Sale said dramatically. I wonder how more efficient your power has become. Ichigo wondered. Orihime stared at Ichigo dumbly for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. I don't feel any different. Ichigo noticed that Orihime seemed slightly happier than she was before getting into the test tube. Perhaps a demonstration? Outside, of course. Sale suggested. Will it be safe? Ichigo asked. I'm sure it will, the dangerous part has already passed. But why outside? Orihime asked Ichigo. Ichigo looked at Sale for the answer. You must remember, in no way Orihime, your powers were just infused with Vasto Lord level Ryatsu. Not even I can predict or calculate what you are now capable of. Actually, I'm not even sure Aizen knows how much power you now have. Aizen's not an idiot. He knows what to expect. Orihime seemed slightly worried. Don't worry about anything, Ichigo told her. I agree, so, shall we? I can hardly wait for the demonstration. Ready? Ichigo asked Orihime. Orihime nodded with a wide smile. We're finally leaving, she thought happily as she vanished along with Ichigo with Sale following closely behind. Sand-covered field below the dome of Las Noches. This should be good enough, Ichigo said as he reappeared in a sand field with Orihime, who didn't appear to be affected by the swift speed of Ichigo's Sonido this time. Wow! Orihime said as she spun around. It's so big! Orihime yelled. Why are you happy? Ichigo asked lazily. We're finally out of that place. I didn't like it one bit. You won't have to. Ichigo was interrupted when Sale appeared next to them. How slow? Ichigo commented. Do not expect me to keep up with a Vasto Lord, Sale replied when he fixed the glasses on his face. What do you want Orihime to do? Ichigo asked. What she normally does, of course. The way her powers work should be the same, the scientist clarified as they both turned to Orihime. Orihime looked between the two a couple of times before realizing that they wanted her to use her power. Oh! Orihime closed her eyes and began focusing on her inner power. How long does this usually take? Sale asked. Orihime opened one eye. I'm not feeling the, oh. Orihime said in surprise as her hair clips began glowing brightly. There they are, Orihime stated as 3 lights shot out of each clip. I'd never seen this power before, Ichigo told Sale. They are my power, Orihime explained as the lights materialized into 6 small fairy-like creatures. How interesting, Sale commented. Ichigo stared closely at the small creatures. Did they always look like that? Ichigo asked. Orihime stared at him oddly. What do you mean? Orihime replied before looking at her fairies. This is new, Orihime answered while scratching the back of your head. Each of her fairies now donned hollow masks that covered the lower half of their faces and a hollow hole in the center of their abdomens. Hi. One of the fairies said to Orihime. Hello, Lily. You all look different, Orihime replied with a smile. Lily nodded. What did you expect? Bagan, another fairy, responded. Yeah, you did pump us full of hollow Ryatsu, Hinagiku added. Leave her alone, I replied. Yeah, tell me you don't feel really great, Shano shouted at Hinagiku, causing Orihime to smile. Where's? What the hell do you do to us? An angry voice shouted. OWWW. Orihime yelled as her last fairy began pulling her hair. You can't get away, Tsubaki yelled. Get off, get off, get off. Orihime cried as she began running around in a circle while trying to shake her fairy off. How amusing, Sale stated as Orihime, through roughly shaking her head, finally got her hair away from Tsubaki. I'm sorry, Orihime cried childishly. Don't listen to him, Orihime, Lily stated. Shut up, Lily, Tsubaki yelled while throwing several strands of Orihime's hair at her. This twig gave us hollow powers. Hollow powers. Why are you complaining? You benefit from this more than anyone, Tsubaki, I retorted. Really? Orihime asked interestedly. Why you little? Before Tsubaki could finish, Barragan and Lily covered his mouth and restrained him from attacking Orihime. Orihime, let me ask a question. Why did you need to give Use more power? Hanagiku asked. I'm sorry if you didn't like it. I should have asked you first, but Kurosaki-kun wanted me to do it. Orihime said guiltily. Oh! Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen said with a big smile. The guy you love. Orihime blushed a deep red. No. What are you talking about? Orihime asked dumbly. Ichigo, that loser. He did this. Where is the jerk? Tsubaki yelled as he escaped his containment and glared at Orihime. He's behind you. Orihime whispered as she pointed behind him. Tsubaki immediately turned. Hey loser. Tsubaki lost the words he was going to yell out as he stared up at Ichigo's menacing form. Why, you think you scare me, you? Once again Barragan and Lily captured him. I'm sure you want to see what we can do now, right? Lily asked as she slapped her hand over Tsubaki's mouth. Kurosaki-kun wants to see. Orihime answered. Aizen suddenly flew over to Ichigo. So you're Ichigo? She said as she inspected Ichigo. What do you want? Ichigo asked, causing Aizen to be taken aback by his response. Nothing, you just take care of Orihime if we can't, alright? How annoying. Ichigo answered. Aizen gave him a nervous smile before turning to her comrades. Okay then. Let's go guys, let's show Orihime what we can do. She yelled, and within moments each fairy transformed into an orb of light before shooting back to Orihime and once again becoming her hair clips. Sorry about that. Orihime said as she scratched the back of her head and laughed. It was quite entertaining actually. Sale replied. You should hurry up, Orihime. Ichigo stated. In his opinion, this was taking too long. Orihime gave him a confident nod before bringing her hands up in front of her. Koten Zanchuan, I reject. Orihime exclaimed. Within moments Tsubaki, once again, materialized in front of Orihime. What do you want? Tsubaki yelled. Can you show me how powerful you have become? Orihime asked nicely. TCH, what for? You're not in danger. I have no obligations to you. Please. Orihime begged. This is taking too long. Ichigo thought irritably. Don't worry, Orihime, he probably hasn't gotten any stronger. Ichigo told her. Tsubaki's eyes widened as he turned to Ichigo. What was that jerk? Ichigo ignored him. Fine, Orihime, you want to see how strong I've become? Ready yourself. The tiny fairy yelled before sticking his hand up in front of him. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. What big talk? Wait! Tsubaki, stop! Orihime yelled. Wawawa! Zero! Ichigo's, Orihime's, and Sale's eyes widened as Tsubaki released a massive, golden zero straight at Ichigo. Kurosaki-kun! Orihime yelled. Impressive. Ichigo said as he held up his hand. As the golden zero approached him, Ichigo used his hand to stall the zero. That's zero. Sale whispered in amazement as he covered his eyes from the sand that was raging around them. It's as if a Numeros had released it. When the zero began to push Ichigo into the ground, he lifted his hand up and redirected the zero into the air. Fortunately, the beam of energy dispersed before reaching the dome. Damn it! Tsubaki whispered while taking deep breaths. That took too much out of you, you should go back, you won't be able to shoot off another one anytime soon. Ichigo suggested. Damn you, Kurosaki. Tsubaki said nothing more before transforming back into a piece of Orihime's clips. Are you okay, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime asked worriedly. I'm fine. Ichigo said impassively. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about it. So that is what happens when you give a human a fraction of your Ryatsu, Kurosaki Ichigo? Numeros level destructive power. Sale said with a wide grin. Such glorious power, I'm so envious. All of a sudden Neliel and Lilinet appeared, via sonido, right next to Ichigo. What was that just now, Ichigo? Lilinet asked interestedly. Orihime's new power. Ichigo replied. Now wait, that Siro was huge. She couldn't have. Lilinet began. Amazing! Neliel exclaimed as she ran over to Orihime and gave her a hug. Ow! Nell too tight. Orihime cried. You're so strong now. I'm so happy. Neliel said happily. But I'm not that strong, only my powers are. Orihime whispered shyly. What a grand reunion, Neliel to Oderschwank. You should stay and watch, she's still not done. Sale explained. Neliel glared at Sale. Quiet grands. Let her rest. We can have our reunion later, when both you and Nnoitra are standing before me. Such hostilities. Could it be that you know? Sale asked. Now's not the time to speak of it. Neliel replied unemotionally. It's okay, Nell, I can show them more. Once again Orihime held up her hands. Santen Keshen, I reject, Orihime stated. 3 orbs of light shot up above her before spreading out and encasing her in a huge 3-dimensional triangle. Wow! Orihime said excitedly. Before it only protected her front side, now she protected completely. Neliel observed. How strong is it? Ichigo asked before turning to the once tiny Arrancar. Lilinet? My pleasure, Ichigo. Lilinet replied as she drew her scimitar-type Zanpakuto from the stump of her missing horn, situated on the top of her mask fragment. Orihime, can we test your shield out? Ichigo asked. Orihime, who had been pounding on the shield from the inside, stared at Ichigo and gave him a smile. Sure. She yelled. Let's see how long it can hold against an Espada's strength, go. Within seconds Lilinet materialized in front of Orihime's shield and attempted to cut through the golden screen. Here we go! Lilinet yelled as she brought her Zanpakuto down only for her blade to bounce harmlessly off the shield. Damn it! Lilinet whispered. I'll try harder. Lilinet began striking the shield with an onslaught of swift and powerful strikes. Ichigo smirked as none of the strikes had any effect. That shield can protect against Espada level Zanpakuto, good. Lilinet shoot a Siro, let's see what that can do. Ichigo asked. Okay, Ichigo. Lilinet immediately began charging her Siro in her left eye and, when it was charged fully, released it. Everyone's eyes widened when the moment it hit, the Siro was dispelled. The Siro didn't affect the golden shield in the slightest. Orihime cocked her head to the side and stared at them childishly. Incredible! Sale whispered while everyone else was thinking the exact same thing. May I try, Ichigo? Neliel asked. Ichigo gave her a nod. I'll try Bala. Neliel immediately began shooting a barrage of balas at the shield. Like Lilinet's Siro, Neliel's balas were dispelled the moment they hit. Nothing. She replied. I'll try. Ichigo stated. Everyone moved away from Ichigo to give him space. I'll try a bala as well. He added as he held up his right fist. Faster than anyone could see, Ryatsu shot down Ichigo's arm and out of his fist. Orihime's shield didn't stand a chance. It shattered into thousands of pieces, though leaving Orihime unharmed. Are you okay, Orihime? Ichigo asked, just in case. Orihime nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Wow, my shield has gotten really strong. A shield that can negate physical and Ryatsu-based attack from all but the strongest. A terrific ability. Sale commented. And for the last, most important ability? Every turn to see Aizen walking towards them with Ulquiorra following closely behind. Aizen-sama, I didn't think you would have time to come. Sale stated. I have finished what I needed to do. So the Ryatsu transfer was a success after all. Orihime. Aizen held up a familiar glass vial. Yammy should be returned to us. Orihime nodded her head and walked over to Aizen. So she is unafraid of him when accompanied by so many Espada. At least she trusts my word that I would protect her. Ichigo thought. Orihime grabbed the vial from Aizen and emptied the tiny mask fragment on the sand. Soten Kishun, I reject. Orihime incanted. All of a sudden Ayam and Shunno emerged from her hair clips, wrapped in a golden light. Testing us out so soon? Shunno asked. Orihime nodded. Yes, please. Alright, Orihime, we'll show you how much more effective we have become. Ayam replied. Both Ayam and Shunno began spinning wildly over the mask fragment until it began lifting off the sand. Within moments the mask fragment was encased in a golden sphere. It remained stationary for several seconds before growing, and as the fragment grew so did the glowing orb. After only 30 seconds had passed, Yammy's entire upper body was encased in the golden sphere. Her power increased exponentially. Aizen observed. What took 30 minutes before is now taking her 30 seconds. After a full minute Yammy's eyes snapped open. Such a phenomenal ability. Sale exclaimed dramatically. From within a golden sphere Yammy gazed meet Aizen. Aizen-sama, what is this? What's going on? He asked as attempted to punch his way out the orb that encompassed him. The orb simply grew brightly for several seconds before shocking Yammy with enough power to sting him. Relax, Yammy. Orihime, release him. Ayam and Shunno, within moments, returned to Orihime's clips. The moment Yammy's feet hit the ground his eyes locked with Ichigo. You! Yammy growled angrily. Do I know you? Ichigo asked as Yammy approached him. I don't know why you're here, but... Ulquiorra, suddenly, appeared in front of him. Stop, Yammy, don't make a fool of yourself. Ulquiorra said emotionlessly. Ulquiorra. I thought you were dead. Yammy. Aizen started. Even if it's for my sake, don't challenge Kurosaki Ichigo. You were just revived, spare Orihime the trouble. Aizen-sama? Yammy asked in confusion as Aizen began walking away from the group with a smirk on his face. Zamari, Nnoitra, and Arrancar are the only ones remaining. Rest up, Orihime, tomorrow all three will be revived, I'm counting on you. Chapter 23, The Reming Espada, Revived. Aizen-sama, what's going on? Yammy called out to Aizen. Aizen ignored the Arrancar and left by the use of Shuinpa. Come, Yammy. Ulquiorra ordered as he began to walk away from the group. Ulquiorra? TCH. Why is this bug? Yammy began, while motioning to Ichigo. Walking around Las Noches. As Ulquiorra passed Ichigo, he stopped and glanced at the Vasto Lord. I will explain everything to him, unless there is a reason not to. If you think he would be useful, go ahead. Ichigo answered with a loud yawn. Sale and Yammy were confused at the words passed between the two. What do you mean, Ulquiorra? Yammy asked. Let's go, was all the Cuatro Espada said before using Sonido. Yammy glanced at Ichigo for a few moments before taking several steps past him. Right behind you, Ulquiorra. Yammy whispered before using Sonido as well. After the two had left, Sale walked up to Ichigo. It seems the festivity has finally come to an end, unless Orihime wants to go back to my lab so that I can study her powers. Sale asked. Orihime looked up at Ichigo, who glanced angrily at Sale. Or not. The scientist offered. I'll go back to my... No. Ichigo interrupted. No? Sale asked in confusion. I just remembered, Stark needs to speak with you. Stark? I wonder what the Primero wants with me. Sale asked suspiciously. He will tell you when you get there. My, oh my, things can get interesting so fast. The Octava Espada said to himself as he used Sonido. You must be happy, Ichigo. Ulquiorra and Stark will deal with converting Yammy and Sale, you're in the clear. Neliel said happily and she hugged Ichigo. Ichigo pushed her away. Don't hug me. Ichigo ordered as he let out another yawn. I'm feeling tired. All of a sudden Ichigo thought tiredly as he felt the strength in his legs weaken, causing him to nearly fall. Lillinet saw this, but it thought better not to bother him about it. Are you and Nell going to train more? Orihime asked with a smile. Neliel wants us to train all day today. It's kind of boring. She says I'm lacking unpredictability, whatever that means. Lillinet answered. She keeps getting her Zanpakuto taken away. Neliel giggled, causing Lillinet to look like she wanted to cry all of a sudden. You didn't have to tell them that. Lillinet whispered as Orihime laughed happily. Lillinet, Neliel, and Stark were the only Arrancar, other than Ichigo, that she felt comfortable being around. Can we go see Nell and Lillinet train? Orihime asked Ichigo. Ichigo, who had tried ignoring the conversation, glanced at her. You go. I'm feeling tired all of a sudden. Tired? Orihime asked. Are you feeling alright? Need me to heal you? No! Ichigo stated abruptly. No, I just need to get some sleep. I think that inner battle is finally catching up to me. I guess this is the price I pay for trying to kill Zangetsu and my hollow. Oh, okay then. Orihime said while walking over to Nell. Can I go? Of course. Neliel said gleefully. Bye-bye Ichigo. Neliel waved to Ichigo happily before grabbing Orihime and using Sonido. Do you need something? Ichigo asked as he saw Lillinet still there staring at him. Lillinet suddenly shook her head as her face turned red. No. I have to go. Stay out of trouble, alright? Lillinet gave Ichigo a bright smile before vanishing. Annoying girl. Ichigo whispered as he felt his eyelids get heavy. How odd, all of a sudden. He felt his entire body grow weak. Ichigo swiftly used Sonido and appeared directly in front of the door that led to his room. So, tired. Ichigo whispered as he turned the doorknob, but despite his attempt to reach his bed, he suddenly collapsed on the floor. Any energy he had remaining had vanished completely. I can't even reach my bed. I'm exhausted. Ichigo, a woman's worried voice echoed in his mind at the same time as he felt himself slip into unconsciousness. Directly outside the main gate of Las Noches. So that's what happened after I died? Yammy asked gruffly as both he and Ulquiorra began walking towards the empty desert for no apparent reason. Ulquiorra had just finished filling in Yammy and on their lost to Soul Society, Aizen's plan to restore the Hogyoku, and the revival of the old Espada. Correct. The Cuarto Espada answered. Yammy grunted. But you're avoiding the thing I want to know most. Why is Kurosaki Ichigo in Las Noches? What is Aizen-sama thinking? I was not avoiding the topic, merely saving the most important issue for last. Ulquiorra stated. Kurosaki Ichigo has joined us. Yammy wouldn't stand for what was just said, so he interrupted Ulquiorra. Joined us? What do you mean, Ulquiorra? How can that little? Calm yourself, Yammy. Ulquiorra replied emotionlessly. As I have said before, you need to work on both your investigative and observation skills. If you had both these skills, you would have realized Kurosaki Ichigo is now a hollow and is beyond the power of any being in Las Noches, including Aizen. Anger filled Yammy's being as he heard Ulquiorra's words. You're lying, Ulquiorra. There is no way he became a hollow, and there is definitely no way he could be stronger than Aizen-sama. Nevertheless, Ichigo, Harribel, and Stark now have the power greater than Aizen's. This isn't possible. You make it seem as if their power has multiplied exponentially? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Ulquiorra replied. Yammy's face showed absolute shock. How? Yammy growled suspiciously. I do not know myself, but it is unmistakable, they are Vasto Lord. Bull! I won't accept this. Yammy roared once again. That spineless Shinigami could never become a Vasto Lord. I won't accept this. Ulquiorra ignored Yammy's pathetic tantrum. That revelation leads me to the last and most important issue that needs to be revealed to you. Yammy, who was still breathing roughly, turned to Ulquiorra. None of this crap you're spouting now makes any sense to me. Why would this be any different? Yammy exclaimed. Because this is something that you need to know if you want to prove your usefulness to the Espada. At this cryptic message, Yammy began to calm down. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo made his blood boil, but Ulquiorra was looking more serious than Yammy had ever seen him. Usefulness? Yammy asked. I am unsure, but I believe Stark is the one behind this. Behind what? It has been decided that Aizen is no longer necessary. He's been marked for death. Ulquiorra revealed. At this Yammy's eyes widened. You can't be serious. Yammy replied. Ulquiorra didn't answer him. What in the world are you thinking, Ulquiorra? Yammy asked as he began yelling once again. Silence yourself, Yammy, you heard me correctly. Aizen-sama? Marked for death? You must be joking, Aizen-sama's power is absolute. Do not be one who needs to see to believe, Yammy. Ulquiorra replied. We cannot kill Aizen-sama, and it's madness to even think that way. This isn't like you at all. You, like myself, are blinded to the greatness that is Aizen. In the process we have forgotten who we are. Hollows weren't meant to serve Shinigami. 3 have risen up to take his place after his death. As for one of them being Kurosaki Ichigo, I will set aside my differences and follow them, only they have the power to rule Hueco Mundo. Yammy grew quiet at Ulquiorra's meaningful words. This is insane, but why is Ulquiorra acting so calmly? He was the most loyal of us aside from Zamari. What changed him, he thought to himself. Not 3 months ago your loyalty was to Aizen-sama. I am merely giving my loyalty to those who are more deserving of it. I am grateful for the power Aizen-sama has bestowed upon me, but we are not meant to be the slaves of some rude Shinigami. Don't you agree? Yammy made to speak, but before he could even start both Arrancar felt a massive spike of Ryatsu closing in on them. Prior to turning around, so that they could turn back and face Las Noches, Harribel appeared before them. Harribel! Yammy exclaimed in surprise. Harribel ignored him and turned to Ulquiorra. Stark since you leave Las Noches. And? Ulquiorra asked. Aizen is sending you on a mission? Where? Harribel asked. What mission? Yammy replied. Aizen wants Soul Society to know that he will not be deterred because of his recent loss. A town east of Karakura Town, he wants the town destroyed, which is why I'm bringing Yammy. Any Shinigami interference will result in their deaths. These are the orders. Does Ichigo know of this? I was not aware that I had to check with Ichigo every time I left Las Noches. Am I to assume as our leader? Harribel glared at him. If it was up to me. She answered. I did not think this mission was of significant importance, which is why I didn't report this to anyone. I'm sure you understand why we need to check on these things. Even if Stark, Ichigo and myself are Vasto Lords, Aizen cannot be underestimated. He was able to outsmart Soul Society for more than 100 years, he would have no problem fooling us as well. Understood. Ulquiorra replied. I will inform Ichigo. Without another word Harribel used Sonido. So you really plan to go through with this, Ulquiorra? Yammy asked calmly. Correct. Why are we still following Aizen-sama's orders? Because that was Stark's order. Ulquiorra answered as he tapped the space in front of him. As a result, a garganta began opening. You're not one to do things without thinking things through. I will follow you, but Ulquiorra, I won't accept Kurosaki Ichigo as one of us. He's a little bug that should be squashed. He is beyond the level of being squashed by the likes of you, Yammy. Yammy grunted before stepping into the garganta with Ulquiorra following soon after. Dreamscape. A man standing 6 feet 6 inches, with a muscular build walked towards a confused Ichigo. You want a reason for fighting? Why don't you just accept it already, Ichigo? You seek out fights. You desire power. Isn't that right, Ichigo? Everyone who searches for power, without exception, searches for battle. Do you fight in order to become more powerful? Or do you want more power so you can fight? I can't tell you that. The only thing I know for sure is guys like us were born this way. We were born to fight, Ichigo. Your instincts will keep leading you toward new battles. It's the only way you have. The only way to become stronger. Fight, Ichigo! If you want the power to control your enemy, take that sword in your hand and cut him down. That's your only option. That's the road that continues in front of you and remains behind you. Ichigo! Zaraki yelled. Ichigo slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring directly up at his ceiling. Another dream. Ichigo whispered softly before sighing. What happened? I remember getting to the door, then, how long have I been out? I feel rested. He thought tiredly. Actually, I feel pretty good. All of a sudden he realized that he hadn't made it to his bed, yet he was now on it. Ichigo quickly sat up on his bed. How did I? You've been asleep for a while. Ichigo's eyes widened as he turned his head and saw Harribel leaning against the wall. Harribel, Ichigo said in surprise. I didn't even sense you. You must be tired. Harribel replied. I feel rested, not tired. What are you doing here? Yesterday I came to speak with you, but I found you collapsed on the floor. So you put me on my bed? Harribel nodded. I just told the others that you needed to rest. I've kept them from disturbing you. What about Orihime? Ichigo asked in a concerned tone. This was the perfectly wrong thing to say to Harribel. Is that woman always on your mind? Harribel asked spitefully. Ichigo was slightly taken aback by her sudden change of tone. Why is it that every time I say Orihime's name your attitude changes? You always talk about her, I grow tired of it. Are you jealous? Ichigo asked with a smirk. Harribel glared at him before standing up straight and walking towards the door. Ichigo knew Harribel was now angry. It's so hard to figure out what she is feeling. Harribel, wait! Ichigo called out. He had forgotten how good he felt when she was around. He didn't want her leaving now. Harribel made to grab the doorknob, but stopped. I'm sorry, I didn't think you would react like that. React like what? I'm fine. I have to leave. Harribel lied as she felt her stomach tighten. Thanks for watching over me. Harribel remained quiet. I'm glad it was you. We haven't had a chance to talk for a while. I've been going through some changes. It's getting harder for me to focus on a lot of things. Bear with me until I can figure things out. I don't care. Harribel lied. Really? Ichigo asked, feigning surprise. After telling you how I felt in the forest and everything, I'm hurt. Don't patronize me. Harribel replied. I'm not, but I don't want you angry with me. Do I look angry with you? Yes. I shouldn't let my emotions rule me. Isn't that what you told me? Harribel asked. All of a sudden she felt Ichigo appear right behind her. I'm sorry I made you mad, Harribel. I didn't mean to. Harribel felt nervous having Ichigo so close to her. You didn't? Harribel lied, causing Ichigo to smile. Why does she make me happy? He surprised Harribel when he wrapped his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. You are so hard to read. I can't tell what you think of me. Ichigo whispered lazily. Harribel felt her face grow hot and he tightened his hold on her. What are you doing? She asked him emotionlessly. She was, in no way, accustomed to being held. Holding you. Problem? Ichigo asked. Harribel didn't answer and Ichigo took it as a sign to keep his hold on her. She enjoyed being wrapped in his arms. Why does he make me feel like this? Harribel thought seriously. I feel as if I can't control my emotions, and even worse, I can't tell if I hate it or like it. If you want to know, You make me happy a lot more than Orihime. I feel like you can understand me. I already told you, you make me feel like I have a heart. Is something that happened the moment I locked eyes with you. You act like you have emotions now, but the moment we leave you will just go back to spending all your time with Orihime. Just like when we came back from the forest. Harribel couldn't help but say. Maybe Ichigo said truthfully. But what I'm telling you is true. I need to sort some things out and Orihime is a big part of it. Get rid of her then. Harribel said impassively. I can't do that. She is important to me, and I need to find out why. Ichigo replied. Harribel didn't like the answer, but she had no choice but to accept it. I have to figure out these feelings that I feel towards Ichigo. I'd never felt so out of my element before. Harribel couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he suddenly took his arms from around her waist. I think we should leave. We can't stay together all day. The remaining Espada need to be revived now. I agree. Harribel replied as she opened the door. He changes emotions so fast. Everything about him interests me. Maybe this is what draws me to him. It's 11, Aizen wants the Espada revived by 12. We should meet with Stark, he wanted to speak with you when you woke up. It's about one of the Espada that are going to be revived. Harribel stated. After you. Harribel immediately used Sonido, followed by Ichigo. Stark's room. Stark was peacefully sleeping on his favorite pile of light green pillows when Ichigo and Harribel walked in from the opening leading to the balcony. Stark? Ichigo called out to the sleeping Espada. Stark slowly opened his right eye and glanced at Ichigo. Just when I got rid of Lillinette, you had to wake me up. He said tiredly as he sat up. Harribel told me you wanted me. Ichigo smirked. Blame her. As he said this, Ichigo carelessly wrapped his arm around Harribel's neck. Harribel made no indication of noticing it. What a hard woman to figure out. Ichigo though carelessly. You're no fun, you know that? You never play along. Ichigo said sluggishly. Something happened between you two? Stark asked. As a matter of fact, Harribel declared her love for me. Ichigo lied emotionlessly. Harribel widened her eyes a little bit before glaring at Ichigo. Don't lie. She accused as Stark let out a hollow laugh. Just kidding. I have forgotten the last time I laughed, if ever. Stark said as he controlled his laughter. Aizen's going to have Orihime revive the last Espada soon. You shouldn't be fooling around. Harribel stated, causing Ichigo and Stark to get serious. What did you need to speak with me about? Ichigo asked. I need to speak with you about an Espada called Zamari. Zamari? Ichigo repeated, causing Stark to nod. Harribel could have told you this, but I wanted you to hear this from me. Zamari was the only Espada that was blindly faithful to Aizen. Ichigo, he can't be changed. Do not try to persuade him into joining us. He may become a problem for us. He figures that something is going amiss. Why revive him at all? Aizen knows that Zamari was the only one blindly faithful to him. If he is the only one not revived, then Aizen would think something's up. Aizen won't overlook any hindrance to his plan, he's too smart for that. Zamari would only cause more problems remaining dead. This may not make any sense to you, but I'm asking you to trust me. Of course. Ichigo answered. Did Sail agree to join us? Both Yammy and Sail are with us. Stark answered. I would have thought Yammy would give us trouble. He will follow Ulquiorra. That has been his way since becoming an Espada. Actually, they were sent on a mission together in the human world just yesterday. Are they back? Ichigo asked. Yes, they completed the mission in 1 hour. Harribel answered. They were sent to destroy a very small town. Someone of Yammy's level could have done it single-handedly. Stark added. I doubt the Shinigami just let Ulquiorra and Yammy destroy the town. Ichigo stated. 2 lieutenants confronted them. They were already in the human world for some reason. They were defeated. Back to the Espada. Harribel interrupted. Right, so all we have left are. Ichigo began. He found it amusing that they kept getting off topic. Nnoitra and Arrancar. Stark replied. Will they give us problems? Ichigo asked. Nnoitra will, but I am not sure about Arrancar. Why? Nnoitra is a chauvinist. He believes only men should have strength. During their time as an Espada, Nnoitra was never once able to beat Neliel. Without help, you can see how this will be a problem. Including myself, Neliel and now Lilinet can match or defeat him. He will throw a tantrum and complain. Harribel remarked. He seems like someone I have to confront myself. I will put him in his place. Ichigo thought. Got it, and Arrancar? Ichigo asked. Arrancar was always a mystery to us. Though he was the weakest among us, he had the ability and potential to be greater than any hollow. His power gives him the ability to evolve without limit. What does this have to do with him giving us trouble? Ichigo asked. He is extremely grateful to Aizen for this gift. He was a Jillian, the weakest form of Minos. To be considered an Espada was a great privilege for him. Harribel suddenly interrupted. Aizen's heading towards Orihime's room. It's time to go. I guess it is. Stark replied before standing up and stretching as Ichigo grinned. No problem, I'm feeling very refreshed today. I must have had a great sleep. I'm so envious. Stark said sadly. Within moments all three Vasto Lords used Sonido. Hallway leading towards Neliel's and Orihime's room. How are the preparations coming along? Aizen asked as he walked down the long hallway, followed closely by Sail. I've just finished them, it will be activated the moment everything is put into place. You please me, Sail, but will it work? I do not need Soul Society interfering. There is no reason for it not to work. If I may ask, when will it be needed? Sail asked. In a few short hours. Sail's eyes widened. Hours? Correct, that will give us enough time for Orihime to revive the remaining Espada, fill them in on what has occurred, and hold a meeting. As of now, only you know of my plan. I will tell the rest at the meeting. Aizen explained. Will a few hours be enough? I have faith in my Espada. Aizen said emotionlessly. Old and new Espada gathering. I predict trouble, especially between Neliel and Nnoitra. What matters is that they follow the orders I give them. Aizen replied as both of them approached the door to Neliel's and Orihime's room. Of course, Aizen-sama. The scientist replied. Aizen opened the door to reveal Ichigo, Harribel, Stark, Neliel, and Orihime speaking amongst themselves. Good, you're all here. Aizen said as he pulled out 3 vials. At once? Ichigo asked suspiciously. She should have no problem with it now. Aizen answered as he handed the vials to Orihime. Ichigo glared at Aizen's back while Harribel, Stark, and Neliel remained quiet. I can do it, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime reassured as she emptied the mask fragments onto the ground. Before you start, Orihime. Aizen started abruptly before turning to the Arrancar. Neliel, whether you're here or not, Nnoitra will attempt to kill you, we both know this. Neliel, sporting a serious face, nodded. I understand, Aizen-sama. Because of this, you will not confront Nnoitra until Stark has spoken to him. Stark will be in charge of filling in Nnoitra, Harribel will inform Zamari, and Neliel will take care of Arrancar. You 3 will have 2 hours to do so. After that time I will arrange a meeting with every Espada-level Arrancar present. Everyone, besides Orihime, replied understood. Then you may begin. Orihime. Aizen finished. Orihime looked at Ichigo before turning to the mask fragments and placing her hands on her hair clips. Soten Kishun, I reject Orihime incarnate as she had done so many times in the past. As before, Iam and Shunno materialized in front of Orihime, and with a quick nod of their little heads began encompassing the 3 mask fragments in a golden orb. No different than before the fragments began enlarging as well as the orb that encased them. So she can do 3 at a time now, and it seems as if she isn't having any trouble at all. Aizen thought as he looked at Orihime, who was simply sighing and playing with a strand of her hair. After 1 minute, half of their bodies had already been restored, and after 2 minutes their eyes began to open. Aizen couldn't help but smirk when Orihime released them, causing the Espada's feet to hit the ground. So which is the man I cannot trust? Ichigo thought to himself as he stared at the 3 new Arrancar. Zamari and Arrancar had looks of complete shock while Nnoitra looked around. Aizen-sama. We were brought back. How? Is this possible? Arrancar asked. Thank you for bringing me back. Hail Aizen. Zamari replied as he kneeled down before Aizen. That one. Ichigo thought accurately. What going on? Nnoitra asked confusedly as his eyes landed on the one person Aizen did not want him looking at. Impossible, he thought angrily. Neliel, you bye. Despite Aizen's warning, Neliel spoke. Still acting like a beast, how sad. All 3 of you calm yourselves. It is understandable that you are confused, that will be dealt with very soon. Aizen stated. While Zamari and Arrancar looked patient, Nnoitra was glaring at Neliel, who was staring directly back at him. Stark, Harribel, Neliel, you have 2 hours. Aizen reminded. Before any of the newly revived Espada could speak, Harribel, Stark, and Neliel appeared behind one of them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Stark! Release me! I want to know. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes met Ichigo's. What is he doing here? Nnoitra yelled before vanishing alongside Stark, as did the others. Orihime suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Thank goodness. She suddenly turned to Ichigo. How did I do? You did great, but you should rest now, just in case. Ichigo said, causing Orihime to pout. Okay. Is anything else needed, Aizen-sama? Ichigo asked. No, now we wait. Well done, Orihime. Aizen stated as he walked out of the room, with a smirk on his face. All the Espada were revived, the pieces preparing to be put into place, and Soul Society did not know how close they were to losing their most valuable ally. Chapter 24, The 10 Espada Gather, at Coming Storm. Sales Lab 1 hour and 55 minutes later. The sound of loud clicking filled the air and Sales' fingers danced around his computer's large keyboard, his eyes swiftly reading the graphs and charts that would appear and disappear on the screen. Ever since he left Aizen's side, he had been stuck on his computer rechecking the schematics of most of his inventions that would prove useful in the future, under orders from Aizen. So deep was his concentration focused on the screen that he barely registered that Ulquiorra had appeared behind him. Aizen has called. Ulquiorra stated. For a gathering of the Espada. I know. Sale interrupted carelessly, his eyes never leaving the computer screen. It's starting soon. I will be there short. Sale suddenly grew quiet as a graph appeared on his screen. Dear me, what's this? Sale asked himself. Curiosity getting the best of him, Ulquiorra walked up to the screen. What did you find? He asked. Sale glanced at him before turning back to the computer. It seems one of my inventions have been used quite recently, an illusionary device of mine, how curious. Ulquiorra remained emotionless for several seconds before widening his eyes as an image of Ichigo being cut by Aizen entered his mind. Judging from your reaction, you know who it was. Sale commented, causing Ulquiorra to glance at him. Aizen. Sale stared at Ulquiorra oddly. Aizen wouldn't need that device, not when he has Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu no longer affects Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing Ulquiorra say this made Sale grin. So that's who he used it on. Of course, Stark told this to me when he disclosed the details of Kurosaki Ichigo's fight with Aizen. So he needed the use of my device to take down Ichigo, and it shows here that Aizen's entire throne room can create illusions whenever Aizen wishes it. Sale stated while pointing to the lower left corner of the screen. It doesn't make sense. If Kyoka Suigetsu couldn't best Ichigo, how could you create something that can? Technically speaking, I can't, but if Aizen covered my device with Kyoka Suigetsu, it may have worked. A double illusion, ingenious on Aizen's part. Sale explained. It was ineffective. Ichigo's regeneration is greater than mine, he was healed within seconds. Against Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen is left with only his ingenuity to fight with. Which is to be feared more, I wonder, Ichigo's power, or Aizen's mind? We will see. Ulquiorra replied. Ichigo should be informed on what you have discovered. No need. If Aizen's plan didn't work the first time, he won't try it the same way again. That is the man Aizen is. Sale replied as he stood up from his chair. Ulquiorra nodded in agreement as he turned and began walking out of the lab, followed by Sale. The Espada are gathering once again, it's sure to be interesting. Sale said gleefully as both Espada vanished. Hallway leading to meeting room. Neliel-sama, if I may ask, how is everything progressing? Pesh asked Neliel, as both he and Nnoitra accompanied Neliel to the Espada meeting room. Arrancar has agreed to join us and Zamari is being left in the dark, Harribel tells me. I just came back from meeting her and Ichigo when I ran into you guys. Neliel answered seriously. Both Pesh and Nnoitra glanced at one another worriedly. Back when she was an Espada, Neliel was hardly ever serious, and now she was serious all of the time. Yes, she still had childlike moments, but they were severely cut down. They knew something was bothering her. That's not what we wanted to know, Neliel-sama. Nnoitra stated. Neliel let out a sigh. They know me too well. I have not spoken to Stark, we do not yet know Nnoitra's answer. Please allow us to accompany you whenever you leave somewhere, Neliel-sama, we must protect you from Nnoitra. Pesh pleaded. Do not worry yourself about Nnoitra, I can handle him. Neliel replied. But last time was unfortunate. I let my anger get the best of me, let this be a lesson to you both, don't let your anger control you in battle. It was our fault for... Nnoitra began. No! No, please. I would be sad if you put the blame on yourselves. Nnoitra is to blame, nobody else. Is Nnoitra's revival troubling you? You aren't acting like yourself, please tell us. Pesh asked. Neliel sighed once more. Hueco Mundo is trembling, almost as if it is frightened. Neliel replied cryptically, leaving her fraction confused. Neliel-sama, I don't understand. As we speak, the greatest of Hueco Mundo's fighters are gathering together for the first time. So terrible is our meeting that the ground beneath our feet is wary of us. I never thought of Hueco Mundo as a living thing. Pesh replied. It's not. I mean, I don't think it is. I just mean that the air is feeling heavy, and the ground is trembling. Almost as if it knows that something terrible will soon occur. Pesh and Nnoitra stared at Neliel oddly. I am sure you are simply overthinking things, Neliel-sama. Please relax, it worries us to see you in such a state. Pesh replied. I do not mean to worry you. I just wish that this business with Aizen will end soon. I'm sure Kurosaki Ichigo will hurry the plan up once we have the Hogyoku. Nnoitra stated. I believe so as well. Once Ichigo becomes Primera, everything will fall into place. Pesh added. Becomes Primera? Neliel asked. Ichigo does not need a number on his skin to prove he is the strongest in Hueco Mundo. Speaking of numbers. Pesh began trying to change topics to get Neliel's mind off of her troubles. The Espada's ranks are very twisted right now. When will your new numbers be given? Neliel shrugged. Probably right now. Aizen is the kind of man that believes in ranking his subordinates' powers to see where they stand. Any ideas on your new number? Nnoitra asked. Nope, compared to the others though, I'm fairly weak. When we go through the ritual, I will know. Neliel answered while scratching her head. Ritual? Pesh asked. Neliel nodded. Yup. It is a ritual that we Espada go through to reveal our ranks to one another, a ritual that has occurred before even Aizen came to Hueco Mundo. I thought Aizen numbered the Espada? Pesh replied, causing Neliel to shake her head. True, he had found a way to give us the numbers he deems we deserve, but only the true ritual gives us our true numbers, or so Barragan believes, and I don't see Barragan making something like that up. I actually heard that Aizen changed many things concerning the numbering ritual. He created the Privaron Espada, and even changed the numbers to 0 through 9. I personally find changing the traditions of Hueco Mundo insulting. There should only be Espadas 1 through 10, with the Primera leading all of Hueco Mundo. Why did you follow Aizen in the first place then? No matter how much I believe in the old traditions in Las Noches, I could not condone Barragan's behavior as king of Las Noches. I chose the lesser of two evils, or so I was led to believe. Neliel answered. Neliel-sama, you never told us that before, don't you know? Dondo Chaka stated, causing Neliel to giggle. Really? I thought I. All of a sudden Neliel's eyes widened slightly as she stopped in her tracks and held her right arm up to her side so that her fraction stopped as well. Neliel-sama? Dondo Chaka asked as Neliel's eyes narrowed at the space right in front of her. What do you want? Neliel began as the fifth Espada, Nnoitra Jaruga, appeared before her via Sonido, Nnoitra. I did not think he would approach me so early. Damn it! Dondo Chaka and Pesh, I don't want them hurt again. Neliel thought sadly. Nnoitra glared at her. You know what I want. Nnoitra answered as he raised his hand out in front of him. Neliel and her fraction watched as Nnoitra's large Zanpakuto materialized before him for the first time since his revival. Your head. Nnoitra finished. I, like before, have no reason to fight beasts who can think of nothing but carnage. Neliel said seriously. A beast, am I? I have no problem with that. Beasts devour their prey. Beasts also cannot think for themselves. Neliel replied knowledgeably, causing Nnoitra to glare at her and raise his weapon. Trying to fight me in such an enclosed space with such a huge weapon? Are you sure Sail won't help you? I'll end you myself this time. Knowing that the confrontation was inevitable, Neliel turned to her fraction. Pesh, Dondo Chaka, please leave, I do not want you around here. I will go to the meeting alone from here. Her fraction looked at her with worry-filled eyes. But Neliel-sama. Dondo Chaka started. I will be fine. Just go. Do this for me. Pesh and Dondo Chaka hesitantly bowed their head before leaving. Afraid I will kill them this time? Nnoitra suddenly teased as Neliel glanced at him. Yes. She answered honestly before using Sonido. Nnoitra's widened as he lost sight of her. Where is SH? Before he could even begin looking around for her, he felt her back pushing against his. Behind me! Nnoitra thought shockingly. I have no respect for you, nor do I even acknowledge your strength. You have no honor or respect for your fellow Arrancar. You are a terrible monster, and I will see you as nothing more than that. Neliel explained emotionlessly as Nnoitra felt the slight pressure against his back vanish and the soft sounds of her footsteps could be heard. You will be late for the meeting. Neliel called behind her in a monotone voice. Seconds before turning a corner she felt Nnoitra's Ryatsu raise dramatically, causing her to immediately turn back. By turning back towards the Quinto Espada, Neliel locked eyes with him. She had never seen such hate-filled eye in her entire existence. I did not think you would let what I said get to you, she said calmly. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I want you dead. And supposing you could? You don't want me dead only because I'm more powerful than you. You want me dead because I am a woman. What about Harribel? Can you defeat a Vasto Lord? What about Lynette, who may be your equal? You don't think Stark will end you if you raise a hand to her? Neliel asked. Shut up! Nnoitra yelled as he blindly charged Neliel, who was now 20 feet away from him. When he had gotten halfway to her, Nnoitra felt a sudden spike of Ryatsu surge above him, causing the lights to flicker rapidly. Without stopping, Nnoitra made the mistake of taking his eyes off of Neliel to momentarily glance at the sudden Ryatsu spike. It was his first and only mistake. When he refocused on Neliel, his eyes widened as a hand instantly materialized inches from his face. Knowing it was too late to avoid it, Nnoitra felt the hand clutch his face tightly. "Got you!" A voice echoed in Noitora's head. Without pause, Nnoitra was effortlessly lifted up before getting run through a wall. Momentarily blinded by the unknown attacker's hand, Nnoitra was left confused and helpless. What the? Nnoitra tried using all his strength to remove the hand, but to no avail. He was too disoriented from what was occurring. Unfortunately, before he could recover from the shock of just being run into a wall, he was thrust into the wall on the opposite side of the hallway before finally being brought, crashing down, onto the floor. When he hit the ground, the hand moved enough for Nnoitra to look at his attacker. His eyes widened in shock as he tried catching his breath. "Kurosaki." "Ichigo." Nnoitra coughed out weakly. Ichigo was glaring down at Nnoitra with his malicious, cold, golden eyes. "How did he?" "I remembered when Neliel saved me from you. I would have died without her help. I owe her this," Ichigo stated angrily. "That's right. Stark told me, you lost your memory. You're right, Shinigami." Ichigo glared at him. "I would have killed you if she hadn't saved you," Nnoitra said spitefully. "I have also been told that you made her suffer when she was the Espada." Nnoitra grinned defiantly. "That's right." "Ack!" Ichigo moved his hand to Noitora's neck and began choking him. "If you harm Neliel again, I will have no problem putting you in a grave," Ichigo threatened as he released his potent Ryatsu. As the black Ryatsu overwhelmed him, Nnoitra lost the ability to think clearly. It was the first time Nnoitra could honestly say he was frightened. "Do you understand me?" Ichigo growled, but even when pinned to the ground by a Vasto Lord, Nnoitra remained insolent and refused to answer Ichigo. Ichigo, knowing he wasn't getting anywhere, used enough force on Noitora's throat to cause a small crater under the both of them. "Ichigo!" Ichigo turned to Neliel, who had called him. "Please don't kill Nnoitra. If you do, you will be no different than him." "Don't you want him to suffer for causing you pain?" Ichigo asked emotionlessly. "I have already told him what I thought of him, which is enough for me," Neliel answered. She truly was grateful knowing that Ichigo would kill Nnoitra because he caused her pain, but she didn't want Ichigo to fight her battles. "I am, after all, still a hollow. I can fight and avoid my own battles." Upon hearing her words, Ichigo released his grip on Nnoitra and stood up. Nnoitra stood lying down for several moments to catch his breath before sitting up before rubbing his neck. "Damn Shinigami." Nnoitra snapped before noticing that Stark and Harribel were there as well. "I warned you about controlling your temper not 1 hour ago," Stark told Nnoitra. Nnoitra just glared at the Primera before standing up. "Remember, Stark? I promised to join you in bringing down Aizen because he can no longer aid me in helping pass my limits more than he already has. He's useless to me as well, but when he's gone I will find a way to kill you. All of you," he exclaimed before angrily walking off towards the meeting room. "You scared him," Harribel commented, as Ichigo watched Nnoitra turn a corner. "Guys like him need to be put into his place fast, don't you?" Ichigo was interrupted when Neliel suddenly wrapped her arms around Ichigo, causing him to sigh. "I told you to stop doing that," Ichigo stated. Neliel ignored him and laughed. "I knew you still liked me, protecting me like that. You softie." Ichigo unwrapped her arms from around him and pushed her away. "Do you enjoy annoying me?" Ichigo asked her emotionlessly. "Yup," Neliel answered without a care in the world. Ichigo left it at that. "I think we should." Stark was suddenly interrupted when Wonderwise suddenly appeared right next to Ichigo. "Need something?" Ichigo asked the odd Arrancar. Wonderwise looked up at Ichigo and gave him a shrug. "I think he has taken a liking to you," Stark told Ichigo. "Is that right?" Ichigo replied uncaringly as he began walking towards the meeting room, followed by his companions. Wonderweiss usually keeps to himself, now that Tosen and Fura are dead. Fura? Ichigo asked. Fura was a monstrous hollow with a powerful ability. Aizen had created it and had Wonderweiss watch over it. What happened to it? Neliel asked. Aizen sent Wonderweiss to deal with some of Soul Society's allies, while Fura did the same thing elsewhere. It didn't come back from its mission. Stark answered. Hearing this, Wonderweiss let out a low yet sad moan. It happens in war. Harribel said emotionlessly. I hope this meeting isn't long. Ichigo said lazily as he walked over to Harribel and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Harribel glanced at his arm and could stop herself from smiling. The group's walk lasted only several more minutes before they arrived directly in front of the meeting room's large door. Wasting no time, Ichigo knocked on the door with his free hand. It's Ichigo. We're coming in. Stark pushed open the door and one after another the group entered the room. The first thing Ichigo noticed was that the long narrow table was replaced with a rather large circular table. Every Espada-level Arrancar, besides them, was seated around the table, and the largest seat was occupied by Aizen. Welcome. Aizen stated as he held out a hand. Please take a seat, your brothers and sisters have been waiting for you. The group slowly walked towards the various unoccupied seats and sat down as Aizen drank his tea. Besides Zamari, every Espada here is willing to betray Aizen, but several have trouble with my status within Las Noches. Which ones deserve my trust, one wonder. Ichigo thought as an eerie silence settled down around the room as they waited for Aizen to speak. Starting from my left. Aizen suddenly began. Zamari, Barragan, Arrancar, Yammy, Ulquiorra, Neliel, Grimmjow, Nnoitra, Harribel, Ichigo, Wonderweiss, Lilinet, Stark, and Sale. All 14 of you are my greatest warriors. All of you have proven yourselves worthy in standing by my side as I achieve greatness. For those of you who have been given a second chance, do not fail me again. Aizen finished while glancing at Grimmjow, who avoided all eye contact from Aizen. Arrancar. Aizen abruptly stated. Yes, Aizen-sama? Arrancar asked in both of his voices. Before the meeting, will you be so kind as to... Of course, Aizen-sama. Arrancar answered before falling quiet. Ichigo noticed everyone suddenly closing their eyes. Not knowing what was going on, he brought his arm that was wrapped around Harribel closer to him so that he could whisper in her ear. What's going on? Ichigo asked inquisitively. Broadcast sight. It's one of Arrancar's abilities. With it, he can broadcast information of whatever he is currently thinking, seeing, or experiencing to other Arrancar. Clear your mind. What a useful ability. Ichigo stated before closing his eyes. Within moments Ichigo felt an unexplainable sensation go through his mind, signaling that the connection had been made. Thank you, Arrancar. Aizen said, as he opened his eyes along with everyone else. Arrancar gave a nod in Aizen's direction. So Aizen gets the benefit of using Arrancar's ability as well? Ichigo idly wondered. Shall we begin? Aizen-sama? Lilinet interrupted, signaling Stark to Tessai. You couldn't wait, could you? The Primera thought. Yes, Lilinet. Can we? I mean, would you? What about our numbers? Ichigo finished for her. Like Lilinet, he was slightly interested in Aizen's number system. More specifically, how they were numbered. The other Arrancar turned to Aizen to hear his answer. If you wish. He answered. All of a sudden every Arrancar, minus Ichigo, Grimmjow, and Wonderweiss, slowly pulled out their Zanpakuto. Nnoitra simply held his unique Zanpakuto before him, Barragan did the same with his battle axe, and Arrancar, since he didn't have the standard weapon type Zanpakuto, used Nejibana. Your weapon. Harribel told Ichigo. Ichigo nodded before pulling out his Zanpakuto. Wonderweiss, seeing Ichigo, pulled out his long, claymore-type Zanpakuto as well. Grimmjow. I believe I said that I had to think about you becoming an Espada once again, but I have spoken with one of your brothers and I have reconsidered my position on the topic. I am going to be merciful and will allow you to partake in the ritual. Aizen stated. The moment he uttered those words, the Arrancar glanced at Aizen suspiciously. Aizen wasn't the kind of man who went back on his word, especially when he made a big scene over the readmission of Grimmjow into Las Noches in the first place. Grimmjow knew this as well, but was glad nevertheless. Shall we? Barragan asked. One by one the Arrancar began cutting the palms of their right hands. When everyone had done so, Aizen stood up and raised his hand. Hado number 76, Sino. Before he could utter the spell he used to twist the ritual and number the Espada the way he wanted, something unexpected occurred. Black smoke suddenly began pouring out of the minis and pactos in the room and engulfed the Arrancar, separating them from Aizen. What's that? Aizen thought confusedly as he abruptly stood up. Ulquiorra? Stark? Barragan? Harribel? Aizen called out only to receive no reply. They can't hear me. Aizen, all of a sudden, covered his eyes as the smoke began spinning around rapidly. He quickly held out his hand and completed the spell he had started, but the spell dispelled as it came into contact with the black fog. After several more moments of the fog spinning around the Arrancar, it suddenly dissipated to reveal several completely confused hollow. Was that normal? Ichigo asked in confusion as he checked his body for any changes. Not when I was initiated. Stark replied as he left out a yawn, acting as if nothing had transpired. Everyone should remain calm, this was how the Espada were numbered, before Aizen. Barragan explained uncaringly. So that's what happened. Thank you for your knowledge on this matter. Aizen replied. So what usually happens? Ichigo asked. We usually spread our blood any part of our body that we choose and, with Kido, Aizen changes the blood into our numbers. Neliel explained. Why did this occur? Harribel wondered. Nobody, not even Aizen, had an answer to this question. Our number will appear on the back of our right hand. Barragan stated to break the eerie silence. With that said, everyone looked at the back of their right hand and true to Barragan's word, their new numbers began forming. Ulquiorra, Neliel, Harribel, Stark, Wonderweiss, and Ichigo were the only one unaffected by what they saw. Samari, Arrancar, Sale, and Yammy were staring at the back of their hand in confusion, and Barragan, Grimmjow, and Nnoitra were glaring at the numbers they saw. Out of all the Arrancar there, only Lilynette was jumping for joy. Stark! Stark! Look! She yelled excitedly while revealing her number to only Stark. Stark glanced at her number and sighed. Just what I need, I'll never hear the end of this. He thought. Do not let it get to your head. It must have occurred because of your connection with me. This proves that we are still connected, in some way. Stark replied. Lilynette stuck her tongue out at him before giggling and jumping up and down once again. Aizen-sama, what is the meaning of this? Yammy asked as he held up his hand. Zamari, Arrancar, and Sale held up their hands as well. The four of them did not have numbers on their hands. With a scowl, Barragan answered them, his eye never leaving his own hand. What do you expect? There were 14 of us. There can only be 10 Espada, you are obsolete. Hearing this, Yammy banged his hand on the table. This is an outrage. Yammy roared. I am the Zero Espada. None have more power than. You were only considered an Espada because you were a wild card. I believe I was told that you were killed in one attack. Grimmjow mocked angrily. Grimmjow, you. Enough. Aizen interrupted, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. The moment he saw their hands, he began thinking of a solution to this soon-to-be problem. Yammy, Sale, Samari, Arrancar, you four may not be Espada, but you will still play a great role in the war to come. I need you, each of you, for a special assignment. As long as you continue to serve me, you shall be rewarded just as much as any Espada. Now, besides Arrancar, who is crucial to this meeting, You three are dismissed. Yammy glared down at the table and banged his fist on it once more before storming out of the room, while Zamari simply left. Sale, though he was secretly angry, left the room and headed towards his lab. When everything had grew calm once more, Aizen realized that he could not sense the numbers that the Espada now had, which was odd since he usually knew their ranks. This entire renumbering ritual was very unsettling for him. Greet me, my Espada, with your new rank. Grimmjow? Aizen asked. Grimmjow glared at the number on his hand. Noveno Espada, Grimmjow Jagerjax. He said spitefully while his leader glanced at him emotionlessly. I had expected as much. Now he must suffer the fact that instead of gaining power, as he so desired, he is losing it. Aizen thought. Octava Espada, Nnoitra Jaruga. Nnoitra spat out hatefully. It had taken him so long to escape being the Octava the first time, now he would have to start from nothing once again. Neliel 2 Oderschwank, Septima Espada. Faster than ever thought possible, Nnoitra felt anger fill his being before he stood up and pounded on the table. That's crap. He yelled to nobody in particular. Aizen-sama, there's no way. Silence yourself, Nnoitra, do not whine because you are still weak. Barragan stated. Nnoitra glared at him. As I foreseen. Aizen thought calmly. Barragan is right, Nnoitra, I will not stand for another of your outbursts. You will not waste my time on your foolish vendetta, especially not when we have a meeting to get underway. Aizen stated. Nnoitra glared at Neliel for a moment longer before staring down at the table, even he knew better than to not defy Aizen face to face. After all these years, she's still stronger than me. Impossible. Nnoitra thought furiously as he balled both of his hands into fists. Neliel made no indication of looking back at the enraged Espada. Sexta Espada, Barragan Lizenbarn. The aged Espada uttered heatedly. Barragan was in no way pleased with his new rank, but he was not one to overact and lower himself to Nnoitra's level. Ridiculous. Such a low rank. The once king of Las Noches. Sexta Espada, insulting. Quinto Espada, Alquiora cipher. Alquiora stated to Barragan's and Aizen's surprise. How did he become stronger than the former Segunda? Aizen thought in confusion. It appears that even though Alquiora could keep his full power hidden from Aizen, he can't keep it from Hueco Mundo. Ichigo smirked. Wonderweiss Marjora. Wonderweiss whispered quietly while holding up his hand, for all to see. Everyone turned and saw the number 4 on Wonderweiss's hand. This came as no surprise to anyone. If Aizen had made Wonderweiss an Espada the moment he was born, Wonderweiss would have no doubt been made Primera. His battle capabilities, if he chose to use them, matched, or even outclassed, Stark's. Tercera Espada, Tia Harribel. Harribel said in monotone. Lilynette smirked at everyone before raising her hand. I'm next. Lilynette shouted happily. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they saw her rank. Lilynette Gingerback, Segunda Espada. A feeling of confusion swiftly engulfed the room. What is the meaning of this? Barragan asked angrily as Nnoitra felt the blood in his body boil. She cannot be Segunda. That which cannot be more powerful than I. Nnoitra yelled outraged. This entire ritual has been a... Everyone relax before this gets out of hand. There is no reason for everyone to speak their thought on this matter. This must have occurred because we were once the same person. This is nothing but an anomaly. We all know her rank should be far below this. Stark explained lazily. Hey! Lilynette snapped. I agree with Stark. Ichigo replied. This should not come as a surprise. They used to share one body, it only makes sense that they share the same number. Ichigo guessed. True to Ichigo's suspicions, Stark took off his right glove and held up his hand. Segunda Espada. Stark began. Coyote Stark. 2 Espada with the same numbers? Alquiora asked himself inquisitively. Has this ever occurred before? Ichigo asked. Only Arrancar has two of the same number, but he was unique. I suppose Stark and Lilinet are as well. Neliel guessed as everyone began thinking on what was occurring. When everything grew quiet once again, Ichigo finally revealed his rank. Ichigo Kurosaki. Primera Espada. Though it wasn't a surprise, the Arrancar and Aizen were slightly interested in seeing the number 1 on Ichigo's hand. This new group of Espada intrigues me to no end. Former King of Las Noches, Sexta Espada. 2 Segunda Espada. Former Quarto Espada, stronger than the former Segunda, and a once Shinigami, Primera. Arrancar stated. What an interesting development. Wouldn't you say? Aizen-sama? I agree, Arrancar, but let us end this discussion for now. Aizen replied as he glanced at Ichigo. Aizen was no doubt aware that every Espada knew that Ichigo's raw power surpassed even his. He knew he would have to get closer to Ichigo if he wanted his plans to come together flawlessly. With the announcement of the new Espada, I call this meeting into session. Aizen announced a serious tone. The topic of discussion? Ichigo asked. Now that the Espada are once more, we will begin with obtaining the Hogyoku and after that, create our army. Aizen explained. Hence, why Arrancar is with us. Stark replied with a yawn, as the Espada other than Harribel, Ichigo, and Lilinet grew confused. Aizen had only told those 4 and Wonderweiss about his plan the day after Ichigo had become an Arrancar. I want Urahara Kasuke, creator of the Hogyoku, captured and brought back to Las Noches. Aizen finally explained. You want me to absorb him? Arrancar said, catching on to where this discussion was going. Precisely, you will absorb him and obtain the information on creating another Hogyoku. We cannot be foolish enough to think Urahara has not thought of protecting his mind from such a plan. Barragan put in. There's only one way to deal with a man that would protect his mind. Nnoitra started. You simply break him until he can't fight you anymore. Sounds like a plan. Grimmjow reaffirmed. Neliel glanced at both battle-hungry Arrancar in disgust. Only thinking about destruction. She thought in annoyance. We are forgetting something. We caused massive destruction in Karakura Town. Is it possible that Shinigami, possibly captain level, are patrolling the town in case we try something? Neliel asked. It is possible, but we will take Urahara nevertheless. Aizen answered. Last time we were expected. Harribel reminded. Exactly, they will be confused. And if they send reinforcements? Ulquiorra asked. Sale has already taken care of that problem. Aizen answered. Meaning? Ichigo asked interestedly. Just before coming here, Sale finished creating a device that puts a barrier over part of Karakura Town so that nothing gets in, or leaves, including Ryatsu. Soul Society will never even know we were there until it is too late. Aizen replied. And the army? Barragan asked. It is a mission I am leading for Lilinet. Stark and Lilinet looked at Aizen in confusion. What do you mean, Aizen-sama? Lilinet asked. As your first mission as an Espada, you will travel through Las Noches and find uniquely powerful Jillians. Any Jillians you find, with more than the standard abilities of Jillians, shall be brought to Las Noches, where they will be kept until I can turn them into Arrancar. It is a mission I entrust solely to you. Lilinet smiled at the chance to prove herself to the others, mainly Ichigo. She was put in charge of gathering an army. That is no small feat. She wouldn't fail. Jillians? Ulquiorra asked. I brought it to Aizen's attention that we should be finding Jillians rather than Ajuchas. We can create hundreds of Jillian Arrancar instead of the 1 or 2 Ajuchas you find every couple of months. The forest is full of Minos, they won't be hard to find. With the exception of Arrancar, Jillian Arrancars are weak. How can they benefit us? Barragan asked. The reason why we lost last time was because of our numbers. Increase our numbers, increase our chances of defeating the Shinigami. Harribel replied. The Espada can deal with the captains, the fraction will deal with the lieutenants, and any others will have to face our army. Even if they die pathetically, the army will buy us enough time to get rid of a few captains. Ichigo explained. Every Arrancar knew this was a very fitting plan for beings such as them. When will Lilinet start to gather the Jillians? Neliel asked. After this meeting. Aizen answered. How long will it take to recreate the Hogyoku? Stark asked. It will take some time. I will know how long when I have Urahara Kisuke. We should decide on who is going to the human world to capture him. Harribel stated. I have thought of that, and, since we have a new Primera, I want Ichigo to lead the mission. Aizen decided. The Espada grew confused. They knew Aizen didn't trust Ichigo, so why was he giving Ichigo such an important mission? Me? Ichigo asked while raising an eyebrow. You may take whoever you choose. Gain his trust, his respect, understand him. I will not make the mistake my old captain did with me. Aizen thought cleverly. When will the mission begin? Ichigo finally asked. Aizen smirked as he gave his answer. When this meeting is over. So soon? Stark asked suspiciously. Sale has already made the preparations for the barrier. It will activate the moment you open your Garganta leading to the human world. I accept. Ichigo stated as Aizen stood up. And who will you choose? Aizen asked. I will lead the assault against Urahara Kisuke along with the help of Neliel, Nnoitra, Arrancar, Ulquiorra, and Barragan. Everyone was surprised by his choice. I think you chose the wrong guy to lead, Aizen-sama, half the Espada? Nnoitra asked. I believe I was put in charge, Nnoitra, and I am not a man that will take any chances. Ichigo replied. What are you thinking, Kurosaki Ichigo? Aizen wondered. If that is who you wish to accompany you, so be it. Aizen answered. All of a sudden Ichigo realized something. This mission could prove very beneficial to us. He thought. Actually, I would like Samari to accompany us as well. Ichigo added in a serious tone. Aizen stared at Ichigo for several seconds before walking towards the door that lead to the hallway. If you want, but before I forget, you must do something for me. Ichigo nodded. You will be taking 6 Espada with you. You will not fight and will keep your face hidden from view. I will not reveal our trump cards so early in the second round. Aizen ordered. Ichigo found the order odd, but didn't see a big problem with it. If anyone sees your face, kill them without hesitation. Understand? Aizen asked. Ichigo nodded once again. Good, I will be in Sale's lab preparing for Urahara's arrival, do not disappoint me. Aizen stated as he left the room. 7 Espada, you're insane. Nnoitra exclaimed. You overestimate Soul Society. I believe you lost last time because you underestimated them. Ichigo countered, silencing Nnoitra. Arrancar? Yes. Ichigo? I was told that both you and Yammy have joined us. Welcome. Your participation will be greatly rewarded today. The others, including Arrancar, were confused by his statement. Now can you contact Samari, we leave when he arrives. Ichigo explained. Within moments Samari appeared before them. Aizen has called on us for a mission? Samari asked. I have chosen you because Aizen has spoken highly of your speed. Ichigo lied. Aizen-sama is gracious. I will go. Good. Ichigo replied as the Espada not chosen for the mission began to leave. Wanna come, Stark? Ichigo asked. Stark let out a yawn. Don't be ridiculous. Bye-bye Ichigo, wish me luck on getting those Arrancar. Lilinet said happily as she used Sonido. Let's go. Ichigo ordered as the Espada stood up and moved to the back of the room where there was more space. Wish me luck? Ichigo asked Harribel. You don't need such a useless thing. She answered emotionlessly while walking towards the door. Fine. Just don't regret it if something happens to me." Ichigo called out to her. Harribel just smiled before walking out of the meeting room. When he couldn't see her anymore, Ichigo turned to where the other Espada were standing and saw 6 Garganta opening up. "Arrancar, I heard you had problems with sunlight. Will it be a problem?" Ichigo asked. "This mask will protect me from the sun's rays," he answered as the Espada began entering their Garganta. No other Espada present knew that unspoken words were passed between the two. As Arrancar turned to leave, Ichigo tapped the space in front of him and watched as his own Garganta opened. Within moments a Garganta closed behind each of the Espada until only Neliel and Ichigo were left. "Arrancar spoke to me through his broadcast site. He told me that you wanted to speak with me," Neliel explained. She noticed that Ichigo's face was deadly serious. "I need you to do something for me." Urahara shop, underground training room. Several powerful warriors were gathered together in front of a large screen TV that was oddly attached to the side of boulder by weird vein-like wires. The reason for their being there, uniting together to fight a common enemy. "We have thought upon your offer to rejoin the ranks of the Shinigami," Love Akawa, former captain, and Vizard stated. "And your answer?" Leader of the Shinigami, a younger Yamamoto Genryusai, asked through the screen. Soul Society had been waiting on the Vizard's answer for quite some time. "We have decided to decline," Love answered, causing Yamamoto's eyes to narrow. "Do you not know how powerful our enemy is?" Yamamoto asked angrily. "We do, but we have already decided. I, alone, cannot change our answer. We were cast aside by Soul Society. That was 100 years ago, and we are in a state of emergency. You must come back to Soul Society. We must be untied if Aizen strikes again. Soul Society has lost over half its power. We cannot assist each other from different worlds." He makes a valid point. Ishin put in. "So why aren't you going to Soul Society?" Love asked. "I must stay for my girls and—" Ishin grew quiet. "Wait, in case Ichigo somehow returns." Ryukin finished. "Ichigo was our ally as well. It saddens us that Aizen has him, but when the time comes we will use our own strength to save him." Love replied. "Why am I even here?" Ryukin asked. "This is getting us nowhere. We need all the help we can get." Tessai answered. "I understand the threat Aizen poses to the human world, which is why I am allying myself with Shinigami. You need to put aside your differences, fast. We have already wasted too much time." Ryukin is right. Every second that passes, Aizen gets stronger. For all we know, Aizen is back at full power. Ishin told Love. "We have already decided, we will not rejoin Soul Society. We will assist you if Aizen strikes again, but that is all. And if Aizen attacks us, how will you get to Soul Society? How will you assist us then?" Yamamoto shouted. All of a sudden the TV screen began cracking up. Urahara, who had been watching the confrontation, stood up and checked the TV. "What's going on that end?" Yamamoto asked. "Just some interference of some kind, nothing that can't be fixed," Urahara explained. "Mr. Urahara, Jinta and I have brought drinks," Ururu stated as she, along with Jinta, offered drinks to the warriors. "Why, thank you." Urahara stopped when the screen cracked up even more. Urahara. The screen, all of a sudden, turned snowy and made loud static noises. The broadcast was disrupted. "What happened?" Tessai asked. All of a sudden the warriors felt a massive wave of Ryatsu approach them. With wasting a second, Love jumped up. "Everyone look out! Ururu! Jinta!" Urahara shouted as he covered both kids with his arms. Not a second later a loud explosion resonated above before the ceiling began crumbling and falling apart. The secret training room was coming undone within seconds. "What's going on?" Jinta yelled amongst the chaos. Urahara began looking around for an escape as he spoke what was on everyone's mind. "They're here. Chapter 25, Invasion 1. 300 meters above the Urahara shop. The sound of echoing, ripping, fabric filled the air as 7 Gargantas tore open the dimensional fabric that separated both the human world and Hueco Mundo. As the wind began to pick up violently, a tall, lanky, Arrancar stepped out of one of the lingering Gargantas looming over the human world. As he looked down on the oddly quiet town, he took a deep breath before making a disgusted face. Damn, I hate this smell. Nnoitra spat angrily as he lifted his overly large Zanpakuto onto his shoulder, the sound of its chains rattling accompanying the motion. What smell is that, Nnoitra? Fresh air? Neliel asked as she brushed a strand of her soft, silky, green hair out of her face, due to the current windy condition of the weather. The smell of humans, such weak beings. Nnoitra snapped. Must you complain about everything? Ulquiorra added as he and the remaining Espada stepped out of their own Garganta. Enough. Ichigo said quietly as his eyes roamed around the earth for the first time. Breathing is difficult here. Ichigo stated idly as his eyes landed on something very interesting. The human world doesn't have the same quality of spirit particles as Hueco Mundo. We will be weaker here than back at Las Noches. Neliel explained. Ichigo, taking into account what was just told to him, began to speak of something else. It seemed Sail's cloaking device is already in effect. He finished as he motioned around his fellow Espada. 4 extremely large Garganta-like openings were strategically situated several hundred meters apart from one another and was generating a transparent, golden barrier that connected to one another and traveled all the way down to the Earth's surface. It feels like negation. We must be several hundred meters above the town and we are still in the barrier. Odd, was such a large barrier needed? Neliel asked Ichigo. Sail seems to think so. Ichigo answered obviously. Instead of asking such useless questions, you should be asking yourselves why our target hasn't sensed this barrier, or rather, why haven't they sensed us? Zamari stated as everyone looked at the shop far below them. Not only are we far enough away, but we aren't exerting our Ryatsu. Even if he is the legendary Urahara Kasuke, he can't sense us from here. Barragan replied idly. That leaves us with the element of surprise. Arrancar commented. I sense several high-leveled warriors below us. Which one is Urahara, I wonder? Neliel questioned as she turned to Ichigo for orders along with the other Espada. Shall we get this underway? Ichigo asked and after a brief pause turned to right. Ulquiorra, will you inform them of our arrival? He asked. Ulquiorra nodded his head as he pointed a finger at the shop below them. Understood. The Quinto Espada answered as he swiftly charged a bright green Ciro at the tip of his finger. Within a span of a few short seconds, Ulquiorra released the devastatingly powerful Ciro at the Urahara shop. The Ciro roared to life as the concentrated beam surged from the Quinto Espada's finger, its mono-directional path giving the Ciro the quickest route to its mark. So powerful and swift was the Ciro that the air around it seemed to produce a loud echoing moan and distorted the space around it. The moment the green beam reached the shop which was in mere seconds, a powerful, destructive explosion engulfed the shop along with the immediate areas surrounding it. Do you think that was wise? Neliel yelled to Ichigo over the sound of the explosion. Everything could have been done a lot more discreetly. She finished. Urahara isn't alone. Being discreet means nothing if multiple confrontations are inevitable. Arrancar explained. They have been shaken up. Nnoitra stated as the blast of the Ciro's detonation died down, moments later. Looked, there they go. He finished uninterestedly. True to his words, several figures appeared on a skyscraper a block away from the now destroyed shop. They're too far away to be able to see them clearly. Zamari made clear. It doesn't matter. Look! They've spotted us. Neliel noticed. Though it was vague, the Espada could see several of the warriors staring up at them. I will not be spotted from up here. Besides Arrancar, the rest of you will confront those warriors. I will not take part? You will stay with me. I need you for a very important matter. Ichigo explained. Understood, Ichigo. Neliel whispered. We won't fail you. Our mission is to capture Urahara, kill anyone that assists him. Is this in any way unclear? The Primera asked in a serious tone. Nobody spoke. Here is where we reveal ourselves to our enemies. Do not let them forget the might of the new Espada. The Primera declared. I promise. Neliel whispered passionately. Neliel knew that whoever she fought, she would not kill them, that was her nature. She hated battle, but she would fight for Ichigo. Then go! Without another word, 5 of the 7 Espada used Sonido and went to confront the Earth's forces. How did you know Urahara wasn't alone? Arrancar suddenly asked. A feeling, nothing more, Ichigo answered with a shrug. And what did you need me for? Nothing yet, for now, simply watch. Ichigo said with a smirk as he saw the Espada appear before Urahara and his allies. Understood. Several minutes earlier. A loud explosion resonated above them, and within moments the pseudo-sky began cracking apart and falling down all around the occupants of the room. We have to get out of here. Ryukin exclaimed as he looked for an escape route. What's going on? Jinta yelled over the loud rumbling of rocks as they hit the ground. Urahara grew grim as he said what was on everyone's mind. They're here. Kisuk! We have to get out of here. Isshin yelled as he dodged falling debris. Tessai ran to Urahara and picked up both Ururu and Jinta. I will take them. Urahara nodded his head as he looked for an escape route. Everyone this way. Urahara shouted and he sped off, seemingly towards where the debris was falling the most. The others were right behind him. Urahara, where are we going? Love called out. It was now getting very hard to maneuver around the collapsing room, and the quaking ground was making it very difficult to balance. Over there! Tessai answered. Several meters ahead of them, an opening suddenly appeared on the ceiling. We'll use that. Isshin told his friends. The moment he finished speaking, everyone vanished. Roof of an unknown building a block away from the Urahara shop. All of a sudden Urahara along with his companions appeared on a building overlooking his shop. What the heck was that? Love asked as Tessai put Jinta and Ururu down. Ryukin, Love, and Isshin immediately began search for whoever attacked them, while Tessai and Urahara noticed the barrier that they were encased in. A barrier? Urahara wondered in confusion. There they are. Ryukin suddenly pointed out. Everyone there suddenly looked above and saw 7 figures looming above them. That's why we couldn't sense them, they are too far away to see them clearly. I don't think Aizen is among them. Isshin commented. They were hiding their Ryatsu as well. Tessai added. Be careful, they may be Espada. Ryukin replied. Whatever they are, we have to face them alone. They've trapped us in. Urahara finally said while motioning towards the barrier around them. What I want to know is how they were able to set up a barrier without our knowledge. Love thought aloud. Aizen sure has been busy. Urahara said in a casual tone. From what I can sense, it is a barrier that can block Ryatsu from coming both in and out. The only reason they would create something like that is to separate us. They outnumber us, what's the plan? Isshin asked. Our plan is figuring out their plan. Urahara said simply. We don't know what they want here. I doubt it's getting the king's key, or they wouldn't have put up such a powerful barrier. Tessai guessed as he eyed the mysterious group. What could they want? Love wondered. And why aren't they? Here they come. Urahara whispered as 5 of the figures vanished. After waiting several moments in complete silence, the sound that accompanied Arrancar when they used Sonido filled the air around them. 5 Arrancar had appeared above them, close enough so that both groups could see each other clearly. Now that they were so close, their Ryatsu was unmistakable. Their Espada. Tessai whispered. This was the worst possible situation for them. They were trapped without the ability to call for backup, and they were outnumbered by such high-level fighters. All of them are captain level, except the two children. Zamari started. We should proceed with caution. Scared Zamari? I say we kill them all. Nnoitra stated, loud enough for everyone to hear. We might as well. Barragan was suddenly interrupted by Love. Stopping acting as if we can't hear you. What is your business here? Since no other Espada tried to answer, Neliel took a step forward. Urahara Kasuk, by order of Aizen, you will accompany us back to Las Noches. Urahara and his allies looked up at the green-haired Arrancar in confusion. Me? Urahara thought to himself. Oh dear, now why would Aizen want such an uninteresting shopkeeper such as myself? The Espada, besides Ulquiorra, immediately looked at him. They had not known which one was Urahara until now. So that is the man Aizen wants. Barragan thought to himself as the other Espada thought along the same lines. We would prefer you come with us quietly. Neliel replied, ignoring Urahara's question. Perhaps you didn't hear clearly. What does Aizen want with Urahara? Ishin asked Neliel. You do not expect us to answer that question, do you? Zamari answered with another question. Unfortunately, I have no intention of going with you. Urahara replied, causing Neliel to sigh. I had hoped that it could be a peaceful mission. Who was I kidding? Neliel thought to herself. Then we have no choice. Ulquiorra whispered as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Just what I wanted to hear. Nnoitra commented while grinning manically. Urahara, knowing that a confrontation was inevitable, turned to looked at Jinta and Yururu. Ryukin, can you please take them as far away from this place as possible? Urahara asked since the two kids had moved closer to Ryukin during the conversation. This place is about to become a battlefield. Neliel's and Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed when hearing this and subtly began searching the city for something. Of course. Ryukin answered as he placed his hand on both kids' shoulders and vanished. Seeing this, Zamari suddenly pulled out his Zanpakuto. I will deal with that one. He explained. All of a sudden Tessai charged Zamari as full force. You won't step 1 foot towards those kids. Tessai yelled as he cocked his fist back and neared Zamari. Such speed. Zamari thought idly as he raised his Zanpakuto to block the blow. Unfortunately, when Tessai was in the process of throwing his punch, he suddenly slowed down within inches of punching Zamari. What's going on? Tessai wondered in confusion. Ishin, Urahara, Love's eyes widened in shock as the oldest-looking Espada appeared behind Tessai. I didn't even see him move. Love thought worriedly. Tessai! Urahara yelled as Tessai sensed Barragan behind him. He stopped. My attack? Tessai thought in confusion. Your Ryatsu. Barragan began as he summoned his massive Zanpakuto. Is particularly powerful. I will be your opponent. Barragan made to grab Tessai's shoulder, but Tessai immediately used Shuinpa to get away. He's strong. How long has it been since I've been in a serious fight? Tessai thought worriedly. You're fast, but my power. Barragan suddenly appeared behind Tessai once again. Renders that speed useless. Barragan swiftly grabbed Tessai by his arm and sent him crashing into a building several blocks away from the group. Tessai! Ishin yelled as he made to confront Barragan. Fortunately, he was halted by Urahara. Tessai won't go down by such a weak attack. He's made of stronger stuff, you know that. I know. Ishin replied worriedly. Barragan glanced at the two before turning away. I will leave the rest to you. He said to nobody in particular before using Sonito, followed closely by Zamari, who went to confront Ryukin. Silence momentarily filled the air as both groups sized each other up. What are we waiting for? Nnoitra suddenly yelled as he charged Urahara. He couldn't stand just waiting around. To intercept him, Love moved. Before Nnoitra could reach them, Love appeared before Nnoitra with his Zanpakuto drawn. Out of the way! Nnoitra yelled as he brought his massive Zanpakuto down. Love immediately parried the blow and swiftly followed up by kneeing Noitora's abdomen. Nnoitra hadn't seen it coming and was sent plummeting into the city below by the surprisingly power blow. I will deal with that one. I don't know what they want with you, but it can't be good. I have a bad feeling about this. Love told Urahara before using Shuinpa. When Love left, Neliel stared between Ulquiorra and the remaining fighters. Do you have? Neliel was suddenly interrupted when Isshin appeared before her. Sorry Urahara, but I'm taking the weaker of the two. Isshin called out to Urahara. I guess it can't be helped. Urahara replied as Neliel and Isshin locked eyes with one another. Shall we go somewhere less crowded then? Neliel asked emotionlessly. After you. Isshin replied as Neliel turned her back to Isshin. Good luck. She told Ulquiorra before using Sonido. Don't exhaust yourself. Urahara reminded Isshin. I know. Isshin answered before using Shuinpa. Now that they were alone, Ulquiorra locked eyes with Urahara. So we meet again. Urahara said, referring to when he had first saw Ulquiorra with Yammy. Ulquiorra didn't answer him and instead asked a question of his own. This city below us, it's fake, isn't it? Urahara's eyes widened. Oh my, how did you figure that out? Earlier you said that this place would become a battlefield, but you wouldn't have said that if the humans were still present. Ulquiorra replied. I guess they're no use fooling you. We knew Aizen might strike soon, so we created another version of a fake Karakura Town, just in case. It's a good thing we were right, or a lot of innocent people could have been killed. Those pillars, far off in the distance, they stabilize this fake town, correct? Yes, but this barrier prevents even you from getting to them. Our mission is not the King's Key, our mission is you. Ulquiorra stated as he held up his Zanpakuto in front of him. I guess I have no choice. Urahara commented as he held up his crane and revealed its hidden blade. Awaken. Benihime. A bright red light suddenly engulfed Urahara's Zanpakuto as it began changing into its release form. The hilt grew unnaturally long for a standard Zanpakuto, with the last 3 inches of it being bent at an angle. There was no crossguard, but first 3 inches of the blade was covered by a copper, U-shaped, decoration, while the blade itself was straight, slim, and at the tip it was slanted like a razor's edge. When Benihime was fully released, Urahara stared at Ulquiorra darkly. Shall we begin? Chapter 26, Invasion 2. Secluded group of building north of the Shinigami/Hollow confrontation. Ryukin, along with Jinta and Yururu, suddenly appear on a lone street via the Quincy version of Shuinpa. Ryukin was exceeding proficient at it and had managed to separate the kids far enough so that they were sure to stay out of the battle's crossfire. I expected one of the Espada to be right behind me, I'm glad they didn't. This means the others are holding them off, but for how long? I have to get back fast. Ryukin thought semi-worriedly. Both of you are to remain here. The Espada don't want you, so as long as you remain here you will be safe. The others and I will make sure to keep the fighting away from here so that you won't get caught up in all of this. Thanks, mister. Come on, Yururu. Jinta exclaimed as he grabbed hold of Yururu's hand and attempted to lead her into a building that was adjacent to them. The red-haired boy was surprised to feel resistance when he tried tugging his partner. Ryukin looked intently at the quiet girl as she stared, almost hypnotically, in the area where Urahara and Tessai were. She's sensing the Espada? Ryukin wondered inquisitively. Urahara never did explain what she is exactly. Hey dummy, what? Jinta stopped speaking when he saw Yururu's expressionless face. What are you waiting for? Go! Ryukin ordered sternly as he made sure to scan the area of any incoming opponents. The Quincy wanted to make sure they found shelter before he had left so that his own mind would be at ease. He didn't want to enter a battle wondering if both kids had found a secure building to hide in. That thought would only distract him and might even cause him to lose the battle. But Mr. Urahara. She whispered in monotone, causing Ryukin to sigh. Nothing's going to happen to him, this will be over before you know it. Now go quickly, I have to go back to help them. The sound of a building getting destroyed filled the air, causing Ryukin to look towards where his allies were. That was Tessai Ryatsu I just felt. I have to hurry. Yururu, who was still staring up into the sky, spoke once again. Please help Mr. Urahara. He already knows that dummy. Let's. The words died on Jinta's lips when Ryukin swiftly spun around, and in the process of doing so, his Quincy bow materialized in his hand. He aimed his bow directly down the long street that they were on and began to gather Ryatsu. Faster than Jinta and Yururu could see, Ryukin abruptly shot a bright blue, spirit arrow directly in front of him. As arrows surged through the air and down the street, the echoing boom of sonido filled the air as one of the Espada appeared 5 blocks away from Ryukin and the children, in the arrow's trajectory. Got you. Ryukin whispered as the spirit arrow closed in on the Espada at an unimaginable speed. Evasion wasn't possible, so it surprised Ryukin when his arrow passed harmlessly through the hollow. Ryukin's eyes narrowed suspiciously as the Espada faded away. Where did he? Before Ryukin could even blink, he found himself toe-to-toe with one of the Espada. That attack had tremendous speed. Any slower and I would have been at your mercy. The Arrancar spoke in a deep, knowing voice. Despite being surprised by the close proximity of the Arrancar, Ryukin answered evenly. I don't need to be commended by a hollow. Zamari stared at Ryukin for several seconds before speaking once again. But the basis for such an attack, you are not a Shinigami. Zamari figured out. No, a Quincy. Quincy? I have never heard of a Quincy. Zamari explained as he sized up his opponent. I didn't think a lowly being such as you would know of a Quincy anyway. Ryukin noticed the Arrancar's eyes widen slightly. Hit a nerve? Ryukin guessed. Perhaps it is fate that brings me such arrogant opponents. You seem no different than that captain. Zamari commented, causing Ryukin to wonder who he was talking about. Seeing this, Zamari spoke again. Do not worry, though. Unlike others, I learn from my mistakes. I will not just abruptly force my sovereignty over you within the first moments of our battle. Zamari suddenly began to slowly unsheath his Zanpakuto. Instead, I will slowly introduce it to you, each time our blades cross. Jinta, take Yururu and run. Go now. Ryukin ordered. Jinta nodded his head before shaking Yururu. We gotta go now. Jinta yelled. Hesitantly, Yururu nodded her head and allowed herself to be dragged off by Jinta. Finally, Ryukin thought as he stared at his battle-ready opponent. Now I just have to keep him away from the direction that the kids are running to. Those children, you were wise to send them away from this place. Ryukin ignored the comment. What is your name, Espada? Espada. I unfortunately no longer have the privilege to be called that. Ryukin stared at the Arrancar in confusion. I am Zamari Leroux, former Septima Espada. Former Septima. Septima. So you used to be the 7th strongest Arrancar in Aizen's army until you were replaced, is that it? Ryukin accurately guessed. You shouldn't be too much trouble. Zamari stared at him indifferently. Apologies, did I hit a nerve? Not at all, you are merely proving once again how arrogant you are. Zamari answered. Arrogant? How so? Believing that just because I am no longer an Espada, I will not be that much of a threat. That is arrogance at its fullest, Quincy. Do not fear, I will not underestimate you. Ryukin replied as he held up his Quincy bow. Come. Quinn. Before Zamari could even finish speaking, 3 arrows pierced his chest. You're going to have to be faster than that if you want to fight me. Ryukin explained seriously as Zamari looked calmly down at his profusely bleeding chest. And you're going to have to aim better. Zamari's voice explained from behind Ryukin. The Quincy's eyes suddenly widened as he looked over his shoulder and barely managed to dodge the Zanpakuto that nearly took his head before jumping several feet away. How did he? The Quincy wondered suspiciously as he stared at both the damaged Espada and the completely unharmed one. Both have the same Ryatsu, are they twin Espada? The moment he finished thinking that, the one that was pierced by his initial attack vanished. Ryukin immediately scanned for the Espada Ryatsu to see if he was going to attack, but realized that its Ryatsu was nowhere to be found. So that's it. Ryukin realized. By the look on your face, I am assuming that you are confused by what just happened. Shall we have another demonstration? Zamari asked in a cocky tone. No need. Ryukin replied as he held up his Quincy bow right in front of him, causing Zamari raise an eyebrow. That technique you use, Sonito, was it? I'm guessing that you have evolved the technique to the point where you can make temporary copies of yourself to fool your opponents. Zamari's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard Ryukin's explanation. You appear smarter than the captain I fought in Hueco Mundo. How did you know? Zamari asked. Let's just say that I used to have a slight rivalry with a black cat that could use a similar ability, back when I was foolish enough to believe that being a Quincy meant something. Ryukin explained. Well, I hope that you were able to defeat that black cat that you speak of, or you will find defeating me impossible. Zamari replied before suddenly charging the Quincy, who began to smirk. Sorry, not even once did I defeat that black cat. Ryukin stated as he began releasing a barrage of spirit arrow at his target. Zamari sped down the sidewalk, and as he neared the incoming arrows he vanished, causing Ryukin to remain on high alert. Behind! With his bow raised high, Ryukin spun around and blocked the incoming slash. I commend your speed. Ryukin suddenly felt another presence behind him. But you cannot reach me. Faster than Zamari could follow, Ryukin vanished and appeared behind both Espadas so that, in his vision, they were lined up. Too late. Ryukin released a fully charged spirit arrow, successfully blowing a hole through both of them. Both copies vanished in an instant. The Quincy suddenly followed up by turning around and charging another arrow the same time as Zamari appeared. Your guess was accurate. You knew I could make more than one copy? Zamari had appeared close enough to feel the bow touching his forehead. Yes. Ryukin shot the arrow straight through Zamari's head, causing a third copy to vanish. The real Zamari suddenly made himself known by appearing almost a block away from his opponent. Your speed. I underestimated you. You can vanish and reappear in a mere second. If I wasn't cautious, you would have ended me. Ryukin let out a sigh. You can stop speaking anytime now. This is a battle, not a conversation. Conversation? Very well, Quincy, I will give you. All of a sudden Ryukin found himself surrounded by Zamari and 4 of his copies. The battle you are asking for. Directly below Shinigami/Hollow Confrontation. After being taken to the sky by the unknown Shinigami, Nnoitra hit the ground hard enough to cause a rather large crater in the center of a group of buildings. Due to his exceedingly tough hero, Nnoitra hadn't felt the impact as much as he should have, but he was pissed off nevertheless. Damn Shinigami! Nnoitra whispered spitefully as he stood up and dusted himself off. They'd all be better off dead. Nnoitra said as he looked above him just in time to see Neliel leave with one of the remaining Shinigami. Daydream? And I thought you were a powerful opponent. Nnoitura's eyes widened before swiftly turning around to see where the voice has come from. Love was sitting cross-legged at the very edge of the crater, looking down on Nnoitra with very serious eyes. You! Nnoitra whispered angrily. Love Akawa, Vizard, at your service. Now give me your name, Espada, so that we can start this. Nnoitra chuckled at his soon-to-be opponent. In a hurry to die, are we? All right then, Nnoitra Jaruga, Octava Espada. Nnoitra said, showing the number 8 on the back of his hand. 8? Then this will easier than I thought. When Love said this, Nnoitra glared up at him. Though I should have guessed you were weak by the way you charged head first into battle like that. Watch yourself, Shinigami. You got lucky, that's all, so don't expect to find such an opening again. Nnoitra warned that he used Sonito to get out of the crater and reappear several feet behind Love. You will be cut down nevertheless. As Love said this, Nnoitra had knelt down and touched the ground with one finger. Apparently Nnoitra found out what he was looking for a moment later when a wide grin grew on his face. Your Ryatsu is twice as weak as that one captain's, Nnoitra began, referring to Zaraki. In fact, your Ryatsu is weak period. Cut me down? Ha! My arrow is the strongest among the Espada. I won't be cut down so easily, especially by you. As Nnoitra spoke, Love got up from his sitting position and turned to the Arrancar. I do not know which captain you're speaking of, but I can assure you that I'm not as weak as you assume. Love replied as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Come at me, Shinigami. Nnoitra beckoned. Without another word, Love sped towards the Espada, Zanpakuto drawn. The Octava Espada merely grinned as Love neared him. You're as good as dead. Nnoitra yelled joyfully as Love jumped into the air and attempted to dive bomb into him. Don't think so. Love yelled back as he got close enough to stab Nnoitra. When it was close enough, Nnoitra grabbed Love's Zanpakuto, halting the wizard in midair. Love's eyes widened in apparent surprise that he was stopped so easily. Told ya. With a quick flick of the wrist, Nnoitra sent Love into the air once again. Love quickly managed to regain balance and landed several feet away from the Arrancar. Care to try again? Nnoitra mocked. Receiving no answer other than a serious glare, the Octava smirked. Guess that's a no. With that said, Nnoitra charged Love, who did the same. As they clashed, both were able to grab onto each other's arm that held their respective Zanpakutos. They had stopped each other from advancing any further. So I guess I won't be completely bored. Nnoitra stated as he tried to bring his weapon down on Love. He noticed that his opponent was surprisingly stronger than he initially thought. Damn straight. Love replied. Before Nnoitra could react, Love succeeded in freeing his Zanpakuto and bringing his knee up to Noitora's abdomen. Nnoitra let out a disgruntled groan as Love used Shuimpa to get behind him. Got you. Love grabbed onto the Espada spoon-like hood and sent him crashing into a nearby building. Not really agile, are you? Not really. Love's eyes widened as he felt Noitora's towering presence appear right behind him. Damn it. How fast? Love swiftly turned around and slashed at Noitora's midsection only for his Zanpakuto to bounce off the Espada's tough arrow. Ha! I told you, you can't cut me. The Espada then brought his Zanpakuto crashing down on Love, who was barely able to bring his own Zanpakuto up in time to block. As their Zanpakuto meet, Love was brought to his knees by the force Nnoitra put into his blade. Seeing no other way, Love used Shuimpa to escape. Running away. Nnoitra taunted as the wizard appeared a few feet behind him. Not at all. The Octava quickly turned around and threw his Zanpakuto towards Love. Love jumped to his right to avoid the incoming attack, but was surprised to see Nnoitra redirect the attack by manipulating the chain connecting the Espada to his weapon. Love quickly ducked, managing to avoid the otherwise fatal slash. Quite dancing around already and fight me. If this is your limit, you're a joke. You're a captain, aren't you? Release your Bankai already. If you can't offer me a great battle, let me finish you off when you're at your max. In a deadly serious tone, Love answered. If I cannot draw blood from you in 20 minutes, I will unleash my Bankai. Nnoitra grinned at the idea. I like it, you got yourself a deal, but don't think these 20 minutes will be easy. If I have a chance to kill you before then, I will. I would have expected nothing else. Love replied. Then let's get started. Love used a swift Shuimpa to get within inches of the Espada as once again slashed at him. All Love managed to do was knock Nnoitra off balance, but he swiftly followed up with a downward strike. Nnoitra was momentarily forced to bow down slightly, but regained his balance and slashed at Love. Jumping over the incoming slash, Love attempted to cut off Nnoitora's head, only to find out that the Espada's arrow was just as tough there as it was on his chest. Trying to behead me? Smart, but ineffective. You can cut me! Nnoitra yelled excitedly. The Octava swiftly tried to thrust his Zanpakuto into Love, but the wizard brought his blade up. Though Nnoitra was blocked, he did manage to push Love back several feet. You have power but lack speed, it is your greatest disadvantage. Is it now? Tell me, why is speed important when you can't even scratch me? I will show you. Love answered, causing Nnoitra to smirk. Only if it makes the battle more entertaining. Soon the entire block they were fighting in began taking on massive damage as both opponents tried getting the upper hand. For 10 continuous minutes the air crackled with energy, and sparks flew everywhere as the two crossed blades. "That's more like it," Nnoitra commented as he batted away an incoming strike from Love. "You haven't seen half of." Love was unable to finish due to the fact that Nnoitra managed to cut his left arm. Love immediately jumped a good distance away from his opponent. By now, Love had several small cuts and bruises while Nnoitra, besides damaged clothes, had no sign of injuries. "This is getting us nowhere, Shinigami. Come release your Bankai, let's finish this." "In a hurry? I still have 8 minutes. Love replied, causing Nnoitra to glare at him. "You attempt to cut me were amusing in the beginning, but now they're staring to annoy me. I can cut you, and I have 8 minutes to prove it to you." "Fine, well end this now. Come at me, Shinigami, with everything you have." Nnoitra began as he dropped his Zanpakuto to his side, leaving himself completely open. "What?" Love asked in confusion. "I will show you how futile your attempts are. I'll give you a free shot." "No thanks, heroes find their own paths to victory." You'd rather waste time with me instead of helping an ally?" Nnoitra goaded. Nnoitra was referring to Urahara, but something clicked in Love that made him come to a very important realization. "These guys have Ichigo, how could I be playing around when they have my ally? I have to find a way to get answers from him. No more games." "I can't believe I was actually playing around." After a moment of thinking, he spoke. "Usually heroes don't take free shots, but I'll be the exception. I was going to save this for later, but..." "Cut the crap about heroes, come at me," Nnoitra yelled. "If you insist." Love suddenly began glowing a dark acid green color as his Ryatsu began to climb. Nnoitra merely grinned as he sensed that Love's Ryatsu was nowhere near the level it needed to be to cut into his arrow. Pathetic Shinigami. After several more moments of increasing his Ryatsu, Love tightly gripped his Zanpakuto and stood in a battle-ready stance. "Ha ha ha. Is this all the power you can muster? What a joke!" Nnoitra mocked as the wind began picking up. "This will be enough to finish you, rest assured," Love pledged. "Then let's see." From nearly a block away Love charged Nnoitra, Zanpakuto at the ready. So sure was Nnoitra that Love couldn't cut him that he honestly didn't prepare to block the attack in any way. Unfortunately, this was the beginning of his downfall. When Love was mere feet away from Nnoitra, he grinned, causing Nnoitira's eyes to widen. "He's planning something." Before Nnoitra could react, Love brought one hand to his face and clawed at the air there. All of a sudden Nnoitra was hit by a massive wave of Ryatsu that managed to push him back 10 feet. His Ryatsu. It's tripled. Nnoitra thought incredulously as he stared at an Oni-type hollow mask. What is this? Knowing that he couldn't be caught by such an attack, Nnoitra attempted to dodge. Unfortunately, his speed was nowhere near fast enough to evade such monstrous velocity. Nnoitira's left arm was completely severed from his body before he even felt it, and with a face showing absolute shock, he fell to one knee. "How? What happened?" played over and over in his head as he clutched his profusely bleeding shoulder. He wasn't even given a moment to recover due to the fact that Love's now ominous Ryatsu appeared directly behind him. Nnoitra looked over his shoulder and locked eyes with the demonic hollow mask that Love wore. Nnoitra didn't wonder how his opponent had the same Ryatsu as a hollow, or even why he bore a mask. All he could think was, "You bastard, you were toying with me this entire time," he whispered angrily. His breath was heavy and he was already sweating profusely. In a dark, echoing, demonic voice, Love spoke. "Sorry. I guess I won't be releasing my Bankai after all." Empty hospital, 4 blocks away from the Shinigami/Hollow confrontation. Tessai was hardly surprised that he found himself digging his way out a large pile of crushed brick and ruble that he had been thrown in by the old Espada. He hadn't been in a fight with such powerful opponents in over 100 years. It came as no surprise that he was thrown into what seemed to be a rather large hospital waiting room. What a mess. Tessai said to himself as he got up and dusted off the rubble that he was covered in. That attack surprised me. I forgot that I mustn't lose focus. Jinta and Yururu, they will be fine. Right now, I have to deal with you. While saying the last part, Tessai turned the gaping hole he had made and saw Barragan looking down upon him. Deal with me? You have some nerve for someone that was taken out of the sky so easily. Everyone is allowed at least one screw-up in battle, I am no exception. Fool, you can't afford to screw up with me as your opponent. I am Barragan Lizenbarn, true ruler of Las Noches. Barragan exclaimed. Ruler? Tessai asked in confusion. We will see if you are worthy of such a title. I do not care now what Aizen wants with Urahara, but I will put my life on the line to make sure Urahara remains safe. Tessai replied sincerely, showing what deep respect he had for his longtime friend. Fighting to protect, in my experience, those that fight to protect are usually successful in their battles. Now I know you won't make this battle simple. What luck I have. Barragan stated. No. Barragan raised his eyebrow as Tessai's demeanor changed. He was now speaking in a deadly serious voice. You don't have luck. In fact, you are the most unluckiest person on this battlefield. Tessai's Ryatsu began shooting up dramatically, causing the immediate area to shake and rumble. I guess I was right to choose you. Shinigami. Barragan thought as Tessai's Ryatsu increased drastically. Prepare yourself, Espada. I am Tessai Tsukabashii, former captain of the Kido Corps. Tessai said as Ryatsu flowed out of him. That's it, Shinigami, show me your power. Summon your weapon and come at me. Barragan demanded. Weapon? Tessai asked in confusion. Sorry, I walk a different path. Barragan narrowed his eyes the moment Tessai, suddenly, pointed his right index finger at him. No weapon? Heido number 33, Sokatsui. That air around Tessai cracked with energy as a wave of bright blue energy surged out of Tessai's finger. Barragan was slightly taken aback by the manner Tessai chose to attack, but other than that, he remained expressionless. Tessai saw this as well. He's not dodging, that level of an attack won't have an effect on him, but I guessed as much. When the Kido spell got within mere inches of Barragan, its speed lowered drastically, allowing Barragan to simply sidestep the attack. When the Espada had done so, the Kido once again picked up speed only to crash into the side of the great barrier that housed the fighters. Again. Tessai thought, referring to the time that Barragan managed to slow his punch. A being such as yourself will never be able to defeat me. It would be like a fight between an ant and a dragon. Victory, it's just not possible. Barragan explained righteously. Tessai quickly used Shuimpa to get behind Barragan so that both fighters were now in the air. You are arrogant, Espada, it will lead to your downfall. Tessai stated before snapping his fingers. Bakudo number 61, Rikuja Koro. 6 thin, white, beams of light swiftly circled and shot towards Barragan. Once again the attack was slowed down the moment it got within Barragan's immediate vicinity. This gave Barragan time to use Sonito and escape the binding Kido. How foolish of you. All forms of attack are useless to me. All of a sudden Barragan appeared directly in front of Tessai, his massive battle axe raised high in the air. Time itself is mine to control. Bakudo number 81, Danku. As Barragan brought his axe down on Tessai, a misty white energy barrier formed to intercept the axe for Tessai. Unfortunately, as the attack connected, the barrier shattered like glass and the force behind the attack sent Tessai into the side of a nearby building. Without giving Tessai time to react, Barragan appeared right in front of him. You would do well to fear me, Shinigami, he said as he swung his battle axe. Tessai immediately used Shuimpa and reappeared on the roof of an adjacent building. From his spot, he could see the building the Barragan had sliced, instead of him, began to collapse. What fearsome power! The former Kido Corps captain whispered to himself. My opponent has the power to control time. I thought as much. Tessai thought as he tried to figure out how he could fight such an opponent. Do not try to fathom my power, nobody can. Barragan stated as he appeared before Tessai. Everyone has their weakness. The only weakness fit for time is immortality, and I doubt an ant such as yourself holds the key to immortality. Immortal or not, you won't get your hands on Urahara. We shall see. Barragan surprised Tessai by flinging his axe at him. Tessai reflexively raised his left hand and began increasing his Ryatsu. The former Kido captain's mind was figuring out ways to take out the Espada faster than any experienced Kido user. Now's my chance. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Barragan, who had expected the binding spell to once again try to trap him, was surprised to see his battle axe being the target for the Kido. Several feet away from Tessai, his axe froze in mid-air. Separating me from my weapon? No good. Tessai suddenly interrupted when he slammed both hands together. Bakudo number 75, Gochuteken. For the first time in this battle, Barragan's eyes widened as he saw the Kido materialize. 5 incredibly tall and thick pillars that were connected to each other by thick chains fell from the sky and surrounded his weapon. Useless. Barragan muttered as his opponent began a third spell. Bakudo number 62, Seijo Sabaku. Bright golden chains immediately formed around the 5 massive pillars and began entwining itself with them while at the same time wrapping itself around the weapon. When the chain stopped rattling, Tessai, who was sweating heavily, let out a sigh of relief. Not even Aizen himself would be able to extract that weapon anytime soon. Isn't it a bit early to be celebrating? Tessai's eyes widened as Barragan appeared behind him. To Tessai's horror, he knew that he was close enough for Barragan to manipulate the time surrounding them. Trapping my weapon, was that your plan? Useless. Tessai tried to use Shuinpa, but he found himself moving ridiculously slow. He could do nothing but watch as Barragan merely touched his shoulder. Now go. Tessai felt Barragan's time manipulation field diminish, causing him to Shuinpa several feet away. Why did he let me? Tessai suddenly winced when his entire left arm surged with incredible pain. See? With just a touch. I can age you very bones. Barragan stated as he saw Tessai clutching his arm. Shinigami. I do not need my Zanpakuto to end your life. Stopping you from using Resurrection. I will gladly give up my arm to achieve such a thing. Tessai replied honorably while he momentarily got on one knee to catch his breath. Barragan wasn't a fool, he could tell that he was completely separated from his Zanpakuto at the moment. He knew that even he could not break the seals put around the axe, but he wasn't worried. Don't think so highly of yourself, Shinigami. I would never need to use Resurrection on the likes of you. Tessai slowly exhaled as he reached into his pocket with his good hand and grabbed onto something. I didn't think I would ever use this again, but my current power is not enough. I had to take him out in one shot. I may have to let you eat those words. Barragan Lizenbarn. The former Kido captain stated as he slowly stood up. Barragan raised an eyebrow, wondering what Tessai now held in his hand. These next few moments. Treasure them, they may be your last. Barragan watched as his opponent put something in his mouth. To his immediate surprise, Tessai split in two. One wore the clothes he had been wearing all along, but the other Tessai wore standard Shinigami robes under an ornate dark blue robe with a large upturned collar. Barragan could tell that the Tessai standing before him in Shinigami robes was on an entirely different level than the opponent he had been fighting all along. Go hide somewhere close. The Shinigami-dressed Tessai told his clone in a dead serious voice. Yes, Tessai-sama. The clone replied as it used Shuinpa. Both fighters locked eyes with one another for several moments, neither making a move. Are you ready, Espada? Tessai asked. If you are. Suddenly Tessai moved, clapping his hands together, one on top of the other, before raising his Ryatsu to a never-before-seen level. I only have one shot at this. Barragan's eyes widened as Tessai's Ryatsu shot past even his. I will end this quickly, I have no time for games. Tessai suddenly separated his hands before a bright green box of Ryatsu appeared. Your ability is to manipulate the time around you, but what if you face something far greater than that? Jikantishi. He knows Kido won't work on me. Does he have a trick up his sleeve? Barragan wondered as the bright green light emitting from Tessai's Kido engulfed the entire area. Seeing nothing happen caused the Sexta Espada to grin. You're a fool, Shini. All of a sudden Barragan's mind went blank. Moments later, Barragan's eyes immediately shot open when he left, his entire body weakening by the second. What? Barragan wondered in confusion as he tried to figure out where he was. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, he could do nothing but think about the events that lead up to this moment. Fighting Tessai, gaining the upper hand. Tessai's unknown Kido, then. Nothing. You must be confused. Barragan Lisenbarn. As if the voice was a switch, the dark room he had been in shattered like glass to reveal something that Barragan's mind could not fathom. He was encased in a massive, Ryatsu-enhanced, see-through, red-tinted prison, hundreds of meters above Karakura Town. Barragan was in the direct center, bound by several chains. How is this possible? Barragan wondered out loud as he looked outside of the prison. 6. Ryatsu created, spirit Zanpakuto loomed near each wall of the square prison. You were arrogant. Tessai's voice called out as he appeared in Barragan's field of vision, right outside of the Ryatsu prison. Curse you, Shinigami! Release me! Barragan roared loud enough to rattle the prison walls. You can manipulate time around you, but the Kido I used manipulates both time and space in this entire area. Compared to me, you abilities are too limited. Time, space. Barragan's blood boiled as Tessai turned and began to walk away. Goodbye, Barragan Lisenbarn, Grand Ruler of Las Noches. As a final act, Tessai snapped his fingers, causing all 6 Ryatsu created Zanpakuto to pierce the prison walls and the prisoner contained inside. Chapter 27, Invasion 3. Karakura Park. An uncomfortable silence filled the air in Karakura Park as 2 extremely powerful opponents stared at one another from opposite sides of a small grassy field. Though one was a Shinigami and his opponent a hollow, this was anything but the traditional confrontation between the 2 species. For the Shinigami, this was a battle for information and revenge. For the hollow, this was a battle to prove herself to her master. Regrettably, they did not know that they would be raising their Zanpakuto for the exact same person. Ichigo. My orders. Neliel began in an emotionless voice, breaking the silence that had settled between the 2 as they stared at one another. Are to kill anyone trying to assist Urahara Kisuke, but I despise battle, and despise killing even more. I wish to avoid both, but the only way to do that is if you stepped aside and let us capture Urahara. I know that, sadly, this is not an option for you. Ichigo, I know you want me to show my opponent no mercy, but I am not like the others. Please don't get mad if I merely take this Shinigami out of action while still keeping him alive. You're right, Espada. First, I would never stand aside while you and the others take Urahara, and second, I would even think about letting you leave this place without getting some answers. Isshin replied calmly, trying to hide the frustration he felt due to the fact that he was talking to one of his son's jailers. Ichigo, wait a little longer, my son. I will come for you. Answers? From your tone, I can tell that you're trying to hide your frustration. Isshin's eyes widened just a fraction when she said this. But I'm sorry, I'm not inclined to give you any answers to the questions you want to ask me. She can see through emotions people try to hide. She's highly perceptive, I'll have to watch what I do closely. Isshin thought as he stared at her cautiously. Unfortunately, ever since they had arrived at this spot, Neliel had been analyzing the type of opponent she would be facing. He appears emotionless, but his eyes hide frustration and his tone of voice, he's angry. As she studied him, she couldn't help feeling that almost everything about him reminded her of someone that she couldn't quite place her finger on. Not inclined to give me any answers? Isshin repeated in a serious tone. Even if you say that, I will force the answers out of you. Where is my son? Neliel stared at him in confusion when she heard this. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Neliel stated impassively while still trying to figure out who he reminded her of. The hell you don't? Isshin replied with only the tiniest bit of agitation in his voice. You kidnapped my son, what are you doing to him? I am not here to make you believe me, nor did I take your son away from you. I have never kidnapped anyone in my entire existence as a hollow, you're mistaken. Fine, hollow. Neliel. My name is Neliel, not hollow. Neliel interrupted impassively. I honestly don't care what your name is, and if you want to keep playing games I will force the answers out of you, Isshin stated as he swiftly withdrew his Zanpakuto. Neliel stared at the Zanpakuto emotionless before once again locking eyes with the Shinigami. You can try, but I can assure you. Having heard enough of the Espada's lies, Isshin moved. The former captain immediately used Shuinpa to appear directly in front on Neliel, poised to strike. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Neliel had outrageous reaction time. By the time he had used Shuinpa, Neliel managed to grab her sheath and fully block the blade aim at her midsection. As he brought his blade across to slash Neliel, she brought her blade sheath up to block, and as their weapons met, a crater formed under them, causing the entire park to fall into chaos by the outrageous force that the two warriors exerted. Sheesh! Isshin lost his train of thought when he glanced at their locked weapons. His eyes widened at what he saw. While he was using both of his hands to reinforce the power behind his Zanpakuto, Neliel was merely using one hand. Even more surprising was the fact that she didn't seem to be trying. She didn't even unsheath her Zanpakuto. Isshin thought cautiously. I can see this is getting us nowhere. What is your name, Captain? I do not wish to fight a nameless opponent. Kurosaki Isshin, former captain of Soul Society. I am Neli. All of a sudden Neliel's eyes widened in shock as his name registered in her mind. Kurosaki. All of a sudden, everything that Isshin was talking about made sense. He's... Isshin, noticing her shocked expression, used it to his advantage by attempting to kick Neliel. He soon found out that even when distracted, Neliel was focused. As his leg neared her, Neliel managed to use her free hand to push against his leg. Though she blocked the kick, Isshin had used enough power to send her skidding back several feet. When she regained her balance, Neliel locked eyes with him, his face quickly reverting to her previous, emotionless state. Out of all the opponents she could have fought, why did it have to be Ichigo's father? That's why he looked and sounded so familiar. Neliel realized. How could I have missed it? Kurosaki. You're Ichigo's father, Neliel stated, causing Isshin to narrow his eyes. Don't say his name so casually, don't make it seem like you're close to him. Isshin snapped. Why did she get shocked right now? Was it because I'm Ichigo's father? But why would that matter to her? Now I understand. Ichigo. Without giving her a chance to finish, Isshin charged her. I warned you not to say his name, Isshin declared as he attempted to cut Neliel's midsection once again. This time Neliel jumped onto the edge of the crater so that she was now looking down at Isshin, who had only managed to cut the air where she was previously standing. Neliel now realized that she was in a tough predicament. Up until this point she had been ready to hold off this Shinigami until Urahara was captured, but now she didn't know if she should. What would Ichigo want? Would he want me to fight his father knowing I could hurt him? Neliel asked herself. Now I understand your frustrated attitude. You want revenge because your loved one was taken away, Neliel stated calmly. Don't act like you understand my feelings. Now tell me, what are you doing to my son? Why are you holding him prisoner? Isshin asked her. Please, stop questioning me, it's pointless. You won't get any answers, especially from me, Neliel answered coolly. Ichigo is no longer the caring Shinigami he once was, but does that mean he wouldn't care if his father gets hurt? She continued to think to herself. Would he get mad at me? We'll see. Besides, what if, in the process of protecting your son, you alienate him? Would you risk it? Neliel was of course referring to the predicament that she now found herself in. Would I risk alienating Ichigo by injuring his father? Besides, how would you know if Ichigo even wanted to come back? What if he knows he belongs in Hueco Mundo? The way she worded that sentence caused Isshin to stare at her in confusion as well as feel the anger inside him rise at such an outrageous question. What are you? As Isshin spoke, Neliel began to hear his voice lower until she couldn't hear anything, causing her to raise an eyebrow in confusion. What is? To her immense shock, she felt Ichigo's dominating presence enter her mind. Though there was complete silence for a moment, Neliel knew Ichigo was trying to communicate with her. Neliel? Ichigo's emotionless voice finally called out. Yes. Ichigo? Neliel answered worriedly, knowing he was speaking through Aranyero's broadcast site. Your reacts have fluctuated a moment ago, something's troubling you. Is there a problem concerning Urahara? No, but, the opponent I'm fighting, I don't think you would want me to fight him if you knew who he was. Is that it? If that's the case, don't worry about it, take him out. Ichigo replied without emotion. But Ichigo, he's not Urahara. Ichigo interrupted calmly. The only Shinigami that I want in this barrier is Urahara, now please, take out the Shinigami you're fighting. Getting the answer she needed to hear, Neliel nodded her head. I'm sorry Ichigo, I just was. I mean, I never meant to disobey you. Neliel said timidly. Don't worry Neliel, your concern is appreciated. And about taking him out? Ichigo interrupted, already knowing what she was going to say. You are the exception to that order. Remember what I promised you before we left Las Noches? Ichigo asked, causing Neliel to nod. I never break a promise once I've made one. I understand that you don't want to kill if it's not absolutely necessary, just take him out, I don't care about the manner in which you do it. Ichigo ordered. Thank you for talking to me when you did. Neliel said happily. I'll leave you to it Neliel, I have to go, I sense that one of our brothers is in danger. Only after she felt Ichigo's presence leave her did Neliel open her eyes. Did you hear me, Espada? Isshin's voice called up to her. Neliel, who had been momentarily distracted, locked eyes with him. I apologize Kurosaki Isshin, I was just given orders. She said, placing a hand on the hilt of her Zanpakuto. Hearing her say this made Isshin stare at her in confusion. Orders? Please prepare yourself. The Espada suggested as she began slowly unsheathing her Zanpakuto. I won't hold back. Neither will I. The love I hold for my son would never allow me to. Isshin said as he shifted into a battle stance. Kurosaki Isshin, the reason you are raising your sword now is because you are trying to protect someone you love dearly. You are the type of warrior that I have no problem crossing blades with, especially now because I too will fight to protect someone I love. Neliel said in a very serious tone before fully removing her Zanpakuto from its sheath. My power, it's a mere fraction of what it once was. I have to end this quick. Isshin thought as he tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. Shall I move first? Neliel asked emotionlessly. It's not my style exactly, but... Isshin shrimped mere feet from Neliel, Zanpakuto raised. I'll make an exception this once. The former captain finished before bringing his Zanpakuto down, attempting to slice Neliel's chest. Again? Neliel thought dispassionately. Seeing him so close to her didn't bother Neliel in the slightest. When Isshin's Zanpakuto got close enough, she simply parried the blade with her own, using enough power to send Isshin 30 feet into the sky. You should refrain from using the same attack pattern against an opponent of my level. Neliel told Isshin as he regained his balance. Without saying a word, Isshin vanished once again. Neliel glared at where he stood a moment ago before abruptly turning around and bringing her blade up. Not a moment later, Isshin's blade was parried once again. Her reflexes are amazing. Isshin thought to himself while sparks shot out of both Zanpakuto as they bounced off one another. You're trying to size me up, correct? Neliel asked. You're very perceptive. Isshin replied as she parried another one of his strikes. I have to watch her closely, she's fast, perceptive, dangerous, but what's her pattern? What type of fighter is she? I guess I'll test her movements. Downward. Isshin swiftly attempted to cut Neliel from right shoulder to left hip. Neliel agilely sidestepped the Zanpakuto before falling out with a slash of her own which Isshin parried. Upward! Isshin thought as he brought his Zanpakuto up. To Isshin's surprise, Neliel kicked the blade away with her foot. As her foot slowly descended to the ground, Isshin grinned due to spotting an opening. Got you! The former captain yelled as he made to cut Neliel's waist. To Isshin's immense shock, Neliel vanished and reappeared directly at the tip of Isshin's blade, her right leg drawn back. In Isshin's eyes it was almost as if she was defying gravity due to the fact that, thought she was standing on the tip of his blade, she was weightless. Don't get ahead of yourself. Neliel stated seriously as she abruptly brought her leg down, successfully ramming her foot into Isshin's chest. Ack! Isshin let out a disgruntled cough as he was sent crashing into a nearby tree. You are correct, I am perceptive. Neliel began as she landed on the ground and slowly walked towards him. It comes naturally to me, you see, I have been sizing you up, since the beginning. Neliel replied emotionlessly, causing Isshin's eyes to widen in surprise. The moment I first stared at you, I knew the type of opponent I would be facing. You're right-handed, but every stance you take is the stance of a left-handed fighter, you're ambidextrous. No doubt you were going to surprise me with that fact later. Isshin coughed up blood as he tried to stand. How did you? That isn't all. You're wearing a captain's cloak worn as a slash and your Ryatsu proves that you're captain class. Since you are, your abilities would include keen intellect, masterful swordsmanship, high-level Ryatsu outbursts, proficiency in Kido and enhanced endurance. Most importantly of all, your Ryatsu, though it's high, feels almost stale. It's as if you haven't used Ryatsu for quite some time and had just recently begun using it again. All these facts point to one thing, you cannot possibly win this fight. Neliel explained dispassionately. All of that? Isshin whispered in surprise as he weakly stood up. In mere minutes? Shall I tell you the type of fighter I am? Neliel asked inquisitively. I'm what you would consider a powerhouse. I will strike at you relentlessly until I overwhelm you with raw force, and when I have you cornered, it's over. Observe. Before Isshin registered what she said, Neliel used Sonido to get within inches him. Neliel attempted an upward slash, but Isshin barely managed to bring up his Zanpakuto in time. The force of Neliel's blow sent Isshin flying into the air before crashing into a nearby building adjacent to Karakura Park. How fast? Isshin thought to himself as he doubled over in pain amongst the rubble. He barely registered that he seemed to be in some sort of lobby. I guess this is what happens when I haven't fought for. Isshin's eyes widened as he saw Neliel's feet come into view directly in front of him. Damn it. Isshin whispered as he used Shuinpa to escape the building and once again enter the sky. Why didn't you just stay down? Neliel surprisingly asked from behind him when he did manage to escape. Behind me? Isshin swiftly turned around, managed to barely block a blow from Neliel, which sent him higher in the air. Isshin was amazed at her movement. She was moving faster than he could register. When Isshin regained his footling, he ducked under an abrupt slash, but was unable to dodge the follow-up kick which sent him spiraling to the ground. The impact, as he hit the ground, managed to cause another large crater in the area. Isshin winced as pain engulfed his entire body. Damn it, she's gotten me good several times already. I can't read her. You were speaking so casually before, what happened? Isshin asked as Neliel appeared via Sonido. You were careless. Neliel replied impassively. What do you expect? You didn't give me a chance to warm up. You just got the drop on me this round, it won't happen again. The man I am fighting for. I will go all out for him. Don't underestimate that fact. Isshin, thinking she was talking about Aizen, ignored her as he shakingly stood up. As she walked up to him, Isshin eyed her cautiously. I won't kill you, she stated as she raised her Zanpakuto. But I can't have you interfering. Neliel suddenly swung her blade down in an attempt to slash Isshin's chest. Unfortunately, for being so perceptive, Neliel didn't take into account Isshin's well-thought-out strategy. The moment her Zanpakuto touched Isshin's chest, she froze in place, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. "What?" she asked in confusion as a bright white light encircled her. With a grin, Isshin whispered. Bakuto number 61, Rikujikuro. 6 thin yet wide beams of light suddenly slammed into Neliel's midsection, halting her movements. "How did he? I guess I wasn't the only careless one," Isshin stated as he walked up to Neliel, who was glaring at him. "After I left Urahara's side, I knew the opponent I faced might be powerful, so I set an entrapment Kido in case I was cut on my chest. Luckily, that is the primary place any fighter would strike if given an opening. That's also why I didn't bother defending myself." "Very wise, I'm completely at your mare." Neliel was suddenly interrupted when Isshin began raising his Ryatsu. Though he was in a weakened state, he was proving he could take a huge amount of damage and keep going. Making the shape of a rather large triangle, Isshin began another Kido. Bakuto number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 3 connecting beams of light, forming a triangle, abruptly shot at and pinned Neliel to the bottom of the crater that Isshin had made. As an extra precaution, Isshin rammed his Zanpakuto through Neliel's left shoulder, causing her to wince in pain. "I'm only going to ask you once. What does Aizen plan on doing to Ichigo?" Isshin asked while standing over Neliel. Instead of answering him, Neliel simply stared at him with her fierce gray eyes. "Fine, if you won't speak, then this battle is over. There are many other Espada and I am sure one of them would talk." Neliel glared at him, knowing he was right. Barragan. Nnoitra, they would rub in the fact that Ichigo is on our side now. Isshin abruptly used Shuinpa to appear 50 feet above Neliel. "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you live," Isshin called down to her as he raised his left hand. Neliel, who was still trying to fight against her binding, suddenly stopped when she sensed his Ryatsu climbing. "Hado number 61, Soren Sokatsui," Isshin roared. For the fight time since the battle began, Neliel's eyes widened in shock as 2 thick beams of bright blue Ryatsu surged towards her. Seeing no other choice, Neliel opened her mouth. Violet Ryatsu immediately began condensing into a small orb in Neliel's mouth within seconds. "Wah!" Neliel gave a short yell as she released her fully charged, Espada level, Zero. As both the Kido and Zero connected, a massive shock wave spread throughout the immediate vicinity. Buildings began collapsing, any glass objects shattered, even the ground shook violently as the 2 attacks fought for dominance. Neliel began pouring Ryatsu into her Zero as she began to feel her binds loosen under the strain of the violently shaking earth. The beams began raging back and forth between both fighters as they attempted to push their attacks towards each other. Neither seemed to be getting the upper hand. The beam struggle grew more intense by the second as Ryatsu poured out of the fighters. Even when restrained, she's putting up such a fight, Isshin thought to himself as he raised his one free hand. Hado number 63, Rikoho. Bright yellow bolts of electricity surged out of Isshin's hand before fusing with his already active Kido. Neliel's eyes widened as the Kido she was trying to push away tripled in size. Too powerful, Neliel thought to herself as she felt her Zero rushing back towards her. It was no longer a struggle between the 2 beams. Isshin's Kido tore through Neliel's Zero before hitting her dead on, resulting in a massive explosion. The earth rumbled as a plume of smoke shot out of the earth's surface, covering the immediate vicinity in a dense cloud of smoke. Allowing himself a brief moment of relief, Isshin let out a sigh as his Kido died down. That attack wasn't enough to kill her, Isshin thought to himself as he watched the smoke begin to disappear. But she won't stand. Isshin eyed the area cautiously as the smoke suddenly whipped around in a circle before spreading out and revealing Neliel, nearly unharmed save for a few patches of her clothes that had burned off. Besides her clothes, she looks relatively unharmed, Isshin thought to himself in shock, thinking that the Kido he used should have taken her out for quite some time. Neliel locked eyes with him, giving Isshin an emotionless glare before suddenly vanishing. "Where?" The former captain's eyes widened before he felt his back explode with pain. As he tried to wrap his mind around what had just occurred, he could vaguely hear Neliel's voice coming from behind him. Kurosaki Isshin, I am not a prideful warrior, but the difference in our strength was like the difference between night and day. I'm sorry. Blood sprayed out Isshin's wound as he realized that Neliel had managed to slice his back. She cut me. Isshin thought incredulously as he felt his strength leave him. Fear welled up inside of him as he realized he had lost. Damn. It. The former captain managed to turn around, coming face to face with Neliel. I want my son back, he whispered weakly as he gripped Neliel's right shoulder with all the strength he could muster. I'm sorry. Neliel whispered back emotionlessly as she removed his hand from her shoulder, letting Isshin fall to the town below. You can't have him. 300 meters above Fake Karakura Town. Ichigo opened his eyes as he ended the connection to Neliel's mind, slightly wincing at the sun's bright rays. She is unique, don't you agree? Arrancar asked quietly. In the sense that she hates killing? I could care less. Besides, other Arrancar are more than happy to do that job for her. And the person she is fighting, aren't you the least bit curious who it? No! Like I told Neliel, I could care less who she's fighting. Zangetsu. I mean, my memories haven't assaulted me for a while and I'm hoping to keep it that way. And if... Not wanting to continue this conversation, Ichigo interrupted him. Go assist your brother, and hurry, we may lose him if we're too late. Ichigo ordered. Barragan? He will never allow an Espada to assist him. Nevertheless. Go! Ichigo commanded sternly. Arrancar bowed slightly in Ichigo's direction. As you wish. Primera. The Espada whispered as he used sonido. With a smirk, Ichigo spoke to Arrancar through their link. You will thank me, soon. Like the first time Ichigo told him this in the meeting room, Arrancar grew confused as he neared Barragan. Unknown building a block away from the Urahara shop. The other fighters having just separated to their respective fights. Our mission is not the King's Key, our mission is you. Ulquiorra stated as he held up his Zanpakuto in front of him. I guess I have no choice. Urahara commented as he held up his crane and revealed its hidden blade. Awaken, Benihime. A bright red light suddenly engulfed Urahara's Zanpakuto as it began changing into its released form. The hilt grew unnaturally long for a standard Zanpakuto, with the last 3 inches of it being bent at an angle. There was no crossguard, but first 3 inches of the blade was covered by a copper, U-shaped decoration, while the blade itself was straight, slim, and at the tip it was slanted like a razor's edge. When Benihime was fully released, Urahara stared at Ulquiorra darkly. Shall we begin? Before Ulquiorra could reply, Urahara unexpectedly charged him. Come. Ulquiorra thought to himself as he held his Zanpakuto before him, waiting for Urahara to get close. 1 second. Ulquiorra readied his blade. 2 seconds. Urahara raised his Zanpakuto, inches from Ulquiorra. 3 seconds. Their Zanpakuto connected. A massive, Reiatsu-enhanced shockwave surged out of the point between their katana. The entire area within the barrier began to shake, the weaker buildings within the barrier collapsed, everything within 3 meters from either opponent was crushed by their Reiatsu, and if one were to look into the sky, the clouds had split. Nor the earth or the skies were able to handle such a Reiatsu outburst. As the two locked eyes with one another, Urahara let out a tired sigh. To block an attack of that level without moving an inch. I sure have my work cut out for me, don't I? Urahara asked in his usual laid-back tone. Your fighting style has changed since we first meet. Ulquiorra replied emotionlessly as Urahara decided to unlock their blades by jumping back to the building he had previously been on. You mean about charging you like that? Well, I can't be fighting you half-heartedly, you know. You mean to go all out then? Ulquiorra stated rather than asked. Urahara knew this as well, so he didn't bother to reply. On another matter, tell me, as our swords connected just then, what did you discover? Urahara asked, knowing that Ulquiorra had been busy analyzing him since they've been alone. He had been doing the same. A lot could be said about one's opponent as they cross blades for the first time. I gauged your speed, your strength. Your Ryatsu. Ulquiorra explained. Oh! How perceptive. Urahara interrupted, losing his carefree tone and replacing it with a darker, more serious voice. And what did you find? How much of a threat am I to you? Ulquiorra, who usually stated his opponent's level compared to his, remained oddly quiet. Not going to tell? You're a threat to Las Noches, and being the strongest among all the Espada here. It is my duty to take out the strongest Shinigami here. Ulquiorra finally replied. No doubt you're strong, but we both know you're not the strongest. Urahara stated calmly as he glanced into the sky above them. I'm sure Aizen would send no one but the strongest to make sure this mission was a success. I know Aizen better than you think. He wouldn't want to fail after losing such a monumental battle. Let me guess, did he send the Primera this time? Ulquiorra's silence provided him the answer. I guess I am important to his plan. If you will not turn yourself in, talking is pointless. Ulquiorra stated impassively. Here he comes. Ulquiorra, in the same manner Urahara had done before, charged his opponent. He's fast. Urahara thought as he gripped his Zanpakuto. When Ulquiorra got close enough to Urahara, he vaulted over him. Oh! Urahara thought curiously as his opponent got directly above him. Ulquiorra swiftly pointed his right index in Urahara's face. Bright green Ryatsu immediately began forming an orb of concentrated Ryatsu, causing Urahara's eyes to widen. Zero! He exclaimed in surprise as Ulquiorra released the Zero, point blank. Ulquiorra watched as Urahara was absorbed by the explosion along with the building he had been standing on. You don't fake surprise very well. Ulquiorra commented, seemingly to himself, as the sound of the building collapsing filled the air. I don't? Urahara asked, appearing behind Ulquiorra, who wasn't at all surprised. I'll have to work on it then. Urahara made to pierce Ulquiorra's back, but he found his blade deflected as Ulquiorra swiftly turned around. The deflections lead Urahara to follow up by cross-slashing the Espada. Ulquiorra blocked the blow by merely raising his Zanpakuto. Your reflexes are good. Urahara commended as both he and Ulquiorra began exchanging a flurry of swift and powerful strikes. Yours are dull, you've been out of battle too long. Ulquiorra replied as sparks filled the air around them, along with the sound of clanging metal as the both Zanpakuto crashed into one another. It'll take me a while to get into the groove of things again. Urahara lied before successfully cutting Ulquiorra's right shoulder, drawing first blood. Before Urahara could comment to that effect, Ulquiorra's cut healed before his eyes. Instant regeneration? Urahara asked. For any Arrancar, small cuts can heal instantaneously, Ulquiorra replied unconcernedly as Urahara began another onslaught of strikes. I guess I'll try harder. Urahara replied as Ulquiorra countered each of his strikes. Urahara surprised Ulquiorra by suddenly vanishing. Quickly turning around, Ulquiorra saw Urahara, 20 feet away, in the process of swinging his Zanpakuto down. Sing, Benihime! A powerful wave of crimson-colored energy surged towards Ulquiorra. That same technique from before, Ulquiorra thought, remembering the time when he had to deflect the attack away from Yammy due to the fact that it would have cut the oblivious 10th Espada in half. As before, as the energy blast got close enough, Ulquiorra deflected it by sending it into the sky. Don't be careless now. Ulquiorra's eyes widened as Urahara appeared behind him. The Espada once again turned around, but was too late. The exact same attack slammed into him point blank. What surprised Ulquiorra more was the fact that the intensity of the Crimson Ryatsu had intensified twofold. Though he couldn't deflect the blow, it wasn't powerful enough to damage his arrow. Ulquiorra simply put his hands between himself and the attack as he crashed into the street below. That's what you get for not being too careful. Urahara whispered to himself as he stared at the plume of smoke rising from where his opponent had crashed. After several moments of silence, Urahara saw Ulquiorra's figure emerge from the smoke, before vanishing. If that is the best you can do in your present form, you won't last long. The Espada stated as he appeared before Urahara, completely unharmed. What do you mean by that? Most of your Ryatsu and power is being sealed by something. Don't think you will be able to surprise me with it when you're in a corner. That would be pointless. Sealed? Urahara began as he reached for something inside his green coat. I'm guessing this is what you mean. The former captain held up a dark green, orb-shaped, pill. I'm guessing you want to know what it is, huh? Urahara said with a small grin. Though Ulquiorra remained silent, Urahara explained it anyway. This is what we Shinigami call soul candy, and its sole duty is to separate a Shinigami from its Jigai, which is a fake body. In other words, it will allow Shinigami to go back into their original spirit form. You are fighting in a Jigai? Ulquiorra guessed accurately. Once out of a Jigai, a Shinigami's power will also return. See, in a Jigai, a Shinigami's power is reduced drastically, which is why it's not recommended you get into a serious fight while in one. And the reason you are hiding your power. Because I don't need it, at least not yet. Urahara replied as he placed the soul candy back in his coat pocket. Unfortunately for you, I was not given orders to drag out this battle. I won't give you the time to unleash your full power. Ulquiorra replied emotionlessly as he raised his finger and once again began charging a bright green Siro. Again? The former captain whispered as the Siro surged towards him. As before, the Siro exploded on contact. As the plume of smoke engulfed the area, Ulquiorra felt Ryatsu emitting from behind it. Close one. Urahara's voice called out as the smoke vanished. The former captain was standing, 30 feet away, behind a crimson, transparent, shield that was severely cracked. I miscalculated. I was sure my blood mist shield would have held. The moment he finished speaking, the crimson shield burst into red dust before scattering in the wind. Against me, you will find no victory. Urahara suddenly used Shrimpa to get behind his opponent. Ulquiorra instinctively spun around, successfully cutting Urahara clean in half at the waist. Ulquiorra watched Urahara's shocked face as he fell, not at all impressed with the clever double he had bifurcated. You weren't fooled by my inflatable Jigai? Urahara said, feigning surprise, as he appeared before his opponent. My eyes see everything. I'll keep that in mind. The former captain stated. The Quinto charged Urahara and initiated a downward strike. Urahara attempted to parry the blow, but was surprised that Ulquiorra's blow sent him crashing into a building that they were floating above. Why do I have to get a tough one? Urahara whispered to himself as he got up and dusted away the rubble on his coat. Why do you still stand? You must realize this entire battle is pointless. You can't defeat me. The Quinto Espada stated coldly as he appeared at the edge of the hole Urahara had created in the building. Your power truly is monstrous, and if I am correct, you are a top Espada in Aizen's army. Even if you think this battle is pointless, if I can defeat you, Soul Society won't have to deal with such a powerful opponent. Urahara answered honestly. Urahara wasn't a fool. He knew the chances of getting captured were high, but all he could do now was hope his friends could pull through and defeat their respective opponents. There was no point in worrying about himself. Top Espada? That refers to the first 4 Espada. They are in a league vastly different than the last 6. Ulquiorra began as he held up his hand. Urahara's eyes widened in genuine shock as he saw the number on Ulquiorra's hand. 5? My power doesn't even register to theirs. Ulquiorra finished solemnly. The Quinto Espada felt a sense of déjà vu as he watched Urahara's expression. The scene before him mirrored the time when Ichigo had found out he was the Quarto. I see. Urahara began as he hardened his gaze. No wonder I can keep up with you, yet had so much trouble with the Arrancar I fought before. Urahara said, referring to Wonder Weiss. Then have you realized how useless this is now? Ulquiorra asked. Instead of answering, Urahara vanished, leaving Ulquiorra alone in the abandoned building. After reappearing 20 feet above the building, he let out a heavy sigh. As he reached into his coat pocket, Urahara realized that he should have fought at full power from the beginning. He knew that if Ulquiorra was 5, then the Primera, hovering above them, would be worlds apart. Did the Hogyoku really give hollows this much power? I was a fool to have made it, he whispered as he took out the piece of soul candy and brought it to his lips. Bang! Urahara's eyes widened in absolute shock as his back exploded with unbearable pain. Wah! As he felt himself falling out of the sky, he tightened his grip on the piece of soul candy before catching a glimpse of Ulquiorra with his fist casually raised. I warned you. I would not allow you to unleash your full power. You should consider yourself lucky, though. I had attempted to shoot the bala completely through your chest. Though, I guess you're not as strong as I initially thought, Ulquiorra said as he watched his opponent fall. As Urahara hit the ground, a column of smoke shot up into the air due to the devastating impact that had occurred. Several moments later, Ulquiorra made to Sonito next to Urahara, but stopped when he unexpectedly felt Urahara's Ryatsu emitting from behind the wall of smoke. So he... Ulquiorra's eyes widened in surprise as the smoke began to clear. Urahara was standing still, in the middle of a large crater, staring up at the Quinto Espada, completely unharmed. Even more shocking was the fact that he was now wearing a captain's Haori and his base Ryatsu had increased exponentially. His Ryatsu, it's greater than mine, Ulquiorra thought in disbelief as Urahara shrimped before him. For here on out, Urahara began as he started to release a huge amount of crimson Ryatsu that even engulfed his Zanpakuto. No more games. Sing, Benihime, version 2. Symphony. Ulquiorra's eyes widened in shock as Urahara, by making an arcing motion with his Zanpakuto, summoned a literal 50-foot wave of blood-red, concentrated, Ryatsu. The wave burned with crimson fire as it neared the Espada. It had only one purpose: crush the enemy under its mass. Seeing no other choice, Ulquiorra cut into the tip of his right index finger before pointing towards the incoming wall of Ryatsu. Grand Ray Zero. The massive, neon green, Espada exclusive, Zero roared to life as it charged fully. Within seconds the Grand Ray Zero crashed into Benihime's wave of Ryatsu, resulting in a massive shockwave that spread through the entire barrier. Here you go, another, hopefully, epic battle chapter. I gotta say, these two battles were difficult for several reasons. Each person was difficult to write for. We didn't see Ulquiorra fight on par with anyone in canon, so I wasn't sure how he would act facing someone like Urahara, who has a strong fighting chance. Urahara really hasn't been seen fighting, and is very mysterious. Neliel seems sweet out of battle, but deadly and merciless when serious, as seen in her fight with Nnoitra. It was a hard balance to write. Isshin, we have never seen him fight, so I was completely in the dark. If Isshin seemed unlike himself, I was hoping to show that he was really worried about Ichigo. As of this chapter, the first round of the battle has finished. From now on a lot more action will take place. Please review with your comments on these battles. This is my plan. 2 more chapters of these battles before it ends so that I have plenty of time to show off everyone's abilities without making this battle too long. Chapter 28, Invasion 4. Ryukin vs. Samari, Kant. Where is he? Ryukin thought to himself as he ran down a lone alleyway, head held high in case his opponent appeared on the edge of one of the many close-net buildings he ran past. 3 minutes. That was how long he had lost sight of Zamari, or at least the real Zamari. Several Sonito clones had appeared out of alcoves in the alley at regular intervals. They were dealt with swiftly enough. Leaping over a lone garbage bin that was in his way, the last Quincy tugged at his tie, which had been flapping around wildly in his face, and let it go. He didn't want to be distracted by anything. It had been many years since he had abandoned the title Quincy, and the consequence of that was catching up to him. He was breathing more heavily than he should have, and his power wasn't what it used to be. Spotting the end of the alley rapidly approaching, Ryukin turned right at the next possible chance he got. Rapidly turning the corner, he froze in his steps. For where he was now standing, he was now able to look out onto one of Karakura Town's main streets. His opponent was standing directly in the middle of said street, hand clapped together as if in prayer. The real one? The Quincy could only assume as he watched, in shock, as the Zamari standing before him rapidly charged a bright pink zero from his forehead. This alley is too narrow. I won't escape it. Ryukin thought analytically, swiftly reaching into his gray coat's inner pocket and pulling out a small gray tube. Zero! Zamari yelled as the pink zero roared to life, releasing the echoing drone sound that followed any zero. Grinning as Ryukin vanished behind the doom blast, Zamari took pleasure in seeing the buildings surrounding his opponent collapse from the resulting explosion, committing one of the greatest mistakes a warrior could make. The former Espada opted to watch and wait, to see if his opponent had indeed been dealt with, instead of continuing his assault. Within moments, the dust and rubble from the collapsing buildings dispersed enough for Zamari to see a man-sized, narrow, dome of shining steel that bore the mark of the Quincy on its surface. A barrier? Zamari thought inquisitively. Slightly frustrated that his zero had failed to cause the damage intended, the former Espada watched seemingly calm as the steel dome broke apart to reveal Ryukin, completely unharmed. Grits! Ryukin stated, uttering the technique he had used to shield himself. So you have techniques to utilize other than your arrows? Zamari stated, unimpressed. Hollow, I haven't even begun to show you the extent of my powers. His opponent replied in a dark tone. Nor have I. Zamari was unexpectedly interrupted when Ryukin hastily shot off several spirit arrows towards him. The Arrancar calmly dodged each arrow before charging the annoying human. The time for talk is over then, he exclaimed while Ryukin released a barrage of arrows towards him. Due to the sheer number of arrows aimed at him, Zamari created 5 clones to divert a large bulk of the arrows away from him. His clones were defeated instantly, but they did their job. Before his adversary could act, the former Espada was upon him, Zanpakuto raised high. Ryukin backstepped the exact same moment Zamari brought his blade down. As the blade hit concrete, a large portion of the street below them suddenly erupted in a thick cloud of debris. Due to his clouded vision, Zamari was caught off guard as an arrow pierced his left shoulder with enough force to send him shooting out of the cloud. The former Espada let out a pained groan as he came to a skidding stop 50 feet away from his attacker. As he regained his balance, Zamari stood up and crushed the spirit arrow with his fist. Unforgivable! Zamari roared as his Ryatsu rose as he cocked his fist back. He's quite easy to provoke. Ryukin realized, and he shot another arrow. This time, instead of dodging, Zamari released a bala. The bullet of pure pink Ryatsu ripped through the spirit arrow. Ryukin's eyes widened in shock as the bala abruptly impacted against his abdomen, knocking the air out of him and causing him to crash into a nearby building. As the Quincy lay amongst the rubble with blood trickling down the sides of his mouth, he let out a heavy sigh. Too careless, he thought idly as he sensed the dark-skinned Arrancar approach. What happened to all that cockiness you had earlier? Zamari asked Ryukin, who was already starting to stand once again. If I don't finish this soon, I may really get hurt. I guess it's... Ryukin began as he reached into his coat pocket once again. Time I got serious. No answer? Then I shall bid you farewell. Zamari stated as he once more began charging a zero. To think. I have to use this against an Arrancar who isn't even an Espada. Ryukin thought disappointedly. Zero! Once again the pink zero surged towards Ryukin. As the zero hit, Ryukin was engulfed by an explosion that separated him from Zamari by a wall of dense, brown, smoke. Do you see now, Quincy? The difference between you and I? You can't posse. Zamari paid the price for getting ahead of himself. An arrow, more powerful than any spirit arrow Ryukin shot before, suddenly shot through the cloud of debris at a speed so terrible that Zamari could not hope to dodge it. All he could do was gape at the cloud of debris before him. As he tried to wrap his mind around what had just occurred, he could vaguely hear Ryukin's voice. Direct hit? And you're not a clone either? Ryukin began as he walked outside the cloud of rubble. I bet you're regretting it now. He finished forebodingly as he laid eyes on his opponent. Zamari's entire abdomen and lower chest on the left side of his body was completely blown off. Cough cough. Damn, you. Quincy. Zamari coughed out as blood pooled out of his body at a drastic rate. Every word he spoke weakened him. Seal Schneider, it is the strongest offensive weapon in a Quincy's arsenal. It's a weapon that allows a Quincy to absorb the Ryatsu of their opponent's attacks, your Zero in this case, and increases the arrow's attack power exponentially. Of course the Seal Schneider is only a weapon and it is only as powerful as the person wielding it, but to me? When a Quincy of my caliber wields Seal Schneider, it is equivalent to a Shinigami calling forth their Bankai. Ban. Ryukin abruptly interrupted him. Before I kill you, maybe you could be of some use. The son of my friend and a friend of my son, you have him held captive in Hueco Mundo, do you not? What use is he to you? What are your plans with him? Not knowing what his opponent was talking about and suffering greatly from his grievous wound, Zamari replied weakly. I do not know what. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Zamari's eyes immediately widened in understanding. My son, Yuryu has had me training him non-stop since Aizen captured Ichigo in the hopes that he would be of some use in the near future. He's in Soul Society training with friends at the moment, but the least I could do is tell him that his friend is alive. Well, Espada? Think quickly, will you give me the information I want? Ryukin asked darkly. Kurosaki Ichigo is still alive. As for what Aizen-sama needs him for, I will not divulge that secret. The Arrancar whispered tiredly as the blood loss caused him to shake uncontrollably. Then you are no longer needed. Zamari's eyes widened as Ryukin suddenly tossed 5 Seal Schneider hilts high into the air before, all at once, they became charged with powerful spinning, white, Ryatsu. One at a time Ryukin appeared next to an active Seal Schneider and shot them down towards Zamari, forming pentagon-shaped seal. Try as he might, Zamari was no longer able to use Sonido. He barely had enough strength to place a trembling hand on his Zanpakuto. Ryukin abruptly pulled out a small silver tube and spilled its liquid contents. Springer! The Quincy exclaimed as his feet hit finally the ground. As expected, the pentagon-shaped seal began to glow bright with Ryatsu before Zamari was engulfed by a powerful explosion that was contained within the perimeter of Ryukin's Jinto. Though it was common for even an experienced warrior to feel the slightest bit of relief after causing devastating damage to their opponent, Ryukin glared suspiciously at his seal. No doubt about it, I sensed his Ryatsu flare the moment I released Springer. True to his suspicions, the smoke cleared to reveal Zamari, completely unharmed and in an entirely new form. So this is Resurrection I've heard so much about. Ryukin commented, shock evident on his face. Zamari's entire body was covered with 50 open eyes, his legs along with his lower body were replaced by a pink sea urchin-like structure surrounded by cyclopean faces that somewhat resembled his own face. His neck was covered in a skull-shaped neck brace with an open eye in the front. Black markings also appear on his face, in the form of 2 downward triangles starting from his eyes. Another 5 triangular marking appears under his mouth, forming what looks like a beard. A truly hideous transformation, but what is he now capable of? Ryukin wondered as he wiped the sweat from his brows. Abandoned building overlooking Ryukin and Zamari 8th floor. Hey Yururu. It looks like that old man is having trouble. Jinta called out behind him. He and Yururu had climbed up to the abandoned building, hoping to get a good spot where they were both clear of danger and able to overlook the nearest fight. It, of course, had been Jinta's idea. You should stay away from the window, Jinta, you might be spotted. Yururu replied timidly. Oh, shut up, Yururu, what do you know? Nothing, 'cause you're still just a kid. Jinta yelled before turning back to the fight below. Jinta. I'm older than you. Yururu whispered. What was that? Jinta asked threateningly, his eyes never leaving the fight. Yururu immediately shook her head. And, nothing. That's right, Noth. Hey! That guy the old man is fighting, he looks distracted. Knowing what he was thinking, Ururu shook her head. We shouldn't move from this spot. Mr. Ishida wouldn't want us to interfere. You saw how hard he tried to keep us safe. We can't go over there, we'll just get in the way. We aren't strong enough. But the old man is having trouble keeping up with that hollow guy. I think if I could distract that Arrancar for a moment, maybe the old man could get him with a headshot or something really cool. I'd be a hero. But it was your idea to hide here in the first place. Why do you want to go out and fight? Besides, they are Espada. What can we do? Ururu whispered. I can change my mind, can't I? Besides, I just wanted to get you away from there. You stay here. Jinta yelled as he pulled out a small metal handle that suddenly changed into a rather large steel club. I'm going to help the old man. Ururu tried to call after him, but it was too late. Jinta had jumped out of the window, club held high, ready to distract the hollow and give Ryukin an opening. Ururu suddenly ran up to the window and saw Jinta free falling. She had a bad feeling about this. Ryukin vs. Samari Kant. You are correct, Quincy. This is my resurrection. Brujeria. Brujeria? Ryukin asked, trying to buy time and think of a way to proceed. As of now, it was ill-advised to move first, considering he knew nothing about his opponent's new abilities. He had no choice. He will have to make the first move, Ryukin thought tiredly. Though it wasn't bad, the bala to his gut earlier had definitely weakened him, so he wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. Even in this new form, Ryukin sensed no dramatic change in Ryatsu. In fact, my Ryatsu, it's still greater than his. What's the meaning of this? I was told that Resurrection was supposed to increase in Arrancar's Ryatsu tenfold. Am I remembering wrong? Or is he really so weak? If it's the latter, I'm pathetic for having trouble with him. I can see that your skills far exceed my own, but there are other ways to assert my sovereignty over you. All of a sudden Zamari was interrupted by a sudden yell from above. Upon hearing the voice, Ryukin felt his heart drop as both he and Zamari swiftly looked up. No! Ryukin thought, eyes widened with fear. Jinta was free, falling directly above Zamari, his steel club at the ready. The fool! Ryukin began to run towards Zamari. No! What are you? Not another step. Zamari commended. Suddenly 3 eyes, positioned on his sea urchin-like lower body, began to constrict and glow. Before Ryukin knew what hit him, he found himself unable to move. His feet and left arm were frozen in place. No! Ryukin thought once again as Zamari turned to look back at Jinta, who had almost reached him. Ha! I thought you were another fighter for a moment. I guess it turns out. Zamari cocked his right fist back. It was just a fly. Ryukin felt his heart drop as the next few moments passed by slowly. Don't do it, Jinta! Ryukin heard himself yelling. Jinta! Homie! Before he could even finish, Zamari moved. Jinta didn't stand a chance against an Arrancar of that level. Zamari punched right through Jinta's small body. Complete silence filled the air as Ryukin wondered if what he was seeing could possibly be real. A loud humming filled his ears as he stared at Jinta's stunned expression. He could vaguely hear Yururu's voice shouting Jinta's name, but he didn't focus on it. I failed him? Ryukin thought disbelievingly as Jinta's blood poured down Zamari's arm. Time froze on the battlefield for a long moment before Zamari uncaringly threw Jinta into a nearby building. As Jinta's limp body fell to the floor, unmoving, the reality of the situation kicked in. He's Ururu. Tears streamed down her eyes as she called out to her longtime friend. No, 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 she repeated in her head as she clutched her hair tightly and fell to her knees. Seeing him impaled on the Arrancar's arm made her stomach churn. Jinta! Jint! All of a sudden the word died on her lips as she suddenly grew silent and her mind went black. Almost as if she was a robot, her eyes became strange. They began to dilate as she stood up and jumped up on the windowsill she was next to. Danger! She whispered in an ominous tone. Dangers are threats. Threats must be eliminated. Ryukin versus Samari. Do you see now? The power I hold? Samari questioned in a tone of superiority. Dead, Ryukin said to himself, unable to take his eyes off Jinta. Did seeing that boy die make you lose your drive to fight? Pity, I would have loved to. Before he could utter another word, Samari was sent crashing into a hardware store that he was standing in front of. Ryukin's eyes widened when in Samari's place stood Yururu. Her eye void of emotion. Not her too. Hey girl! Get away from here, run! Ryukin yelled. Due to what had just occurred, he found his mind going blank on what to do next. He was sure that if he was thinking clearly, he could find a way to break out of this paralysis. Yururu abruptly turned to Ryukin and cocked her head to the side. But he is a threat. I must eliminate threats. Yururu began as she started to slowly walk towards where Samari had crashed. Threat? What are you? Ryukin was once again reminded that he was unable to move. Damn it. I don't know what's going on, but I have to break this technique fast or she's going to die. I can't let that happen. Who dares to try and assert their dominance over me? Samari exclaimed wildly as he reappeared from the hole in the wall he had just made. Seeing Yururu, he sneered. Another F. Samari's eyes suddenly widened as something truly unexpected occurred. The barrier that Sale had erected abruptly shattered as a wave of Ryatsu crashed into everything within the dome. Ryukin and Samari stared in shock at this unexpected and sudden turn of events. What's this? Ryukin thought to himself as a wave of dark Ryatsu swept over him and weakened him. Samari, who was suffering the effects of the mysterious Ryatsu as well, calmly watched as the barrier collapsed. Ulquiorra. The former Espada uttered forebodingly as the Ryatsu suddenly passed. After several minutes of confusion swept through the fighters, and Samari took advantage of it. Once again, one of his extra eyes constricted and began to glow. Yururu, who had been standing still, uninterested in the crumbling barrier, merely turned her head to the side and seemingly dodged an invisible projectile. What did she? It was then that Ryukin noticed a strange sun-shaped tattoo on both his legs and left arm. This is what's stopping me from moving, he realized. How dare you not accept my sovereignty? Samari yelled as several more eyes began to glow. Yururu suddenly vanished, appearing directly behind Samari, and once again kicked his head with tremendous force, all while dodging his unnamed paralysis technique. Once he had hit the ground, Yururu appeared, kneeing him in the face and following up by relentlessly punching Samari's face. So tremendous was the force behind her blows that each punch she connected sent Samari deeper into the ground. Ryukin's eyes widened in disbelief at what was occurring before him. She's moving so fast Samari isn't able to keep up. What did you create? Urahara? The Quincy whispered to himself, though he swiftly rid himself of such thoughts and quickly began to think about how he could break his paralysis. Though as he did so, his mind returned to when Urahara spoke of Yururu mere hours ago. 4 hours ago, underground training room, Urahara, Isshin, Ryukin, and Tessai. We are the only 4 capable of hold off Espada until Soul Society sends us reinforcements. Isshin began as they continued their discussion on what would occur if Aizen attacked Karakura Town once again. Don't forget Ichigo's friends, Chard and Yuryu. Tessai added. They aren't ready to face Espada though, besides they're in Soul Society training under Shunsui. Ryukin replied. I forgot Yururu. Isshin stated with a smirk, hearing that his old friend had created a monster of a little girl. The girl? Ryukin asked as everyone turned and saw Yururu crying out as she was chased by Jinta swinging around a broom. Looks can be deceiving, you know. Urahara replied. Urahara is right, she may not look it, but she has the battle capabilities of a seated officer. Tessai added. Well, that's not exactly true either, due to the fact that I sort of upgraded her after Ichigo went to Hueco Mundo. Given enough incentive and the danger level of the opponent, she has the ability to fight on par with Arrancar, possibly low-level Espada, but I don't know for sure. Espada? Ryukin asked skeptically. I'd have to see it. What is she exactly? What do you mean upgrade? That's a secret I'd prefer to keep to myself. Urahara said with a smile. Is she human? Ishin asked inquisitively. She has a soul if that's what you mean. Urahara answered vaguely. So she's a puppet? No, not exactly. Ryukin versus Samari Kant. A puppet! Ryukin stated, realizing there was a way to escape paralysis. Damn, to not have done this earlier, the puppet technique. Ururu, who had dug Zamari far into the ground, was suddenly slapped across the face by the outraged Arrancar, who managed to regain his senses. Damn you! Zamari whispered, his face bloodied up pretty good. You fly! The enraged Arrancar lifted an injured Ururu by the front of her shirt and held her above him. Suffer! Zamari lifted his free hand and punched Ururu in the stomach, though unlike Jinta he didn't pierce her flesh, only knocking her unconscious before simply throwing her against a pile of rubble. Foolish child. Zamari suddenly felt Ryukin's Ryatsu rising exponentially. The Quincy, I almost forgot about him. He thought as he jumped out of the hole he was put in. Trying to fight against my power? Useless, your limbs are now mine. Ryukin, who had Ryatsu pouring out of him, was shocked when his legs began moving towards Zamari. He tried but failed to stop his progression. It's useless to fight it. Seeing no other choice, Ryukin pulled out a seal Schneider with his free hands and cut the nerves to his 3 unresponsive limbs, causing him to fall onto the floor. You would rather be helpless than controlled? How foolish. Really? I don't think so. Ryukin stated as thick blue ribbons made entirely of Ryatsu shot out of his body and began attaching themselves onto his 3 useless limbs. The Quincy had a point in eradicating you, Hollow. You don't deserve to be purified by a Zanpakuto, not after the horrid act you just committed. Killing an innocent child and nearing killing another? You're despicable. To Zamari's immense shock, after the blue ribbons connected, Ryukin began to stand up. Trying to control the limbs he had used his ability on, Zamari found it useless. The other captain. Now you! Zamari roared angrily. How dare you! My power is the ability to steal the sovereignty of anything my eyes see. A truly glorious power that I use to destroy the enemies of Aizen-sama. How do you deny this power? Ryukin, now free to move around without struggle, simply stared at the former Espada. Then I'll force you to tell me. Zamari suddenly began releasing every single eye he possessed, and one by one, Ryukin evaded them all with his far superior speed. When all his eyes were activated, Zamari yelled in frustration while Ryukin spoke. Ransatenge. It's an ability that lets me use my brain to move my limbs if I am ever paralyzed in battle. It's a perfect counter to your ability. Now, to make you pay for killing that little boy. Both fighters locked eyes with one another before Ryukin charged, fully intent on ending this battle with his next strike. Kid. I'm sorry, Ryukin thought sadly. He poured all of his Ryatsu onto a single spirit arrow. Nnoitra versus Love/Courtyard in the center of 4 symmetrical buildings. Nnoitra didn't wonder how his opponent had the same Ryatsu as a Hollow, or even why he bore a mask. All he could think was, "You bastard, you were toying with me this entire time," he whispered angrily. His breath was heavy and he was already sweating profusely. In a dark, echoing, demonic voice, Love spoke. Sorry. I guess I won't be releasing my Bankai after all. Won't release, Bankai? Are you mocking me, bastard? Nnoitra asked venomously. Yes, Love answered in a dark tone, causing Nnoitra to glare at him. You think this injury will affect my ability to fight? This is nothing. To me this is a mere scratch. Nnoitra yelled as he charged Love, ignoring the blood that dripped from where his arm once was. The former captain vanished from the Octava Espada's sight. Where did he? Nnoitira's eyes widened as his right shoulder was instantly sliced open. Damn! He swiftly turned around and came face to face with Love's hollow mask. You're no match. Love whispered as he rapidly punched Nnoitra in the face with his free hand, the Espada to be sent crashing into a nearby building from the tremendous force an instant later. No longer needing to prove a thing to his opponent, Love removed his hollow mask in order to conserve its usage, in case he would have to call upon it at a later time. Not a moment after he dispelled his mask, Nnoitora's Ryatsu spiked from within the building he had crashed into. As the lanky Espada appeared, Love eyed him cautiously. "Took you long." Love abruptly shut up when Nnoitra stuck out his tongue and began charging a broad golden Zero at its tip. "A Zero of that level," Love began as he held his Zanpakuto high in the air, "is no threat to me." As the Zero neared him, Love brought his blade down, successfully splitting the Zero in two halves. As the Zero separated and passed both his sides, Love watched as Nnoitora's large Zanpakuto neared him. Love had expected as much. He knew the Zero was a diversion from the very beginning. Without missing a beat, Love jumped into the air before throwing his Zanpakuto down and trapping one of the chained links connected to his opponent's weapon. Nnoitra growled as his weapon was ensnared by his enemy. Now weaponless as well, Love charged him. Nnoitra was prepared to intercept him but wasn't fast enough. Love ducked under the kick Nnoitra aimed at him before bringing his right fist up and connecting with the Espada's jaw. Nnoitra winced as his head snapped back from Love's powerful punch, but the wizard was far from done. Following the sudden uppercut, Love elbowed Nnoitora's stomach before executing a backflip, kicking Nnoitra full force against his chin. The Octava Espada couldn't move fast enough to block any blow Love sent his way. Unable to stand after such an onslaught, Nnoitra fell on all fours, his breathing labored. "Do you surrender, Espada?" Love asked. Nnoitra glared at the ground before him. "I can't accept this. How did I get so weak?" Nnoitra thought in frustration as he clawed into the ground below him. "No. I'm not weak. I won't accept this. Always weak, against that captain. Against Neliel. Against him." Nnoitra surprised Love when he suddenly made a fist and released a golden balla into the ground below him. "No matter what. I'll kill this Shinigami. I'm an Espada." Love swiftly jumped back as Nnoitra was engulfed by a large plume of smoke. What is he thinking? Love wondered as he waited for Nnoitra made a move. He didn't have to wait long. Nnoitra showed his intention when Love saw that the chain, connected to Noitora's weapon, given a powerful tug, releasing it from Love's Zanpakuto that had trapped it. Within mere seconds the massive Zanpakuto shot into the plume of smoke Nnoitra was hiding in while Love grabbed his Zanpakuto. Sensing Noitora's approach, Love turned around in time to parry the blow Nnoitra aimed at him. He now only has one arm, the power of his blows have been halved. He must realize he doesn't stand a chance. "You can't sneak up on me with Sonido," Love explained, causing Nnoitra to get even angrier. "No Shinigami have the right to call me their equal," Nnoitra yelled venomously. Tired of hearing the captain's voice, Nnoitra began bringing his Zanpakuto down on his opponent with tremendous force, hoping to hack through Love's iron defense. After the 20th slash, Nnoitra let out a tired, frustrated yell. No matter how powerful his blows were, Love was unmovable. "My turn," Love abruptly stated as he began his own onslaught. Unfortunately for Nnoitra, Love managed to give the Espada a new cut every several slashes. "My arrow! It's like it isn't even there anymore." The lanky Espada thought angrily, remembering how much trouble Love was having with him not 30 minutes ago. "Every time our Zanpakuto me you weaken, you sure you can continue on like this?" Love mocked as he carelessly ducked under Nnoitora's Zanpakuto. Seeing an opening in his opponent's stance, the former captain kicked Nnoitra hard enough so send him crashing into a diesel truck that had been parked between two of the 4 buildings surrounding them. The truck exploded the moment Nnoitra hit the truck's gas tank. This should be over soon, Love said to himself as he saw Nnoitra crawl his way out of the blazing inferno he had found himself in. This, Nnoitra began weakly as he got to his knees. Ends now. Love raised his right eyebrow at this comment. Managing to find the strength to stand up, Nnoitra lifted his Zanpakuto high and began summoning a large amount of Ryatsu. Pray, Nnoitra started weakly, causing Love's eyes widened. No you don't. Love yelled as he charged Nnoitra, fully intent on beheading the Espada. If Love gave Nnoitra the chance to use his resurrection, the battle would be dragged out longer. He had no doubt that he would be fighting another opponent after this, so he had to conserve as much energy as possible, not waste it on a fight that will have the same outcome regardless. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Santa Teresa. Nnoitra coughed out. Love, which had gotten mere inches from him, was hit full force by a powerful wave of Ryatsu that began to engulf the entire area around them and was sent flying into a telephone pole several yards away. Too late. Love yelled in frustration as the plume of smoke covering Nnoitra began to die down. Upon seeing the outline of Nnoitra, Love's eyes widened in shock. The first thing he noticed was that Nnoitra gained an extra set of arms and regained the one previously cut off, which took on an insect-like carapace and clawed hands, with each hand holding a large scythe-like weapon that resembled the appendages of a praying mantis. Along with his new appendages, Nnoitra also gained a pair of horns on his head, his left horn longer than his right, resembling a crescent moon. As the smoke died down fully, Love could see him more clearly. He gained a golden mark extending from his forehead to below his right eye. As a final change, Nnoitra's hollow mask also transformed, becoming torn, with the teeth extending over the hole. The worst part of the entire transformation was the fact that all his previous wounds were healed. Well, say something, Shinigami. Nnoitra grinned after a moment of silence. Nothing I say will change the outcome of this battle. You will either surrender or die. It's as simple as that. Nnoitra sneered at his opponent. Come at me then, if you think you are still capable of defeating me. Without another word, Love charged him as the grin on Nnoitra's face widened. When Love was close enough, he made to thrust his Zanpakuto into his opponent's throat, but to his immense surprise, Nnoitra moved at incredible speed and intercepted the blow with one of his 4 weapons. A small shockwave of Ryatsu surged out as both blades meet. Nice BLO. Love couldn't finish his thought. Nnoitra shocked him by striking at him with his remaining 3 arms. Love saw them coming but wasn't fast enough. His eyes widened in shock as his chest was sliced open. Wincing in pain, Love jumped back several feet before clutching his chest where 3 diagonal slash marks bled out. Caught me off guard. Love thought, disappointed in himself for falling for such a novice move. What was that about me dying? Shinigami? Nnoitra mocked, glad that he finally gained the upper hand, at least for the moment. If you were an experienced fighter, you would know not to get too ahead of yourself after one lucky assault. Love replied while breathing heavily. Though the wound bothered him slightly, it wasn't painful enough to affect his fighting capabilities. Luck? You got nerve, Shinigami. If you believe that was luck, try it again. Nnoitra sneered. Love immediately used Shuimpa to appear behind him. The Espada grinned as he turned around, blocking the incoming strike from above with both of his upper weapons while the lower weapons attempted to bifurcate his opponent. Love saw the 2 scythe-like weapons near him before pushing against the 2 blades locked against his own, successfully evading the deadly blow. You're slowing down, Shinigami. You sure it was a good idea for you to take off that mask of yours? I'm a superhero, it only lasts 3 minutes, besides. Love began as he brought his hand up to his face, his Ryatsu rising. I didn't think I would need it against an opponent of your level. Love suddenly made a sweeping motion, with his hand, across his face. Nnoitra watched quietly as the ogre-like hollow mask that now donned Love's face while acid-green Ryatsu poured off him. Don't kid yourself, Shinigami. That hollow mask. I'll crush it. Let's do this quick. Love's demonic voice whispered. Nnoitra got into a battle stance while twirling all 4 of his weapons. You're on, Shinigami. Love suddenly vanished for Nnoitra's line of sight. Not this time. The Arrancar muttered, but even as he thought that both arms on his left side were sliced off. This is nothing! Nnoitra exclaimed when Love appeared before him. The wizard was surprised to see the 2 limbs he had cut off suddenly grow back. You can't defeat me, Shinigami, not anymore. The Espada charged Love and brought all 4 of his sides up in unison. Love merely parried the blades, but the force behind the attack sent the wizard into the sky, his opponent right behind him. Love regained his balance 100 feet in the air and charged Nnoitra, who was speeding towards him. The wizard swiftly got within close range of his opponent and slashed his chest. Nnoitra didn't falter, but winced as the shallow wound began to bleed. Not giving Nnoitra time to recover, Love attempted to cut into his chest but was halted by Nnoitra bringing all 4 of his Zanpakuto to block the blow. Now that they were inches from each other, eyes locked, Nnoitra laughed. "Is there something is missed?" "What so?" Love's eyes widened as he felt his abdomen suddenly being pierced. What? Love thought incredulously as he looked down. 2 arms had pierced the right and left side of his abdomen. How did? Nnoitra had grown an extra pair of arms, bring the total number of arms he had up to 6. Let your guard down, Shinigami. Nnoitra mocked as Love's mask suddenly broke apart. Damn, hollow. Love whispered. You're finished. Nnoitra stated, grinning at the thought of victory. Not yet? Love replied weakly, confusing his opponent. Love swiftly managed to escape Nnoitura's grasp and began to free fall towards Karakura Town. TCH. Nnoitra, like before, stuck out his tongue and released a zero from the tip. He won't escape me. Nnoitra thought to himself angrily. Love smiled as he felt the heat from the zero near him. My hollow mask protected me from the majority of my wounds, at least enough for me to continue fighting. Love thought calmly as he held his Zanpakuto before him, slightly enjoying the feel of the wind as he free fell. Crush down. Tengamaru. Love's dark green Ryatsu suddenly engulfed his Zanpakuto before revealing its massive form. It had taken on the form of a massive iron club with multiple raised spikes jutting out from every direction. The Shurikai club itself was multi-times larger than its wielder. Nnoitra, who was unable to see what had occurred due to his zero blocking his vision, watched in astonishment as the same zero was suddenly dispelled. Even worse was the fact that his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Where are you looking? Nnoitura's eyes widened as he looked over his shoulder. Not only was Love standing several yards behind him, but he now held the released form of his Zanpakuto and once more wore his demonic ogre-like hollow mask. Though he stood proudly, signs of fatigue showed everywhere due to his abdominal wounds. He was quivering slightly, the eyes that shone behind the mask looked glazed and his Ryatsu had depleted greatly. Yuba! Suddenly Love's and Nnoitura's eyes widened as a wave of Ryatsu crashed into them at full force before, to their immense shock, the barrier surrounding them was unexpectedly shattered. What the hell? Nnoitra finished while the golden remnants of the barrier turned to dust before their very eyes. Ulquiorra, is your opponent giving you that much trouble? Nnoitra asked, speaking to the wind. I'd be more worried about yourself if I were you. If the barrier is down, then it means all we have to do is hold off the stronger Arrancar until reinforcements get here. Love was ready to end this extermination. Nnoitra swiftly turned around and brought all 6 of his weapons up to block the blow he felt coming. Unfortunately for the Espada, he no longer had even a fighting chance. No more than dog having a fighting chance against a lion. Nnoitura's weapons were shattered the moment Tengamaru made contact with them. The Espada let out a pained yell as he was sent rocketing higher above Karakura Town, his blood pouring from where the spikes on Tengamaru pierced him. What, is this strength? Nnoitra coughed out before he wearily regained his balance. I can still win, Nnoitra thought desperately as he felt his vision fading due to the intensity of Love's last attack and sheer amount of blood loss he was suffering from. I won't lose, ever again. Nnoitura's eyes widened as he felt Love appeared above him. Too bad that's not your decision to make. Love began in a demonic tone, raising his massive shurikai above his head. I want to lose. Nnoitra yelled as he licked the blood from his hand, coating his tongue with blood before charging the most powerful zero in his arsenal. Regrettably for Nnoitra, Love didn't wait for the zero to finish charging. Hifuki no Kazuchi! Love yelled as the tip of his oversized club burst into flames. As the final act, Love brought his Zanpakuto down, hitting Nnoitra with its tremendous force. Nnoitra let out a pained yell as flames engulfed his body and sent him plummeting into Karakura Town. Love watched carelessly as Nnoitra caused a massive impact where he had landed. The entire block fell under the might of Tengamaru's incredible power. Buildings collapsed, streets were destroyed, and fires erupted as the area was covered in the debris of the explosion. "It's done," Love whispered before letting out a long sigh. As he descended towards Karakura Town, Love removed his hollow masks as well as changing Tengamaru into its sealed form. "What a bother," Love muttered as he landed next to Nnoitira's burnt corpse. "You caused me way more trouble than you should have. I was fool not to go into Shirkai the moment this battle started." Love glanced at Nnoitra once more before looking into the sky. "The barrier's down, reinforcements should be." Love was suddenly interrupted when the echoing sound of Sonito filled his ear. His eyes widened as he made to turn around. He was nowhere near fast enough. Love didn't know what had occurred, but instantly found himself staring at a blood-covered blade that was sticking out of his chest. What the? He had been stabbed, directly in the center of his heart. Barragan versus Tessai Kant. Barragan's eyes immediately shot open when he left his entire body weakening. What? Barragan wondered in confusion as he tried to figure out where he was. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, he could do nothing but think about the events that lead up to this moment. Fighting Tessai, gaining the upper hand. Tessai's unknown Kido, then. Nothing. You must be confused. Barragan Lizenbarn. As if the voice was a switch, the dark room he had been in shattered like glass to reveal something that Barragan's mind could not fathom. He was encased in a massive, Ryatsu-enhanced, see-through, red-tinted, prison, hundreds of meters above Karakura Town. Barragan was in the direct center, bound by several chains. How is this possible? Barragan wondered out loud as he looked outside of the prison. 6. Ryatsu created, Spirit Zanpakuto loomed near each wall of the square prison. You were arrogant. Tessai's voice called out as he appeared in Barragan's field of vision, right outside of the Ryatsu prison. Curse you, Shinigami! Release me! Barragan roared loud enough to rattle the prison walls. You can manipulate time around you, but the Kido I used manipulates both time and space in this entire area. Compared to me, you abilities are too limited. Time, space. Barragan's blood boiled as Tessai turned and began to walk away. Goodbye, Barragan Lizenbarn, Grand Ruler of Las Noches. As a final act, Tessai snapped his fingers, causing all 6 Ryatsu-created Zanpakuto to pierce the prison walls and the prisoner contained inside. Tessai stared emotionlessly as his opponent shook violently while letting out a pain-filled yell. Besides the fact they were translucent, the katana looked normal, so no one would think they were capable of anything else besides cutting. Unfortunately for Barragan, the Kido-created blades also had the ability to poison their targets from the inside out. Though Tessai hated to cast such a repulsive Kido, he knew that nothing else in his arsenal of Kido would affect his opponent without nearly killing himself in the process. With a heavy sigh, he whipped the sweat from his brow before canceling the Kido, for he could no longer keep it active. The first thing to dissipate was the reddish prison, which turned into smoke that was soon blown away in the wind. Then the katana, one by one, vanished. The ridiculously complex Kido he had cast had done its job without flaw, though not without costing him a great deal of Ryatsu. The tyrant of skulls groaned as blood poured out of his wounds while the poison that the katanas distributed continued to burn his insides. He looked so weakened that Tessai was secretly surprised the Espada still had the strength to suspend himself in the air like he was doing. You don't have much time to live, Espada. The poison, the moment it enters your body, leaves you with exactly 10 minutes to live. Tessai revealed, as a small courtesy to his opponent. Damn you, Shinigami. Barragan whispered, coughing up blood as his vision blurred. Do not be Asha. Tessai abruptly shut up as he sensed someone approach. An instant later a sudden rush of wind passed directly to the right of him. Before Tessai knew it, an Arrancar appeared between Barragan and himself. Though Tessai remained calm, Barragan was surprised to see the Arrancar appear. Arrow, Nero, what are you doing here? He coughed out weakly. I was sent by him. Nero answered calmly as he eyed Tessai impassively. Heh. Barragan let out a weak laugh. I'd rather die than get help from the likes of him. Seeing as you do not have the strength nor the authority to stop me, I will follow the orders given to me. Hollows. Helping one another? Tessai thought suspiciously. Are you? Before Barragan could speak his mind, Nero used Sonido. Tessai's eyes widened as he sensed the Arrancar's trajectory. Nero suddenly reappeared as Tessai managed to block him from going any further. Apologies. Tessai began calmly. But what you're planning to do? I cannot allow it. As the former Kido finished speaking, he summoned a 5-foot-long iron staff. 6 rings, though they were interlocked, moved around freely around the bowl-shaped end of the staff. A Zanpakuto in the form of a Shakujo. Tessai's eyes widened as Nero appeared mere inches from him, his hand outstretched. I have not had the pleasure. Tessai was unable to move his Zanpakuto away in time. The Espada managed to place his hand on it. Of destroying such a thing. The moment the words died on the Espada's lips, Tessai's Zanpakuto began to liquefy before dispersing in the wind. So shocked at what had occurred, Tessai fell victim to Nero's abrupt bala. Though it was surprisingly weak, Tessai found himself falling from the sky. Now that the Shinigami was out of the way, Nero turned to the object of his desire. The massive structure that contained Barragan's Zanpakuto was several yards away from him. Without waiting another moment, he pulled out the Zanpakuto he had taken from Kaioshiba and cut the palm of his hand. Allowing his Ryatsu to rise and mix with his own blood, the former Nuevo Espada raised his hand. Grand Ray. Zero! Suddenly a chaotic, bright, neo-purple Zero roared to life. Though it wasn't nearly as strong enough as other Espada's Grand Ray Zeros, it got the job done. With Tessai currently weakened by overusing Forbidden Kido, having his arm broken, and the recent bala to his chest, his Kido spells that were still active had drastically weakened. The massive 5-pillar structure, along with the other 2 Kido spells, crumbled before Nero's Zero. Quickly using Sonido, the Espada grabbed Barragan's large battle axe before it hit the ground. That was simple. Quickly turning around when he suddenly sensed a presence behind him, Nero came face to face with Tessai, whose palm rested a mere inch from the Espada's chest. He got us. Nero acknowledged calmly as his opponent eyed them cautiously. You have the ability to destroy the Zanpakuto you touch. It is a unique ability, but you're not as strong as the others. I am fortunate. Tessai commented as sweat poured down his forehead. Are you? Zanpakuto destruction is only one of my many abilities, the Espada answered cryptically. Before Tessai thought on those words, he noticed that he could no longer feel even the slightest bit of Ryatsu from the Espada, even though they were so close. The former Kido captain's eyes widened as he turned around. Nero, who had tricked the former Kido captain by initiating a mirror image move he had absorbed from an unknown hollow, was flying with all haste towards Barragan. No, he thought worriedly as he raised his palm. It'll be close. As he summoned his Ryatsu, he wordlessly created a blindingly white spear that crackled with electricity. Gripping the Ryatsu-created spear, Tessai pulled his arm back before flinging the spear with all his power. As he felt the spear leave his hand, Tessai fell to his knees feeling significantly weakened. A Kido that disregards defense no matter how powerful, it cost me dearly. Nero, who was now 20 feet away from Barragan, looked behind him. The Kido spear had managed to catch up to him, and without any time to dodge, Nero took the Kido spell full force. Disregarding any form of arrow or defense, the spear shot right through Nero's, leaving the shocked Espada with a gaping hole in his chest all in a matter of moments. Barragan, who had witnessed the whole thing, watched as Nero began coughing up blood. Foolish Hollow, do not be foolish enough to presume that you would be of any help to any of the Espada. Still thought he was hanging onto his life by a thread. Barragan managed to use Sonido to get within reaching distance of his Zanpakuto. As he reached for the hilt of his axe, he saw Tessai appear next to him. Palm raised. Barragan let out a weak laugh as he gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto before watching as Arrancar's remaining strength faded. The dual Arrancar fell from the sky without any help from his ally. Who would have thought he could be slightly useful? Barragan thought carelessly. Hey-do! Don't fool yourself, Shinigami. I can still sense Reiatsu, even in this weakened condition. You can't cast another spell. You should be proud. I would have never thought. I would have to use Resurrection on the likes of you. Tessai's eyes widened as Barragan's Reiatsu began to rise. Now let me remind you why everyone fears time. It's too late, Tessai thought weakly. 4 thick, black wisps of Reiatsu suddenly poured out of Barragan's body before converging at the glass, eye-shaped gem at the center of his battle axe. Rot. Arrogant. Tessai felt his heart drop when Barragan was engulfed by violent black flames that burnt away his very flesh before those very same flames wrapped around Barragan's now skeletal form, becoming a black cloak. This must be my penance for not entering battle for 100 years. Tessai thought tiredly as he stared at Barragan's frightening form. Aside from the skeletal appearance, he retained both of his armbands. The cloak, created by the now extinguished black flames, now had a pitch-black fur collar around his neck, giving him a macabre Grim Reaper-like appearance. Several lengths of golden chain, originally worn like a belt around his waist, now dangle out of either of his sleeves. The pendant from his Zanpakuto, worn around his neck as an elegant necklace, while the sandals of his uniform became white, pointed-toe boots. As a final change, his crown-like mask fragment turned into a full, extravagantly decorated, and bejeweled crown. A dark laugh filled the air as Barragan, now fully healed, stared at his opponent. Old age. Time, it is the mightiest and most absolute power of death. It stands in the way of everything. And that power is the power you will be facing. With a mere swipe of Barragan's hand, a wave of pure black Reiatsu sent Tessai plummeting towards Karakura Town. As he watched his opponent impact the ground hard enough to create a small crater, Barragan let out another dark laugh before using Sonido. Tessai, who weakly stood up, used Shuinpo when he sensed Barragan close in on him. How wise of you! The Sexta Espada commented as he viewed his surroundings. They were no longer in the business district of Karakura Town and were now on a hill that was overlooking the side of a riverbed. As Barragan's feet finally touched the ground, Tessai saw firsthand the power of his opponent. With every step that Barragan took towards him, the ground beneath him began to decay. The bed of grass they were on blackened, the concrete sidewalk that was 3 feet to their right deteriorated, even the very air Tessai breathed was stale. Do you see, Shinigami, how useless it is? Tessai stared at the dead grass below him, thinking. He had used nearly all his Reiatsu up, his left arm was broke, and to make matters worse he was exhausted. Now 2 options lay before him, neither one was a path he wished to traverse, but it was too late. He could either cast aside his beliefs and fight, or surrender and die. The choice was obvious. I grow tired of this. I have honored you by taking on this form, and that should be enough for you. Respira. The Espada suddenly began emitting a black, smoke-like substance from his body. Tessai's eyes widened as the smoke suddenly charged him at an incredible speed. Bakudo number 81, Danku. As Barragan's Respira crashed into the Reiatsu-created barrier, Tessai watched in shock as his Kido began to decay, allowing the Respira to continue its course. Ha ha ha. Fool! Did you think Kido does not age? Tessai made a costly mistake. Even more weakened by the Kido he had used, he was unable to use Shuinpa to evade the attack. To his immense shock, the Respira caressed the tip of his left finger before he could fully jump away. Letting out a pained groan, Tessai watched as the flesh on his hand began to decay, leaving only bone in its wake. Only seeing one way to proceed, Tessai blocked the Respira from progressing by sealing off his arm, at the elbow, in a barrier. Barragan watched as his opponent's arm, which was still encased by the barrier, fell to the floor. You have more lives than anyone I've ever fought before, Barragan stated in a frustrated tone. Tessai, who was now sweating profusely, fell to one knee as his body began to shake due to his overexertion. I won't fail Urahara. Whatever you want with him, you're going to have to forget. The former Kido captain replied with a heavy sigh as he looked across the riverbed. It was now or never, and this wasn't even a sure bet. It had been such a long time since he had learned of this technique, and it had never been used in actual combat by any of the previous Kido captains that had came before him. It was nothing short of a gamble of long odds, but he could see no other way to defeat this hollow. If only that other Arrancar hadn't interfered. I'm sorry, my friends, sorry. Kisuke. I can't stand by your side forever. He's just one man. Barragan reasoned. He is my friend. Tessai replied solemnly. Then you will die, for that friend. Respira. As the jet of black smoke poured out of his opponent, Tessai used Shuinpa. Barragan grew confused when Tessai appeared on the opposite side of the riverbank. Ishin, Orochi, Ryukin, please save Kisuke. Barragan Lizenbarn, you once told me that your only weakness was immortality and that you doubted I had such a power. Tessai stated as he knelt on his right knee, placing the palm of his remaining hand on the lush grass he stood on. Barragan, who could barely hear him at such a distance, let out a hollow laugh. That's right. You're right, I don't, but the Kido I am about to use, that's a different matter. Barragan, without missing a beat, began laughing. If you had such a power, you would have used it the moment we first crossed blades. Tessai shook his head sadly. This Kido, it has been passed down from Kido captain to Kido captain for generations to use at a time of our greatest need. I can think of no better time, but it comes at a cost. The strain this Kido puts on the body, none can live through it. Not wanting to take a chance this time, Barragan used Sonido to get to the other side of the river before walking towards his opponent. Suddenly the grass Tessai was kneeling on blackened as it died away, and a moment later an outburst of Ryatsu poured out of his body, slamming into Barragan full force. What is this? Barragan yelled out as he began releasing a huge amount of his own Ryatsu. How did he gather so much Ryatsu? He barely had any a moment ago. Barragan thought angrily as Tessai's ocean blue Ryatsu began pouring out of his body. His Ryatsu's not dissipating after he's releasing it. He wouldn't find out that Tessai had absorbed the life out of the grass below him to replenish his Ryatsu. It wasn't until a moment later that Barragan realized that the massive funnel of Ryatsu Tessai was engulfed and began to break apart and take shape. Within moments Barragan stared in amazement at what he saw. Standing between him and Tessai was the most incredible display of Kido anyone could ever see. A woman, the most beautiful to ever grace the human world and created entirely of ocean blue Ryatsu, stood between him and Tessai. The woman was at least 12 feet tall. She wore a long flowing gown that covered her feet and just as long hair. Due to being created of Ryatsu, she was slightly translucent, and as a gust of wind blew by, parts of her would occasionally vanish and reappear in the same moment. What is this? Barragan asked Tessai. Tessai, who already felt his life force draining, answered him. This Kido allows the caster to give Kido itself a human form so that it may think and act independently. Barragan let out a hollow laugh. And it's using you as a medium? Barragan guessed accurately. Correct. The Ryatsu woman answered. Am my name is Sirai. Heh, you forget, she's still Kido. Barragan yelled as he unleashed a wave of Respira towards Sirai. Though Tessai moved out of the way, Sirai let the Respira pass right through her, surprising Barragan. I am not a Kido spell, nor am I even touchable. As such, your abilities can't affect me. Sirai whispered serenely. You said to Tessai that he didn't have the key to immortality. Ask me that question, you will find that I have a different answer. You lie. I control the very fabric of Ryatsu. Why else would you think I use up all the life energy of the person that created me? The sacrifice fits the power. Anything under the jurisdiction of Ryatsu is mine to control. Unfortunately for you, my power is omnipotent. Sirai stated, revealing the extent of her existence. Sirai suddenly held up her right hand. To Barragan's shock, a Zanpakuto materialized for her. Tessai, who had began to shake, suddenly collapsed as he felt his life force take a sudden drop. Looks like... Barragan was abruptly interrupted when Sirai suddenly appeared before him. What shocked him even more was the fact that the Zanpakuto she now wielded was embedded in his chest. Vanish, she whispered darkly. Barragan let out a hoarse laugh when he realized that the blade wasn't solid. I guess you lost your time. All of a sudden Barragan began to feel something tugging at his chest. You should have been more careful. This blade of mine is special. It devours all it touches and drags it to a dimension of darkness. There you will dwell, unable to escape, forever. Barragan's eyes widened when he looked down and saw his cloak flowing into the blade's hilt. What is this? Barragan roared as he tried desperately to escape the technique. It's pointless. What good will it do? Barragan yelled angrily. Your caster will still die, you told me this. This victory is in vain. Stop this! You bug! Stop this, he roared. Barragan, who was still fighting against being absorbed, stared in panicked confusion as the Kido spirit suddenly vanished as a gust of wind swept her form away. Though he hadn't been absorbed fully, the entire lower half and entire right side of his body had been dragged into her blade. Ack! Barragan yelled painfully as the pain from his body being torn finally kicked in, forgetting how he had almost been trapped forever. So weak! Barragan, through all his pain, turned to look at who had spoken. Arrancar was standing over Tessai's body, his Zanpakuto piercing the former Kido captain's back chest, revealing why the Kido spirit had died away. Thought he spoke clearly, he was anything but fine. The former Espada now had a massive hole in his abdomen and was bleeding profusely. He was hanging on by a thread. As Arrancar began to walk towards Barragan, he removed his left glove to reveal his true Zanpakuto, a deformed, arm-like appendage with multiple sprouting tentacles. As Barragan laid eyes on Arrancar's Zanpakuto, he knew what was about to occur. Unable to defend himself in such a weakened state, Barragan let out a string of curse words as he tried to back away. Arrancar grinned darkly. Thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Several minutes earlier, Arrancar coughed weakly as he felt his life draining away slowly due to the gaping hole in his chest. We don't have much longer. All of a sudden he felt Ichigo's presence enter his mind. Arrancar? Primera, we have been defeated, not much time left. If you can find the strength to do one more thing? If it is within my power. Arrancar replied weakly. Remember that reward I promised you? Ichigo said calmly. Yes. Kurosaki. Then listen, Barragan, even with you help is dying as we speak. And he is no longer required. Ichigo revealed emotionlessly, causing Arrancar's eyes to widen in shock. Do you mean? Yes. The former king of Las Noches, his powers, are now yours. Ichigo stated before withdrawing his presence from Arrancar's mind. Arrancar grinned as he found the strength to stand up. Kurosaki Ichigo. I am in your debt. My life. I offer it to you. 300 meters above Karakura Town. Ichigo opened his eyes as he left Arrancar's mind. Enjoy. Ichigo whispered as he sensed the battles around him. The barrier had broken several minutes ago and no doubt Soul Society had already sensed them there. I didn't think this would take so long. I'm tired of this. Ichigo stated with emotionlessly as he raised his right hand intending rush things along more quickly. Neliel. All of a sudden Ichigo released an instantaneous blindingly white zero that filled the air with its chaotic noise as it surged towards Neliel. Not even watching to see if the zero hit who it was supposed to, he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. I've given them enough time. Without another word Ichigo vanished. Chapter 29, Invasion 5. Isshin gazed up at the Espada, his weakened eyes burning with the intensity of a scorned father. Damn it, the former captain repeated for what seemed like the 100th time, Ichigo. He clenched his teeth as the wound on his back engulfed him in pain. Blood poured out continuously, leaving the wounded Shinigami to lie in a pool of his own blood. Sorry, Karen. Yuzu, he weakly reached into the right pocket of his Shinigami robes, his hand shaking from the intensity of his wounds. I don't have a choice. The day after the war ended, Kuratsuchi, along with myself, will fix the half-destroyed pillar by tomorrow. It was Soul Society's decision to keep the real Karakura Town in Soul Society until Aizen has been defeated. I see. Isshin muttered as he gazed up at the fake sky in Urahara's training grounds. Urahara eyed his longtime friend before drinking some of his tea. Your son isn't a weakling. I know that. Isshin snapped, but how can he face not only Aizen, but the Espada? Ichigo is smart, he won't give Aizen any reason to attack him. Besides, we both know Aizen will not kill him knowing his bloodline. I mean your bloodline. Ichigo is someone who Aizen finds interesting, he won't act rashly. Urahara replied calmly. By now he has already told Ichigo about me. How long have you known Aizen took an interest in your son? Since the beginning. Urahara glanced at Isshin for a long moment before releasing a heavy sigh. Your full powers aren't back yet, right? Yes, it's taking longer than I thought. If I were in Soul Society, I would be gaining back my power much faster. Add in the fact that I haven't spent much time in this form, it may take months for me to regain my full power. Isshin answered. I see. Urahara pulled out a black pill from his green cloak. I made this for you. Isshin took the pill. What is it? Enhancer pill. And what's it for? It increases your fighting prowess. This pill I made special, only for you. When you take it, your full powers will come back to you. Unfortunately, it won't allow you to activate your Shurikai or Bankai, you must regain that power on your own. Isshin's eyes widened. All right. Before Isshin could thank him, Urahara raised his hand to halt the thanks. Be warned, I know not how long the effects will last. I'd say 10 minutes, just to be safe. Then I'll crush whoever my opponent is in 10. I have no doubt you could, but that is the lesser of the 2 warning accompanying the swallowing of this pill. The other? This enhancer pill was banned by Central 46 before I could even reveal it to Head Captain Yamamoto. This is why you wouldn't have heard of it. It was banned for the after effects of swallowing the pill. The pill allows you to go beyond what your body is normally capable of and in turn damages your body. Think of it like this, consider yourself having currently lieutenant levels of strength, but with the pill you return to your full strength. Think of the difference of power, now convert that power to pain, you could kill yourself. An uncomfortable silence settled amongst them. You can see why I am hesitant for you to use it. Isshin thought of 2 things, who would watch his girls if the worst happened and what would happen to Ichigo if he didn't use the pill when all else failed. Hopefully, I won't have to use it and my powers will return before I must fight again. Neliel, wanting to see if Isshin had survived, slowly descended from the sky, her eyes never leaving her opponent. It saddened her to see Isshin lying in a pool of his own blood. It reminded her that no matter her choice, she was still a monster. Do it for Ichi. Neliel halted when she saw Isshin, weakly, reaching into his coat pocket. She cocked her head to the side when he pulled out a small black pill. Candy? Before she could ask, Isshin popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed, but not before showing his opponent a guilt-ridden expression. Neliel wondered if something would happen, but she felt no changes, not in his reaction nor his condition. The Septima Espada watched as Isshin seemed to lose consciousness before kneeling down next to him. Kurosaki Isshin, you fought bravo. She made to place a hand over Isshin's eyes, but was shocked to discover her hand slipping right through the body. The Espada's eyes widened before turning around and bringing her blade up defensively. The exact second she finished her stance, a Zanpakuto crashed against hers with such force that it sent her crashing into a nearby building in its 10th floor, her attacker following close behind. Neliel wasn't the type to waste a single second in a fight. The moment she crashed into the building, she backflipped in order to regain her balance. How did you pull off an after-image technique with me mere feet from you? Kurosaki Isshin, she asked as her opponent appeared at the edge of the hole she had created. She was intrigued, not only by his speed, he was also completely healed, and gained a large increase in power. He eyed her with a newfound confidence. Sorry, no time to explain. Isshin vanished, and before Neliel even knew what hit her, she was crashing into the ceiling and out the top of the building. The Espada winced as she continued to soar into the sky, large pieces of destroyed buildings surrounding her. Where is? Neliel looked over her shoulder and saw Isshin closing in on her. With the entirety of her power, Neliel swung her blade and met Isshin's in a blaze of sparks. The Espada felt her arm weaken against the force of her opponent's blade while the Shinigami followed up by bringing his free hand up to rest against the wrist of the hand that held his Zanpakuto. Isshin locked eyes with Neliel, as they both free fell, before flicking his middle finger. Neliel's eyes widened as a powerful force of raw Ryatsu smashed against her. With a shocked cry, she was sent crashing through 7 buildings and landed against a pile of steel bars in a construction site. Neliel winced as she fell to her hands and knees. She swiftly clutched her chest and began coughing up a large amount of blood. Will you give up and tell me what I want to know about Ichigo? I only have the leisure of asking you once more. Neliel ignored Isshin, and focused solely on trying to regain her breath, which seemed to escape her no matter how hard she tried. Fine. Neliel swiftly wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth before turning around and gathering a massive amount of Ryatsu in the palm of her hand. Grand Ray Serra! Neliel cried out as Isshin grabbed her wrist hard enough to break it. I'm not going to kill you. You'll be taken to Soul Society, they'll figure out what to do with you. Neliel looked at him. He will come for me. Isshin looked at her in confusion. Who? The Shinigami swiftly dodged the ball Neliel had abruptly sent at him with her good hand, before turning back to her to find her charging a bright purple zero in her mouth. She released it and, with a sigh, Isshin batted the zero away before it could get close enough to do damage to him. Neliel used Sonido. She was immediately stopped when Isshin Flash stepped towards her and grabbed her injured wrist. Neliel cringed, but managed to slash at Isshin with her Zanpakuto. He let go to escape the attack, but Neliel followed up by successfully landing a kick against his ribs. Isshin went skidding back a few feet, giving his opponent ample space. How did he gain so much power? It can't have been the pill, focused Neliel. I must stop him, for Ichigo's sake. You still have some fight in you then? Isshin sighed disappointedly, 2BA. Isshin suddenly yelled out when felt as if the muscles in his right arm were being stabbed over and over again. The pain was so intense that he felt as if he was paralyzed. He dropped his blade, and fell to his knees, all the while gripping the arm that was cramping up. What's going on? Isshin wondered as the pain ran up his arm into his chest, then spread out to his remaining 3 limbs. Isshin could no longer even yell, all he could do was groan as he fell to the ground. Then, just as fast as it came, the pain left, leaving a breathless Isshin on all fours, his body still shaking from the intense attack. It wasn't even 10 minutes yet? He thought to himself as he gripped his Zanpakuto and stood up on weakened legs. The Shinigami locked eyes with Neliel, only to see the Espada staring at him wide-eyed. What was that? She asked calmly. Isshin felt the tremors leave him before speaking. Why would I tell you? Even though it was obvious that the pill ran its course, Isshin still felt as if he still had his full powers. Did it unlock something in me? He wondered as he stepped into a battle stance. From guessing, I would say that the pill you ate more than 5 minutes ago gave you your sudden power boost. I think what you experienced was the pill's side effects. Isshin's eyes widened just a fraction. She's good. He won't wait much longer. I can't fail him, she whispered. Isshin appeared before her the very moment she brought her blade down. Isshin batted the blade away with the back of his hand before uppercutting her. Neliel spit the blood that collected in her mouth onto the floor and backstepped away from him. He too fast for me to use Resurrection. He will try to stop me before I can. She used Sonido once more to flee Isshin's sight, but he tailed her closely. Damn it. All of a sudden a massive wave of raw Ryatsu surged throughout the barrier and brought the entire golden barrier down. Isshin stopped, his eyes widening as he felt terrible Ryatsu emitting from Urahara's direction while Neliel used Isshin's distraction to her advantage. "Thanks, Ulquiorra," she thought solemnly. Isshin looked back at his opponent. It was too late. Neliel was up against the shattering wall, nearly 200 yards in front of him, too far away for him to reach her in time. "This fight is going to take all the longer," Isshin shouted, his eyes darkening. "No more, even if she was captured, it's obvious she'd die rather than give any answers. Even if she is a woman. I'll make it quick." Neliel raised her blade, horizontally across her chest as the golden shards of the shield fell around her. "Yudi!" Her Zanpakuto began to glow as hazy smoke began emitting from it. "Yammy!" Her Zanpakuto's glow intensified before it burst in a massive explosion of pure Ryatsu. Isshin covered his face as her Resurrection sent wave after wave of pure Ryatsu crashing into him, but even with so much Ryatsu crashing into him, it did nothing more than annoy him. To him, it wasn't impressive in the slightest. As the smoke finally cleared, Neliel revealed herself, now wielding a double-sided lance. She took on the form of a brownish-green, ibex-like centaur complete with a black horse's tail. Her hollow mask's horns became longer and more curved and also extended slightly, framing the sides of her face, particularly the cheeks. Her shoulders were covered by armored white spalders that came across the shoulder blade to the neck, and she had white armored elbow guards and white armored gauntlets. The parts of the arms that weren't covered by armor were covered with a black material, as were her hands. "A centaur?" Isshin whispered. "That form looks more like a hindrance than anything useful." Neliel appeared 30 feet from him before lifting her lance, her eyes as hard as stone and her face emotionless. "Lanzador Verde." Isshin narrowed his eyes as Neliel threw the lance at him with extreme speed. As it neared him, it began to spin and build up spiraling purple spirit energy. Isshin swiftly brought the flat of his Zanpakuto up to defend himself, and as the lance hit the flat of his blade, he hardened his gaze. The attack was acting like a drill, trying to break its way through the Zanpakuto that was keeping the lance stalled. For a full minute Isshin blocked the oncoming attack before it finally began slowing down. He felt the pressure on his blade lessen and swiftly sidestepped the attack. The lance continued its course before crashing into a nearby building. Suddenly feeling Neliel's Ryatsu rising, Isshin turned and saw the Espada gathering black Ryatsu in the palm of her right hand. Isshin's eyes widened as she released the Espada's full-powered Ciro. "Ciro Oscuras." A pitch-black beam of intense Ryatsu surged towards Isshin, whose eyes widened when he saw the buildings on either side of the Ciro turn to rubble. "Bakudo number 90 Dankaseki." Isshin slapped his hands together and 3 Spirit Sekiseki created walls appeared before him. The powerful black Ciro crashed into the Kido, resulting in a massive explosion. When the noise died down, Isshin released the Kido. The Ciro hadn't even put a scratch in his barrier, leaving Neliel shocked. "How did?" Isshin abruptly charged her, causing her to use Sonido. The first thing she did was find her lance before facing Isshin once more. "Give up, Espada, you have no more tricks." "Lanzador Verde." She shouted once more as she threw her lance at him. "Sorry," Isshin whispered. He sidestepped the attack, bringing his blade up and sliced clean through the spinning weapon, before vanishing. Neliel's eyes widened in complete shock. "What?" "I warned you." Neliel slowly looked over her shoulder and saw Isshin standing right behind her, his Zanpakuto covered in blood. "How did you?" All of a sudden blood began spraying from a wound in her chest. The Espada could barely comprehend what had happened as she watched blood spray out of her. Unable to find the strength to continue standing, she fell to the ground, reverting to her pre-resurrection state in the process. Neliel tried contacting Ichigo with her mind, but she couldn't even find the strength to do it. Isshin sighed sadly as he watched her trying to draw breath. "I'm sorry it had to end like this." Neliel locked eyes with him for a quick moment before looking away. "I'm sorry, Ichigo. I've failed you." Isshin began walking away. "I do not have time to waste." Sensing a sudden spike of Ryatsu, the Shinigami swiftly looked up. He had noticed earlier that one Espada was watching the battles below. Isshin guessed that it was the Primera. What is he doing? Isshin narrowed his eyes when the Espada released a massive, dazzling, neon-white Zero towards them. From such a distance? He wondered curiously. As the Zero neared, Isshin eyed the Zero oddly when he realized that the Zero wasn't aimed at him. His own comrade? The Shinigami turned to Neliel and was surprised to see a small smile appear on her face. Thank you. Isshin swiftly covered his face when the Zero hit, heartless. Isshin knew that the Zero was at least 10 times more powerful than the black Zero Neliel had launched at him earlier. The white Zero roared and shook the very ground below his feet, but no explosion followed. What the? Isshin looked at where the Zero was still crashing down. His view from Neliel was obscured by the light, but the Zero seemed to be forcing itself into the space where she was laying. For several moments the white Zero crashed into the ground before suddenly dispersing. The Shinigami was taken back when Neliel stood facing him, the wound he had inflicted on her chest gone. What the? Wah! Isshin's eyes widened in shock when Neliel released a white Zero from her mouth, the same intensity as the one that came down on her. Too late! Isshin exclaimed before the Zero hit. Ack! Neliel watched as her opponent was engulfed by a massive explosion before looking up at Ichigo, who suddenly vanished. He must have been tired of waiting. This should be over soon. Neliel touched the area that Isshin had cut her. She had used a technique that few Arrancar knew about. It was a technique that allowed one to use Ryatsu to speed up the regeneration process. Thank you, she repeated in her mind. After another moment of gazing up into the sky, Neliel returned her gaze to her opponent as the explosion and smoke died down. Though he managed to stay on his feet, Neliel could tell his body was broken. His clothes were nothing but torn pieces of cloth, and blood covered his entire body. To still be standing, Neliel whispered sadly. Isshin made to speak, but nothing came out. Within moments he began coughing out large amounts of blood and finally fell. You won't be able to get up after that. Isshin was not able to even look up at her, nor could he even form a thought. Your body is broken. The battle is done. Neliel made to leave but felt pity for Ichigo's father. Ichigo is safe, Aizen's keeping him with Orihime. Aizen does not want them dead or tortured. Hoping that she set his mind at ease, she used Sonido. Ichigo had one more task for her. Zamari versus Ryukin. Both fighters locked eyes with one another before Ryukin charged, fully intent on ending this battle with his next strike. Kid. I'm sorry. Ryukin thought sadly. He poured all of his Ryatsu onto a single spirit arrow. You cannot defeat me. Zamari shouted angrily. Aizen-sama has gifted me with. Bang! Shock marred Zamari's face when he suddenly felt an odd pain grip at the center of his body. The look of absolute confusion on his opponent's face didn't escape him in the slightest. What? The former Espada slowly looked down, his eyes widening at massive hole in his chest. With a trembling hand, Zamari brought his hand up to the profusely bleeding hole before slowly looking over his shoulder. When he saw who was responsible, his eyes widened. Neliel was standing behind him, her arm crackling with energy from the recently released bala. What is the meaning of this, Neliel? Zamari cried out. I'm sorry, Zamari. I'm afraid you are no longer needed. Neliel looked at him with guilt-filled eyes before raising her hand and charging her bright purple Zero. Whose orders? Cough whose? The dark-skinned Arrancar coughed out as he reverted to his base form, barely managing to remain up on one knee. Neliel's eyes shifted away as she remembered her orders. Flashback. Within moments a garganta closed behind each of the Espada until only Neliel and Ichigo were left. Arrancar spoke to me through his broadcast site. He told me that you wanted to speak with me. Neliel explained. She noticed that Ichigo's face was deadly serious. I need you to do something for me. Neliel blinked. What do you need? Zamari is a threat that we cannot have in Las Noches, not when we are on the verge of rebelling against Aizen. When we get to Karakura Town, I want you to kill him. Neliel's gaze fell to the floor. Can you ask one of the others? No, I do not trust the others I'm bringing, and I will be overseeing the battles. You're the only one I trust. Neliel frowned. Why would you ask this of me? You know I hate killing, yet you know I can't deny you. Ichigo cupped her chin in his hand. Neliel's face grew hot. I understand you don't like to kill, but I'm asking you. Just this once, will you do it for me? I'll never ask you to take a life again, but this is necessary. Okay. Ichigo smiled. You will? Neliel looked at him sadly. His death is necessary for Ichigo to live peacefully. For you. Flashback ends. Did you hear? Whose orders? Were they Aizen-sama's? Zamari asked weakly. Neliel shook her head. No, my orders come from someone who is far more worthy of leading us. Zamari opened his mouth unnaturally wide and cried out in absolute anguish as Neliel released her Siro, point blank, causing the former Espada to disintegrate under the intensity of its power. Nnoitra versus Love. What a bother. Love muttered as he landed next to Nnoitra's burnt corpse. You caused me way more trouble than you should have. I was fool not to go into Shirkai the moment this battle started. Love glanced at Nnoitra once more before looking into the sky. The barrier's down. Reinforcement should be. Love was suddenly interrupted when the echoing sound of Sonito filled his ear. His eyes widened as he made to turn around. He was nowhere near fast enough. Love didn't know what had occurred, but instantly found himself staring at a blood-covered blade that was sticking out of his chest. What the? He had been stabbed directly in the center of his heart. His vision blurred as he began trying to gasp for air. Who? Ack! Love felt the blade twist in his heart. He tried to look over his shoulder, but the act was too much for him. Losing all of his strength, he fell. TCH, you took out an Espada like he was nothing. You're defiantly something else. Ichigo pulled his black, blood-covered blade out of Love's body before kneeling down. As he began wiping clean his blade with Love's green jogging jacket, he studied Nnoitra's bird body. Love tried with all his might to speak, but due to shock and the intensity of his pain, the ability to form words escaped him and his vision failed him. He was completely at the mercy of this unknown Arrancar. No mercy, as Shinigami? I knew I would have to finish you off the moment you first made contact with Nnoitra. I was annoyed at the thought, but then you go and pull of something like changing your Ryatsu composition from a Shinigami to a Hollow. When you did that, I looked forward to finishing you off. Love vaguely heard the Arrancar's words, but he knew the voice sounded distantly familiar. Ichigo turned his gaze to Nnoitra and back to Love. You were fighting an Espada yet you. Ichigo eyed Love's face for a long moment. Do I know you? Ichigo felt as if he had seen the man before, yet no memories of Love assaulted his mind. If I did, you must not have left a large impression. As I was saying, your power is incredible. How many of your kind are there? If there are enough, they could prove to be a threat to us. He didn't wait for an answer before standing up and glancing at Love once more. I'd say you only have a few more minutes to live. The Primera grew silent before narrowing his eyes as a vision passed across his mind, a vision of an abandoned warehouse, with 8 shadowed figures hiding within its confines. All of a sudden Ichigo's maniacal laughter filled Ichigo's mind. Ichigo shook his head before walking away. Ulquiorra vs. Urahara, recap. For here on out. Urahara began as he started to release a huge amount of crimson Ryatsu that even engulfed his Zanpakuto. No more games. Sing, Benihime, version 2. Symphony. Ulquiorra's eyes widened in shock as Urahara, by making an arcing motion with his Zanpakuto, summoned a literal 50-foot wave of blood-red, concentrated, Ryatsu. The wave burned with crimson fire as it neared the Espada. It had only one purpose, crush the enemy under its mass. Seeing no other choice, Ulquiorra cut into the tip of his right index finger before pointing towards the incoming wall of Ryatsu. Grand Ray Zero. The massive, neon green, Espada exclusive, Zero roared to life as it charged fully. Within seconds the Grand Ray Zero crashed into Benihime's wave of Ryatsu, resulting in a massive shockwave that spread through the entire barrier. Ulquiorra vs. Urahara Kant. My, oh my. Urahara began as he watched the massive cloud of debris, from the collision of both powerful attacks, died down. It had been such a long time since he had used such a high-level technique. You still alive? Espada? The dust fully died down, revealing Ulquiorra, staring up at Urahara in absolute shock. His entire right side covered in blood, and a large bone was sticking out from his arm. Urahara's gaze darkened. Those injuries, and he's not even flinching. It almost completely disregarded my Grand Ray Zero, and hit me dead on, breaking my arm, 3 ribs, and my leg. So this is Urahara Kasuk. The Espada thought, as if for the first time truly seeing the type of man his opponent was. Now you're going to say, I underestimated you, it won't happen again, am I right? The former captain asked. The Quinto Espada's face became indifferent. Such provocation is unlike you. I believe you do not know me well enough to decide what is unlike me. Now, would you be inclined to answer a few of my questions? The Shinigami asked darkly. No. What a shame. Urahara made to move but stopped when his opponent spoke once more. You base attacks, they aren't unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. The only difference I see is the color and your ability to control the intensity of the attacks. I guess they are similar, but as you can see. Urahara swiftly swiped his blade to the right, creating a burst of bright red light. Ulquiorra watched the Shinigami solemnly when the 7-story build next to him split in half. Unlike Kurosaki, I've had years to practice. I see. Ulquiorra abruptly raised the arm with the broken bone sticking out of it before it suddenly began contorting as the bone shot back into his skin. Urahara watched closely. High-speed regeneration, that question was to buy time. Are you ready, Shinigami? The Espada asked as he stretched out his healed arm. Both fighters abruptly charged one another at incredible speed. Zero! Ulquiorra whispered while raising a finger. Urahara skirted around the green beam of Ryatsu before swiping his blade, Sing, Benihime. A crimson, crescent-shaped, wave of Ryatsu shot out of his Zanpakuto at tremendous speed. The attack was too fast to sidestep, so Ulquiorra lifted his blade. As the beam hit his blade, he was pushed back. Unable to redirect it, he decided to use Sonido. Urahara abruptly ducked, barely dodging his opponent's blade, before swiftly turning around and bringing his palm right up to Ulquiorra's face. The Espada's eyes widened as electricity surged around his opponent's palm. Hado number 63, Raikoho. Ulquiorra scarcely managed to Sonido away as the massive wave of yellow energy surged out. Sorry, you won't be able to sneak up on me again. Urahara stated as the Kido ended and he turned to the Espada. Why do you continue to fight? We both know you won't achieve victory. Even if by some miracle you manage to defeat me, the Primera is stronger than every single Espada here combined. You will fall. Don't count me or my friends out. You think too highly of the Primera, and of yourself. Ulquiorra eyed him from the building he was standing on. Do I? Perhaps I will start to show you why. The Espada appeared above his opponent, bringing his Zanpakuto crashing down. Urahara parried the blow with his own blade before aiming a roundhouse kick to Ulquiorra's head. The Arrancar blocked the leg with his forearm. Both fighters pushed away from one another before immediately locking blades again. Ulquiorra swiftly jumped back and shot 2 balas. Urahara carelessly dodged them before seeing his opponent to cut the tip of his right index finger with his blade. Grand Ray Zero. The massive Zero roared to life within seconds and surged towards him. Urahara was immediately engulfed by the massive explosion that followed, even the ground far below shook for its might. Ulquiorra focused in complete silence as he waited for the smoke to clear, and his eyes widened when it finally did. Impossible. Urahara was standing behind a 12-foot, diamond-shaped, crimson wall. You didn't forget about my blood mist shield, did you? The Shinigami asked. At my current skill level, I haven't even touched him. That was quite an attack. My turn. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes. Shred, Benihime. All of a sudden, thin bullets of energy, coming from the shield, began firing at the Espada. Ulquiorra started displaying his mastery of Sonido by dodging the attacks. He's fast. Urahara observed before he watched Ulquiorra get hit by one. That seemed to throw him off because he was immediately buffeted with a barrage of the energy bullets. Why hasn't he? Suddenly the former captain was stabbed through the abdomen by a Zanpakuto. Your guard's down, Shinigami. Urahara unexpectedly popped, causing Ulquiorra to turn around to block the blow the real Urahara had aimed at him. This is getting rather tiring. We're done here, Urahara stated in a darkened tone as his Ryatsu began to rise. Ulquiorra gathered Ryatsu in his fist and made to shoot a full-powered bala at his opponent, but as he began to launch his arm, Urahara placed his palm up against the Espada's fist. That attack won't work on me. Ulquiorra released the attack and was suddenly rocketing down towards the fake town, where he crashed into a small office building. The Espada slowly stood up from amongst the rubble. He was able to withstand my bala, and forced it back to me instead. His powers are dangerous, and I've lingered in this form far too long. You should focus on the fight. He swiftly turned around, but Urahara, who had been standing behind him, already moved in and had charged him. When the crossed blades, this time, a massive shockwave broke out between them. The building they were in began collapsing around them. They locked blades for the longest of moments. Ulquiorra found himself using all of his strength to stay Urahara's blade, when suddenly a crack formed in the middle of his weapon. Ulquiorra's eyes widened just a fraction before Urahara channeled enough Ryatsu into his Zanpakuto to send his opponent flying through the building's walls and outside onto the street. I will go all out, the green-eyed Arrancar whispered before he began hearing a cracking noise. It didn't take him long to figure out it was coming from underground. So that's how he plans to attack? Ulquiorra swiftly began running down the long street he was on. He heard Urahara following underground. He even has the ability to travel underground. The Espada felt the ground rising up before he jumped high into the air and prepared to shoot a Siro at Urahara the moment he showed himself. The cracks underground began to quiet down before suddenly the street cracked. Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed when, instead of Urahara, a bright golden chain shot out from the ground. A trick! The chain moved faster than he could dodge them, so they swiftly wrapped around him, trapping him in the air. It's over. Ulquiorra looked up, his eyes widening. Urahara was charging him straight down, saying, Benihime. The crimson energy wave shot out of the arc Urahara made with the Zanpakuto and crashed into Ulquiorra, who was sent crashing down into the street, creating a massive crater where he landed. The explosion engulfed several blocks around them and a large column of smoke settled over them. Urahara let out a sigh before flash stepping to the edge of the crater his opponent had caused. Still standing? Urahara asked, mildly surprised. Ulquiorra was standing up, but now had a massive gash in his left shoulder that led diagonally to the center of his stomach. Ulquiorra shakingly clutched his wound, and began coughing blood. Just because you see me like this, doesn't mean you will win. Urahara raised a curious eyebrow. My orders were to bring you in, and I haven't even begun to show you the extent of my power. Unable to stand any longer, the Espada fell to his knees. Enclose. Urahara eyed him indifferently. Murcielago. All of a sudden black and green Ryatsu engulfed Ulquiorra and burst out of the massive crater. Urahara's eyes suddenly widened at the intensity of his release. The ground began trembling violently, and the sky above began to darken as the black Ryatsu shot higher up before it began raining down upon him. What? Is this real? Urahara stopped speaking when the golden barrier surrounding them shattered against Ulquiorra's potent Ryatsu. The rain of green and black Ryatsu lasted only a moment longer before Urahara saw a black figure shoot into the sky from out of the crater. With a flap of its wings the rain dispersed and the sky brightened, revealing Ulquiorra in his new form. He now had large black bat wings on his back, his hair grew longer and wilder, and the remains of his hollow mask centered atop his head, with 2 large horns extending outward to the sides towards the front. The lines on his face became black, broader, and more triangular, and his fingernails lengthened. His Arrancar attire changed as well, becoming more form-fitting and closed at the top, and more like a robe towards the bottom. "I will tell you." The Quinto Espada began emotionlessly. "The same thing I told Kurosaki. Don't lose your composure." Urahara narrowed his eyes. "Don't break your stance, or let your guard down for even a second." Ulquiorra summoned green Ryatsu in his hand and, to Urahara's shock, appeared directly in front of the Shinigami, with a long green javelin to his throat. "I am the Quinto Espada, and you will learn to fear my power." A large explosion engulfed the two, causing them to be surrounded by a large column of debris. With a flap of his wings, Ulquiorra cleared away the smoke. "So you'll take me dead or alive, is it?" Urahara asked, blood trickling down the right side of his face. "Are you not afraid? You barely managed to escape that last attack with your head still attached to your body." Ulquiorra replied calmly. "You just stepped up your game, so shall I." All of a sudden Urahara vanished. "Where did he?" "Sing, Benihime." Ulquiorra glared when his right arm was sliced off of his body. His eyes narrowed in frustration. "Even in my released state?" The Espada turned around and swiftly threw his lance at his opponent. Urahara erected his shield, but this time, it did not hold. The shield shattered on impact and Urahara was sent crashing into a neighboring building. "I did not expect such a drastic change in your power." Urahara began as he reappeared before the Espada, perfectly unharmed. "Still, it's nothing I can't handle." "You on the other hand?" An entirely new arm suddenly shot out of Ulquiorra's shoulder to replace the one that was just cut off. "I am the Espada with the greatest regenerative powers. Wounds like this are nothing to me." "I see, yet I'm sure you won't be able to recover internal organs or a beheading." Ulquiorra remained silent before generating another lance and throwing it at Urahara, who immediately used Shuimpa to evade it. "You're going to have to do a lot more than that to bring me down." "You're right." Urahara's eyes widened when Ulquiorra began charging Black Ryatsu at the point of his finger. "Ciro Oscuras." The massive Ciro roared to life and engulfed the entire area in darkness. "Black!" Urahara exclaimed before the Ciro engulfed him in a massive explosion. Ulquiorra shot into the massive cloud of debris in an attempt to finish his opponent off. "I have to admit, if that had caught me a second sooner you might have had me." The Espada narrowed his eyes as Urahara calmly walked towards him. It was becoming frustrating that Urahara managed to escape him all the time. "Urahara Kasuke, shall I show you what true despair is like?" Urahara raised an eyebrow. "Another technique? It sounds like you think victory is still within your reach. Do not forget that I still have Bankai. Fortunately, I won't use it. We're done." Ulquiorra readied his lance when Urahara vanished. "Sing, Benihime." The red wave of energy screamed to life as the shot towards Ulquiorra from his right. The Espada's eyes widened. The attack was too fast for him to dodge, and it was aimed at his head. If the attack connected, then Ulquiorra was done. Wah! All of a sudden someone appeared before Ulquiorra and, with only his hand, redirected the wave into the sky. "What's the matter, Ulquiorra? You took far too long." Ichigo appeared and had defended Ulquiorra. "Kurosaki." Ulquiorra whispered calmly. "I got tired of waiting." The Quinto Espada turned to Urahara. "You aren't supposed to show your face." Urahara stared at the scene before him in shock. It was as if he was staring at a ghost. "Ichigo?" he asked, wondering if this was really who he thought it was. Ichigo looked at him. "Urahara Kasuke. You're coming." Ichigo suddenly clutched his head as a vision flashed in his mind. "There is nothing but fear reflected in your sword. When you dodge, you're afraid of getting killed. When you attack, you're afraid of killing someone. Even when you try to protect someone, you're afraid of letting them die. Yes, your sword speaks to me only of absurd fear. What's necessary in a fight isn't fear. Nothing can be born of that. When you dodge, I won't let them cut me. If you protect someone, I won't let them die. If you attack, I will kill them. Well, can't you see the resolve to kill you in my sword? Ichigo shook his head before turning to Urahara, slightly shaken. That memory seemed to affect him more than others did. Urahara took a step towards him. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. What happened to you? Urahara asked inquisitively, staring at the hollow portion of his face. You're to be taken before Aizen. Ichigo made to attack Urahara, but found that his heart urged him not to. What? Ichigo wondered angrily. Ichigo locked eyes with his former master before Ulquiorra appeared, and slashed Urahara's back before he could even blink. Urahara's eyes widened as blood sprayed out of him. Ichi, go? He asked in partial confusion at what had just occurred. He lost consciousness before he hit the ground. We're done. Ichigo whispered as he lifted Urahara over his shoulders. He was extremely troubled by what just occurred. Gather the others. I sensed several powerful. The sound of Shuimpa filled the air behind Ichigo, causing him to stop. Ulquiorra turned to the new arrival. Unhand Urahara Kasuke. The reinforcements. They're here. Damn it, love. Shinji whispered as the visitors appeared one by one, next to their fallen comrade. It will take time, but he may yet be saved. Hachi whispered as he encased Love in a barrier to sustain his life. Byakuya and some of the others just arrived. We should help. I believe they are converging on the strongest Espada present. Rose stated calmly as he sensed the Ryatsu of the different Espada. Let's go. We'll do what we can. Shinji ordered. All of a sudden the visitors spilt into different directions. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. The Ryatsu he felt behind him was very familiar. Our pride, you said? So that pride you're saying to be so precious, is that connected to killing Rukia? Is it? Then I should stomp on it as you said. 'Cause that's why I obtained this Bankai. Step aside. Ichigo began as he looked over his shoulder, a name appearing in his mind, Byakuya Kachiki. The Primera was in no mood to receive any more visions, as was ready to take out anyone that stood in his way. The captain glanced at both Espadas standing before him. Ichigo had looked over his shoulder in a way that only showed Byakuya his hollow side. Do we know each other, Espada? Never mind, hand over Urahara Kasuke. I refuse. Byakuya's Ryatsu began to flare up, causing Ulquiorra to summon a green energy lance. Ichigo shook his head. Lower your weapon, this requires a subtler approach. Byakuya narrowed his eyes. That voice. The captain shook his head before raising his blade in front of him and suddenly letting go of the hilt. Ban. All of a sudden Byakuya's eyes widened when his Zanpakuto vanished before his eyes. What? Looking for this? Byakuya swiftly looked over his shoulder and saw the back of the orange-haired Espada, Senbon raised in his hand. How did he? I'd rather you not release your Bankai. We're in the process of leaving and I would hate to forego our departure any longer. Ichigo stabbed the captain's Zanpakuto on the ground before walking away. Face me, Espada, I have not fallen yet. Byakuya Kachiki, you fell moments ago. It's just that your body has yet to realize it. Ichigo whispered. Byakuya's eyes widened when two streams of blood suddenly sprayed from his chest. Senka! The captain thought in shock as he felt his Ryatsu leave him. I didn't even see. How does a hollow know? The captain grew weakened and began to fall. Ichigo narrowed his eyes as a vision of a similar situation appeared in his mind. He spoke the words his heart compelled him to. You're slow, even when you're falling. The captain's eyes narrowed in confusion as he fell to his knees. Nothing personal. Ichigo whispered before he shot a wave of concentrated Ryatsu crashing against Byakuya's head, knocking the captain out immediately. Ichigo, for some reason, felt a pang in his heart as he crushed the captain. You dealt with that quickly enough. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Let's go, we have to take him to Las Noches quickly. This isn't the only captain here. Ichigo also wanted to leave because of all the familiar Ryatsu he felt approaching them. They might bring back more memories. Memories litter this town, it's already affecting me. As if to back up his claim, Ichigo once more gripped his head as visions of Byakuya swarmed into his head. Get out! Ichigo thought tiredly as he fixed Urahara on his shoulder. Never, Ichigo. His hollow whispered in the back of his mind, causing Ichigo to narrow his eyes to the ground. Hurry up, Ulquiorra. As you wish. Ulquiorra snapped his fingers and suddenly the sky above them ripped apart to reveal massive amounts of Jillians. Looking down, before several beams of yellow light shot down on, two fell upon Ichigo and Ulquiorra. The ground below them shifted and began to rise under them. It was at this time that he saw Neliel and Arrancar being lifted in their own negation. All of a sudden 5 figures wearing captain robes appeared next to Byakuya's body, staring up at him and Ulquiorra as they ascended into the sky. Ichigo was too high up for anyone to recognize him. No words were pasted between anyone, nothing could be said. Aizen had gained another victory, and a great one at that. Right under their nose, Urahara, the greatest mind on Soul Society's side, was captured. Mission accomplished. Ichigo sighed as he began to have fleeting visions of his time training under Urahara. Chapter 30, The Return. Ichigo's pain intensifies. Shinji watched as the pillars gave way to the strain of the Espada's Ryatsu. The destroyed town vanished in a wave of Ryatsu and the original Karakura Town appeared. He released a heavy sigh before looking up into the sky. Unohana, Shunsui, and Yamamoto appeared out of the Senkamen before using Shuinpa. Shinji knew they were headed towards Byakuya, who was sent first. What a mess! He whispered, turning to the other visitors that were standing around Hachi. The former Kido vice captain was trying as hard as he could to save Love. They came without warning, and they were prepared with a powerful cloaking barrier. I think it's safe to say Aizen's back to full power. I hate to think it, but Orihime helped him. Lisa whispered. I'm sure it was against her will, she wouldn't have done it otherwise. Hachi defended. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that, we can't defeat Aizen with her on his side. She continued. Aizen's probably threatening Ichigo, it's the only way she would willingly help him. She cares too much for Kurosaki to let anything happen to H. Abrupt coughing caused the visitors to grow silent and look down at Love, who was slowly opening his eyes. Shinji. Love whispered. Save your strength. Shinji whispered, but Love shook his head. We can't do this alone, we must join. Soul! Unable to remain conscious, he closed his eyes once more. Do not worry, he's still alive. Hachi assured. Shinji's eyes hardened. I know, Love, we have no choice now. Back to Soul Society? Mashiro asked curiously. That's right. Hueco Mundo. Aizen stared down at all the Arrancar littered around the basement of Las Noches from his raised throne. He had rarely used this room. The last time was when Ulquiorra and Yammy had returned from their mission to the human world to study Kurosaki's growth. It was the perfect room to have so many Espada gathered. It was the only room large enough. The Arrancar were scattered around on various rock platforms, standing in complete silence as they waited for something to occur. Aizen looked upon each of their faces, the Espada, their fraction, the newly revived Arrancar that he just had Orihime revive, and Orihime herself, standing next to Stark. His gaze lingered on both Harribel and Stark. Kurosaki Ichigo, Harribel Tia, Coyote Stark. All three have absorbed the Hogyoku, yet other than becoming Vasto Lord, they are showing no signs of absorbing the Hogyoku's true power. It is better this way, at least until I can forge another. All of a sudden the space, in the very center of the cavern floor, began to distort before ripping a fine line that opened in a distinct segmented pattern. Aizen looked into the Garganta and focused on the torrent of black energy. For a quick moment nothing happened, until Neliel appeared. The Septima Espada briefly glanced at him before taking several steps forward. Aizen could see, by her tattered clothes and exhausted features, she had been in a violent battle. Next, Arrancar appeared. Like Neliel, his clothes were battle-damaged. Aizen watched him emotionlessly. There was something different about him. Before he could think too much on it, Ulquiorra came through. Aizen was slightly surprised to see the Keto Espada's clothes ripped up more than the others. Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra recognized with a slight bow. Aizen made no indication of hearing him, his eyes locked on the opening as he waited for the others to step out. There was a slight pause for the briefest of moments until Ichigo slowly stepped out of the Garganta, a body carelessly thrown over his shoulder. Aizen didn't focus on the body, but on Ichigo's gaze. They were not the eyes of a man that was victorious. "What has happened to you, Kurosaki Ichigo?" Aizen wondered. The moment Ichigo stepped out of the Garganta, he sensed all of the Arrancars surrounding him, immediately noticing that Sail and Lilinet were missing. His eyes then traveled to Harribel, who was standing on the highest rock formation. Gold eyes meet green, but Ichigo's eyes show no joy in seeing the woman who he had taken an interest in. What is this crippling feeling? Ichigo wondered. Ever since Urahara had been cut, Ichigo was feeling hesitant to bring him to Aizen. His heart was feeling heavy, his legs and arms were like lead, and his mind flashed with visions of Urahara every couple seconds. He moved his gaze from Harribel and focused on a group of Arrancar he had never seen before. There were 7 in total. One wore a hollow mask in the shape of a bull's skull, one had feline features and wore a saber-tooth-shaped hollow mask, another had long blonde hair with a smooth helmeted mask. Next to him was the tallest Arrancar Ichigo had ever seen. The tall one caught Ichigo's eye because his power far outranked the others. The remaining 3 were standing in front of them. One had a simple spike plate for a hollow mask, another had a large afro-styled haircut, and the last one was the only female out of the bunch, and she wore a frilly dress with the remains of her hollow mask as an oddly shaped hairpin. Orihime must have. Welcome back, Kurosaki Ich. All of a sudden the Garganta slammed shut, causing Aizen's eyes to widen just a fraction. Are you all that are left? What of Zamari, Nnoitra, and Barragan? Gone, Ichigo answered before grabbing the back of Urahara's clothes and throwing the unconscious Shinigami carelessly onto the floor before him, but the mission was accomplished. A gasp filled the room. Mr. Urahara. Everyone turned and saw Orihime with a hand to her mouth, displaying her shock. She made to run, but before she even took her second step, Stark stopped her by raising his hand. Orihime looked up at the former Primera and tried to push his arm out of the way, but it was no use. Kurosaki-kun. Help Mr. Urahara, why did you throw him? What's going? Quiet, Orihime, Ichigo will explain everything to you. You must be quiet, Stark told her. Orihime felt tears well up in her eyes, but stopped trying to fight. After the ordeal passed, everyone turned back to the matter at hand. You lost 3 Espada. What do you have to say for yourself? Aizen asked calmly, yet internally cursing his carelessness. I no longer possess a fragment of their masks, they cannot be revived. They were weak, Ichigo stated. Aizen turned his careless gaze to Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, show us everything you saw and sensed in the human world. I wish to see for myself the types of opponents you were up against. Aizen ordered. Of course, Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra whispered as he pulled his eye out of its socket and crushed it in his palm, releasing a dust of Ryatsu into the room. The Arrancar slowly breathed in the Ryatsu, and as they did, they saw and sensed everything that happened in the human world, including the other fights Ulquiorra sensed with his pesquisa. Interesting, Aizen whispered as the broadcast ability ran its course. Arrancar, show us your right hand. The Arrancar did as ordered and showed Aizen the newly formed number 6. You have taken Barragan's place in the Espada after absorbing him, Aizen stated calmly, hiding his irritation. Ichigo watched as some of the new Arrancars grew outraged, but a single glance from Aizen shut them up. By displaying their anger, Ichigo could tell they were Barragan's fraction. I thought you were going to wait in the lab, Aizen-sama, stated Neliel. Aizen didn't answer her. Kurosaki Ichigo, who gave you permission to treat Barragan as a sacrifice for Arrancar? No one, but I wasn't going to let Barragan's abilities go to waste. You made me leader of the mission, correct? I made a leadership decision that benefited all of us. Ichigo replied emotionlessly. Unfortunately, he made the mistake of looking down at Urahara's face. There is nothing but fear reflected in your sword. When you dodge, you're afraid of getting killed. When you attack, you're afraid of killing someone. Even when you try to protect someone, you're afraid of letting them die. Yes, your sword speaks to me only of absurd fear. What's necessary in a fight isn't fear. Nothing can be born of that. When you dodge, I won't let them cut me. If you protect someone, I won't let them die. If you attack, I will kill them. Well, can't you see the resolve to kill you in my sword? Ichigo winced as the very same memory as before flashed in his mind. This time, Ichigo felt his body drain of energy, to the point that he was using all of his strength to stand. What's the matter, Ichigo? Ha ha ha. You feeling weak? Let me take over for a bit. Ichigo whispered in the back of his mind. This change of demeanor was no loss to anyone in the room. They knew something was going on with him. Is that your excuse? No hidden reason? Aizen asked as he focused closely on the Primera. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Are you questioning my loyalty, Aizen-sama? He asked as he started breathing heavy. Aizen was unfazed by the abrupt manner by which he spoke. What the hell's going on with me? Why is this Shinigami giving me so many problems? Who was he to me? Ichigo wondered. Not at all. What would lead you to think such a thing? I am merely trying to figure out why a Vasto Lord couldn't save 3 subordinates. I'm not their babysitter. You didn't save your subordinates when they were dropping like flies, neither in the human world or Las Noches. The Primera stated calmly. Aizen slowly stood up from his throne and was about to disciple Ichigo, but Sale suddenly appeared next to him. It is done, Aizen-sama. Aizen eyed Ichigo for a moment longer before turning to Sale. And? Ulquiorra's release not only destroyed the barrier, but the remaining 3 pillars as well. Karakura Town has returned. I see, this may work in our favor then. Aizen used Shuimpa and appeared next to Urahara's body. It was now clear to Aizen that he would only be able to keep Ichigo in line when the new Hogyoku was complete. Ulquiorra, you should count yourself lucky. Aizen bent down and checked to see if Urahara was breathing. Urahara is one of the most dangerous Shinigami alive. That fact that you survived as long as you did. The words died on his lips as he turned to Neliel, and you, the fact that you even managed to touch Isshin, your survival surprises me. Both of you have proven yourselves worthy of serving me. Both Arrancar bowed. Everyone is dismissed. Sale, we'll take Urahara to the lab. Will I be needed? Arrancar asked. Aizen glanced at the new sexta. No, not yet. Aizen did not want to give Arrancar any more power than he already possessed. As you wish. Without another word spoken, Aizen grabbed Urahara's coat and Shuimpa'd with the Shinigami. He was followed swiftly by Sale. The moment Ichigo no longer sensed them, he felt his energy returning to him and the visions of Urahara vanished. So this is the guy everyone's talking about? What a cutie! A girl commented happily. All of a sudden, Ichigo was standing face to face with the female Arrancar that had just been revived. My name's Suruchi Sanderwichi, don't go and forget it now. Suruchi said before winking at the Primera. Ichigo didn't know how he knew, but he knew Harribel was glaring at the girl from her spot above them. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo replied before walking past her. He was feeling better, but he didn't want to deal with another annoying girl. Lillinette and Neliel were enough. Heh! Looks like you got your ass kicked, Ulquiorra. Grimmjow. The Quinto Espada whispered as he turned to the Nuevo Espada. A shame that guy couldn't finish the job. Hold your tongue, Grimmjow. I doubt you could have done better. Yammy snapped. Shut up, Yammy, you're just as useless as him. Enough. Stop your petty squabbling. Stark interrupted lazily. Is Lillinette still trying to find the Jillian? Ichigo asked uncaringly. Stark nodded. Yeah, this mission might take her a while. Ichigo nodded before swiftly using Sonito to appear on the highest rock formation, right next to Harribel. Though he was unable to smile at her when he was around Urahara, he found himself smiling now. Miss me? We did, Kurosaki-sama. Mila Rose exclaimed, Sunday through Sunday, and Apache nodded. Ichigo looked at the three fraction before dismissing their affections. You are not gone very long. Harribel whispered. So you're saying you would have missed me if I was gone longer? Harribel refused to meet his eyes. That's not what I meant. Ichigo gave a short laugh. Liar. All of a sudden the sound of Sonito filled the air, causing everyone to turn their heads. Three of the Arrancar, Ichigo didn't know, had surrounded Arrancar, the massive one, the one with the feline eyes, and the one with the smooth helmet-shaped hollow mask. Arrancar. What the hell did you do to Lord Barragan? Geo snapped. Do not speak to me in such a way, Fraction. Arrancar replied calmly. Finder stepped forward. How dare you absorb our king? What do you three intend to do? Take revenge? The massive Arrancar raised his arm. That is exactly what we intend to do. He brought it crashing down, but when the hand made it within inches of Arrancar, it suddenly froze, causing the three to stare in confusion. Do you really think mere Fraction can touch me? Arrancar slowly took off his mask and revealed the Fraction's fallen king's face. Lord Barragan. Geo whispered before narrowing his eyes. How dare you use his power? I was going to crush you, but you can serve an even better use. Arrancar spoke, using Barragan's voice. This is an ability that works only on beings with weak wills than my own. The Sexta raised his hand, causing the three Fractions' eyes to widen. Desire manipulation, just another ability I stole from some undeserving hollow. Ichigo raised an eyebrow while the other Arrancar watched. A shockwave of Ryatsu shot out of Arrancar's palm and engulfed the four of them for a brief moment before it dispersed. The three Fractions' eyes glazed over. Grimmjow laughed. Why are you acting all high and mighty now that you've absorbed Barragan? You're still a weakling in my eyes. Jealous, Grimmjow? Yammy asked. Grimmjow narrowed his eyes. What exactly did you do to them, Arrancar? Ichigo asked. Everyone that knows these Fraction know that they would not cooperate, knowing that I've absorbed their king. Their desire to serve Barragan would have never allowed them to forgive this betrayal. I merely changed the person who they desired to serve. And that would be. Stark began before looking at Ichigo, the one you owe your new powers to. Ichigo's eyes narrowed when, suddenly, the three Fraction used Sonito and appeared directly before him. Their heads were bowed submissively. We live to serve you, Kurosaki-sama. I am Finder Kurias. The blonde-haired Arrancar stated. Geo Vega. My services are yours to utilize. The feline-looking Arrancar added. Choning Pao. The strongest of the numeros. I will serve you faithfully. Ichigo ignored their greetings. Arrancar, I do not want, nor do I need Fraction. Please, Kurosaki-sama. Geo exclaimed as he raised his head. You will find no better subordinates. They're useful to have around. If anything, they will shoulder some of your responsibilities and make your life easier. You will have less to worry about. Arrancar added. Ichigo honestly had no desire to have Fraction, but he looked around the cave-like room and saw the various Fraction littered around. If they weren't useful, the concept of Fraction wouldn't exist. Ichigo released a heavy sigh. Fine then, serve me if you want to, but do not get in my way. I do not need others prying into my life. Of course, Kurosaki-sama. Pao replied. Ichigo nodded and looked down to see if he could see Orihime. He had almost forgotten her. He felt a sharp pain in his heart when their eyes meet. Her stormy gray eyes were locked on him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Damn it. I'm going to rest for a while. Ichigo told Harribel. Stark thought it would be wise for the Arrancar to gather while Aizen is busy with Urahara. I see. Please find a way to contact me when it's time. With a quick sonito, he appeared right before Orihime. Let's go. Within seconds they vanished and reappeared in her room that she shared with Neliel. Why didn't you let me heal Urahara? Orihime asked through her tears. Because he needs to be healed differently than the others. Ichigo lied. Aizen's going to kill him, isn't he? I won't let that happen. Ichigo lied again. Orihime wiped the tears from her eyes. You won't? No. Then why did you bring him here? Aizen wants him to join us. But Urahara was outcast by Soul Society as well. I convinced him to come back here, but he was unfortunately hurt. Orihime looked up at him with her big gray eyes. I'm sorry I made you cry. Ichigo whispered as he brushed a lone tear rolling down her cheek. He could no longer fight the fierce protectiveness he felt towards her. It was as if he was another person around her. Orihime smiled. That's all right. I thought, silly me. I should have known you wouldn't do something like that. Sorry for thinking the worst of you. It's fine. The Arrancar you healed, was it too much for you? Orihime shook her head as she brushed tears from her eyes. Nope, I feel fine. Stark was with me when Aizen asked me, so I felt safe. Was it just the 7 that you revived? Ichigo asked curiously. No, he asked me to revive one more thing. It wasn't an Arrancar though, at least I don't think it was. What was it? I couldn't really see, and Aizen stopped me from healing it completely so it never woke up. It was green hairy monster thingy. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. Green monster? Stark told me that it was Aizen's first experiment with modifying Hollow. He also said it was a failed and extremely weak experiment. Orihime shrugged. Ichigo didn't think too much on it. Orihime, I'm going to get some rest. Neliel should be here in a bit. Okay, Kurosaki-kun. Ichigo swiftly used Sonito to travel to his room. Without even removing his shoes, he collapsed on the bed. Urahara Kisuke, who are you? Mindscape. Ichigo continued to walk aimlessly through the darkness of his own existence. He felt that time had no meaning here, all he had was the darkness to keep him company. Only something compelling him, forced him to move forward. After walking for what felt like an entirety, he began to hear a voice. As he walked deeper into the darkness, the voice grew until he recognized who the voice belonged to. Orihime? The orange-haired girl appeared before him, his face turned to horror when he saw that she had a black blade piercing out of her abdomen with blood streaming down onto her white clothes. Orihime! He shouted fearfully as he began running towards her. Why have you done this, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime cried. Ichigo froze where he stood, his body growing cold as he looked at her in confusion. What? The blade suddenly pulled out of her, causing her to collapse to the floor. But before she hit the ground, she vanished, revealing the owner of the blade. Ichigo's eyes widened when he saw a mirror image of himself grinning at him before he too vanished. Ichigo's took fearful step back and turned, suddenly finding himself face to face with Byakuya. Kurosaki, you've betrayed everything you once stood for. What are you doing here? Ichigo shouted angrily. All of a sudden a girl appeared next to Byakuya. Her name appeared in Ichigo's mind instantly. Rukia? What's happened to you? Rukia whispered sadly before both were suddenly cut clean in half before vanishing. Ichigo backed away, visibly shaken. What the hell? Once more his mirror image appeared grinning at him while sheathing his blood-soaked blade. This time, it pointed at him. Everything you know, everything you love, I will devour. Ichigo ran after his clone, but it was replaced by a beautiful, dark-skinned woman. Ichigo, your heart, remember it. Yoruchi! She vanished after his clone appeared and cut into her chest. Ichigo clutched his head. What's going on? You must stop Aizen and find your true self, if you only knew the truth. Ichigo turned and saw Urahara materialize. Who are you to me? Ichigo asked, his body shaking uncomfortably. Urahara didn't answer before Ichigo's clone beheaded him. Brother. Ichigo. Two little girls and an older man appeared before him, replacing Urahara. Ichigo cried out as memories of his family poured into him. "Get out!" Ichigo watched as the two girls and the older man were stabbed right through their hearts and vanished like all the others. "This is the last time we will ever meet." Ichigo looked over his shoulder and saw Zangetsu walking towards him. "What's going?" The simple act of betraying Urahara and leading an attack on your friends lead to your downfall. Your body, your original self, has tried as hard as he could to stop you. This is why you are feeling unnerved when dealing with Urahara, but he no longer has the strength to keep opposing you. It's too late to change anything. You original side, you Shinigami side, is gone. Zangetsu whispered sadly before imploding into a million spirit particles. Ichigo stepped forward but froze when his mirror image appeared one last time and began absorbing the particles. When it was finished, Ichigo stood face to face with Ichigo. "You can't stop me," Ichigo stated before his laughter began to echo in the vast darkness. Ichigo's eyes shot open before swiftly sitting up on his bed. His breathing was labored and body was covered in enough sweat to soak his clothes and bed sheets. His body shook as he attempted to regain control of his breathing. "I'm tired," he whispered in defeat. "I can't go on like this. My body, it's breaking." Knock knock. "Come in," Ichigo whispered tiredly. The door to his room opened up, revealing his fraction. "Kurosaki-sama. You are needed," Gio stated. "Which tower?" the Primera asked. "Kurosaki-sama? Are you well?" Finder asked, noticing that Ichigo was covered in sweat. "What tower?" Ichigo snapped, releasing a wave of unrestrained Ryatsu. The three fell to their knees under its pressure. "Forgive us, Kurosaki-sama." "Tower 5. Pow replied swiftly. Ichigo took a deep breath, then "Let's go." Sales lab. Aizen stood before Urahara, who was sitting in a chair bound by Keto-created gold chains. Urahara was looking up at Aizen emotionlessly. "What have you done to Kurosaki Ichigo?" he asked. Aizen smirked. "You should be more worried about yourself. In fact, you should be asking yourself why I have brought you here. To create another Hogyoku, correct? The only question I have about that is, what happened to the original one?" Aizen's gaze turned cold. "You are the only being in Soul Society who is beyond my intellect. Have you not figured it out yet?" Urahara narrowed his eyes. "You make too much of me." "Perhaps. I would say that Ichigo has fused with the Hogyoku. It stripped his memories in the process and you used it to your advantage. You must be upset he managed to absorb it before you could." Aizen narrowed his eyes. "Not quite." "I see, and what was I wrong about?" Urahara asked. "You do not need to know. You will not break into my mind, Aizen." "Correct, I won't break into your mind, not before breaking your body first." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.